The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
We gotta figure out some way to get rid of that T-Rex. You're alright. Hey, have you ever considered the scientific theory that you were supposed to be a herbivore? He must be a member of the manosphere. Watch it! Oh, it's went over the cliff. Oh, yeah. Cliff! Oh, no. He's coming for us. Hey. Wait a second. Who left the perfectly good Tommy gun over here? What? A perfectly good Tommy gun. Look, it's sitting right here, almost as if its owner ran right over the edge of the cliff. Well, don't just sit there, use it. Well, I guess we got nothing to lose. Can't believe that worked. But why is there a Tommy gun here? Aren't we in the Stone Age? I don't know anymore. Something's going on here, though. Well, we can't figure out now, so we might as well do this day in history. It's April the 24th, I think. And in 1479 BC, Thutmose III ascends to the throne of Egypt, although power effectively shifts to Heptopolis, according to the low chronology of the 18th dynasty. In 1184, the Greeks enter Troy using the Trojan horse. In 1877, Russo-Turkish War, Russia declares war on the Ottoman Empire. In 1898, Spain declares war after rejecting U.S. ultimatum to withdraw from Cuba. In 1916, Easter Rising of Irish Republicans against British occupation begins in Dublin. In 1968, American General William Westmoreland says in a news conference that the enemy had gained support in the United States that gives him hope that he can win politically that which he cannot win militarily. In 2023, India surpasses China as the world's most populous country, according to UN estimates, with 1,425,775,850 people, estimated to reach 1.7 billion by 2064. In 1962, Massachusetts Institute of Technology sends TV signals by satellite for the first time, California to Massachusetts. In 2018, streaming music services overtake worldwide sales of CD and vinyls for the first time. In 1981, Bill Shoemaker wins his 8,000th race, 2,000 more than any other jockey. Good night, that's a lot of time in the saddle. I can only assume he is very sore in the backside at this point. Yeah, for him, that's a record to have, but is it really worth it in the long term? Well, all I know is that was this day in history. Now we'll get on with the shows. Blech.
Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, the Metro Goldwyn Mayer star, Mr. Charles Lawson, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, there you are, Costello. What's all the excitement?
Oh, the excitement. I was just out shopping, Abbott,
Yes?
and I bought a beautiful Valentine. You know, next Monday is Street Valentine's Day.
What day?
Street Valentine's Day. Here it is, right on the card. See it?
What?
ST Street.
Oh, no, you dummy. That's Saint Valentine. ST means saint. Who are you sending it to?
Oh, to Miss Carol Lou, 156 South Main Saint.
South Main Saint.
Yeah, that's where my girl lives.
What do you mean?
On South Main Saint.
What are you talking about?
ST.
Oh, that ST means street.
You said it was Saint. Now make up your mind.
Look, when it's an address, it's street. Now read it again.
Miss Carol Lou, 156 South Main Street.
Now that's better.
Street, Louis, Missouri.
No. Just a minute, Costello. That's St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah, but that's an address.
Yes, but this time it's Saint.
Well, make up your mind. Sometimes it's street and sometimes it's Saint. When is it is and when is it ain't?
That's all. Well, Costello, let me clear this up for you. You live on a street, don't you?
Yeah. No, I live on a doctor.
You live on a doctor?
Yeah, I live on a doctor. Here's my address on the card. Lou Costello, 139 Beverly Doctor.
Let me see that.
Right here, you read the card.
DR. That
DR.
isn't doctor. That's drive. Drive, you dummy, drive.
What, on an A card?
Oh.
Well, what's all the argument here, Bud?
Oh, it's Ken Niles. Costello is just showing me a Valentine.
Oh, now, that's a coincidence. I have a Valentine for Costello, too. Listen to this. Dear Lou, roses are red, violets are pink. I saw your picture last night, and you certainly do.
All right, quiet, Niles, or I'll bore a hole in your head and let the sap run out.
Yes, and you're the bore who can do it. Oh, dear, I'm as hot as a hot dog tonight.
And just as full of baloney, too.
Costello, why do you always fight with Niles?
That's right, Costello. You should be glad you've got me. I could be a lift on any program.
Then how come you're a jerk on this one?
Oh, quiet, Costello. By the way, Ken, where's your wife?
Oh, I left her at home. She's writing a play to do on the program tonight.
She's writing a play. What does she know about plays?
Why, I'll have you know that my beautiful wife spent years in stock.
Didn't the other cattle object?
I heard that remark, you B-19 with a nose.
I said it so you'd hear it. Now, Mrs. Niles, I knew you'd be here today. I read it in the newspapers.
The newspaper?
Yes, the weather report said big wind coming. That's a lovely jacket you have on.
All right, never mind
Looks
that.
like sea biscuits.
All right, never mind that, Costello, please. Mrs. Niles, Ken tells us that you are working on a play for us tonight, for our program. Now, I didn't know that you had literary inclinations.
Oh, indeed, yes. I'm always reading. You'll always find me with my nose in a book.
How can you read it from way out there?
Oh, I just adore the old writers, Dickens' works and Thackeray's and Byron's and, of course, Keats. Oh, don't you just love Keats?
Oh, yes, I love Keats. I love all kinds of Keats. Big Keats, little Keats. Hello, little Keaty.
No, quit interrupting, Costello. Tell me, Mrs. Niles, what is your play about?
Oh, it's a thrilling adaptation of that famous story, Robinson Crusoe. And what a great part for me. Oh, I play the voodoo queen of the island. I am beautiful, breathtaking, luscious, and exotic.
Where can you buy that much makeup?
I'm not going to stand here and be insulted. Here, Mr. Abbott, is a copy of the play. I'll be back later.
Oh, that's fine. Now, Abbott, I'm getting sick and tired of this. Everybody wants to be in a play. The next thing you know, even Botsford Twink, our sound man, he'll want some kind of a part.
And why shouldn't I want a part, Mr. Costello? I'm human, ain't I?
What a spot for an ad-lib.
Now, just a minute, Botsford. What could you do in the play?
Oh, what could any sound man do? I could give you sounds. The sound of a cat licking its chin. The sound of a grape scratching its skin. The sound of a mosquito making its... The sound of a seltzer making its... These sounds I can give you, I, Botsford Twink. And if you don't use me, your program will... Your program will suffer.
Oh, boy, I thought he was going to say Stink.
Hey, Costello.
What's the matter? Did I spell it wrong?
Oh, get out of here.
What do you give me here?
North of the Persian Gulf are Americans, soldiers, railroad men, truckmen, seeing that the tanks and the guns speed along the overland supply route to Russia. To Americans in Iran, in Iraq, to Americans throughout the world go Camel cigarettes by the million, by the ton, for Camels are first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. And when the Camels get to Iran, or to you, they're fresh, cool smoking and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Because Camels stay fresh and because they have more flavor, more people want Camel cigarettes now, both at home and overseas. So remember, if your store is sold out today, try again tomorrow. Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Freddie Rich plays the lovely David Rose composition, Holiday for Strings.
Well, Costello, have you read the play that Mrs. Niles left here?
I'm reading it now, Abbott.
But wait a minute. You're reading it upside down.
You think it's easy? Now, Abbott, I decided to play the leading part, Robinson Crusoe.
You're going to play the lead. Well, isn't there a part in it for me?
There certainly is. In the second act, you go away to forget.
Well, don't I do anything in the first act?
That's what you go away to forget.
Oh, Mr. Costello, have you found a place for me to do my sound effects?
Oh, Botsford, what sound effects can you do?
Lots of them, Mr. Costello. Did you ever hear a mountain calling to its son?
A mountain calling to its son? Of course not.
I'll show you. A mountain calling to its son. Hey, Cliff!
Hey, you know, that's good.
That's just a bluff.
Well, here's another one. A mother flower calling to a baby flower. Hiya, bud. And did you ever hear a snake asking for chewing gum?
How does it go?
Wriggly, 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 wriggly.
Costello, Botsford is wonderful.
Now, what's so wonderful about that? I mean, I can do a sound that you never heard before.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay. A husband talking back to his wife. That's all.
Come on, Costello. Give Botsford a chance in the play.
Okay, Abbott. Now listen, Botsford. You can be in a play, but remember, don't make any sound effects till I give you the word and the sound and the cue.
Yes, Mr. Costello.
This is your chance to be a big shot.
Big shots, yes, sir.
That isn't a word. Wait for the play.
Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Abbot and Costello program?
What do you think it is?
I'm sorry, I just walked past a glue factory. I haven't noticed any change.
Hey, Abbott. Who is this fresh guy?
Costello. It's that great actor, Charles Lawton.
Now, listen, Lawton, if you don't like my program, what are you doing here?
In my next picture, I play the part of a moron, and I came over to see how they act.
So you're going to play the part of a moron, eh, Lawton?
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I call perfect casting. How do you like that, Fatso?
Costello, you can't call a man like Mr. Lawton fatso.
Why not? What's the nickname for Charles? It's Chuck. What's a chuck? That's a roast. And what's a roast? A roast is a fat piece of meat. Hiya, Fatso!
Now, cut that out,
Him
Costello.
with the overlapping hair?
Never mind that. Mr. Lawton is a polished gentleman.
He looks like he's shellacked.
See here, Costello, I've only seen you once before, for which I'm very thankful. However, in the event I permit such a catastrophe to occur again, I shall depart as a measure of self-discipline to a small tropical island. There I shall mount my head on a tripod and spend my declining years kicking myself in the face at regular 5-minute intervals.
Well, with your face, it would be an improvement.
Here, Costello. None of that now. Say, by the way, Miss Lawton, how would you like to appear in our play tonight? We're going to do the big shipwreck scene from Robinson Crusoe.
Splendid. I love the water, the broad ocean. As a matter of fact, I spent the last week at Del Mar, where the turf meets the surf.
Oh, really? Really? You met at Del Mar with a turf, Mr. Surf? Really?
You heard him.
I heard him. I spent the day at Ocean Park, where the debris meets the sea.
Shut up, Costello, please. Charlie, as the play starts, we board the ship and go off in search of adventure.
Yes, I'm Robinson Crusoe, the captain, and I'm sailing my boat around the Horn.
Horn, yes, sir.
Cut it out! Cut it out! Get out of here, Buck! Now, Abbott!
All right, take it easy.
Stop!
All right, don't get excited. All right.
He's gonna blow up the whole
Oh,
place.
never mind, take it easy.
Now, listen. Now, get away, Botsman. I'll let you have it.
All right, never mind.
Now, back to my acting. Mr. Lawton, we're in the middle of the ocean, and a big storm comes up. The boat begins to break up because it's only an old bark.
Bark? Yes, sir.
Get it! Get out of here, will you? Stop that barking.
Yes, Mr. Bones.
Go on with the play. What happens to the boat?
It sinks.
It sinks. So does the play.
Just a minute, Charlie. It's really a good script, and you have a fine part. You play Costello's man Friday.
What? You're asking me to play second fiddle to this overstuffed porcupine? I'll have you gentlemen know that I was just offered a great dramatic program of my own.
You were you? What's the name of it? One Ham's Family?
Costello, do you expect to play the part of a captain when I come from a family of seafaring men? It was my great-great-grandfather, Sir Thomas, who sailed with Drake in 1588 and defeated the Spanish Armada. It was my great-uncle, Reginald, who stood at the side of Lord Nelson at the Battle of Trafalgar. And it was my cousin Archibald, bless his heart, nice fellow, who plotted the course for the Admiral at the Battle of Jutland. That's why I like to plant my feet on the deck of a ship, to feel the rolling surf beneath me and the ocean spray upon my face. That's why I like the salt air. I love the salt air. I must have the salt air.
Okay, Lawton, right after the program, come on over to my house and I'll fan you with a herring.
Get out of here!
Johnny Haynes sings a love
lovely new ballad, I'll Be Around.
I'll be around no matter how you treat me now. I'll be around from now on. Your latest love can never last, and when it's past, I'll be around when she's gone. Goodbye again, and if you find a love like mine, just now and then drop a line to say you're feeling fine, and when things go wrong, perhaps you'll see you're meant for me, so I'll be around when she's gone. I'll be around every morning, around every night. I'll be around for the rest of my life. I'll be around, baby, all of the time. Goodbye again, and if you find a love like mine, just now and then drop a line to say you're feeling fine, and when things go wrong, perhaps you'll see you're meant for me, so I'll be around when he's gone.
They wouldn't take the old gray mare in the Army because she had flat feet. Listen. Yes, sir, that's flat. And it can be worse than your cigarette. If you want a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels. You see, Camel cigarettes have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And more flavor is what helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Prove that in your taste and throat, your T-zone. Your taste is your best place to test Camel's rich extra flavor. And your own throat will give you the last word on Camel cigarettes' smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camels stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our play, The Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, starring the Abbot and Costello Seafood Cocktail Players. That little shrimp Costello plays Robinson Crusoe. That old crab Charles Lawton plays his man Friday. And Bud Abbott is just along for the halibut. For the halibut.
Ah, come on, Niles. Announce the player, I'll belt you with a smoke.
As the scene opens, Robinson Costello and Bud Abbott are aboard ship in the midst of a terrific storm, and the ship is sinking.
Come on, Costello. We have to dive overboard. The ship is about to capsize.
Cap what?
Capsize, capsize. Don't you know what capsize is?
Yes, sir. Mine's 6 or 7, 8.
Ow! Quiet. Come on. We'll have to swim for that island. Come on. Jump in the water.
Ooh, Abbott! The water's cold.
All right.
Look at me. I'm turning blue and red and pink and purple. I'm freezing in Technicolor.
Stop worrying and start swimming. We've got to make the shore.
Hey, Abbott, I feel something. A shark is biting my toe.
That can't be a shark. Sharks travel in schools.
Then this one is playing hooky.
Look, listen, Costello. We'll float into shore. Here comes a big wave.
I'd rather wait for a little whack.
Here it comes, Costello. Come on, get ready.
Oh, boy.
Whoa, boy.
Blow on my clothes and dry 'em, kid.
Yeah. Well, we made it all right. Now we've got to find out where we are. There's nothing on this island but dense tropical jungle.
Hey, Abbott, look up in that tree. It's a Jap.
That's a monkey.
They sure fool you, don't they?
Hey, Costello, climb up that tree and see if there are any other signs of life around.
But the monkey might bite me.
Oh, just speak to him.
Okay. Hiya, little monkey.
Hiya, brother.
Ah, Niles, will you keep out of the play? Now, stay out of here.
Hey, quiet. I hear someone coming. Yes, it's over there. It's a native man. Speak to him, Costello.
Okay. Hello, native. My name Robinson Costello. We your friends. You welcome us to island?
Greetings, white man. My name Friday. Welcome to this island. You all, yowza, cheerio, pip, pip. And all that sort of thing. Yak, yak.
Hey, Lawton, what kind of dialect is that?
Me native. Speak with a drool.
You mean drawl.
No, drool. Me read Esquire.
Enough of this
He's
talk.
got funnier lines than me.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. Let's get together here. None of this kind of talk, Friday. We both need food and drink. What can you give us?
Me give you rubber. All my life, me eat the rubber and drink the sap from the rubber tree.
I'll bet you were a bouncing baby. I'll bet you were a bouncing baby.
You said that once.
Nobody hears me.
Just a moment, Friday. Do you really enjoy this diet of rubber?
Oh, yes, stranger. The rubber has a wonderful tang.
But how do you feel after you eat this rubber?
Oh, it makes me feel like a king. And you want to sing in the spring.
I hear Lawton overacting. You know, silence you all.
I advise you to leave this island at once.
Go on.
It is growing dark. Night is falling.
Night falling, yes, sir.
You see, Abbott, you asked me to give Bottrop a chance, didn't you? Now put him back in a cage. No more sound effects. If I hear one more peep out of you, Bottrop, I'll give you the bird.
Bird, yes, sir. Meadowlark. Nightingale. Robin.
Will you please get out of here?
Costello, let's get back to the play. Remember, the play is the thing.
Who called this thing a play?
Now, look, Friday. See, you started to warn us about this island.
Don't pay any attention to this guy, Abbott. I know every island around here like a book. I've even been to the BVD Island.
The BVD Island?
Yes, the West Indies.
Undies.
That's when I was working in shorts.
Costello.
Yes, sir.
Will you keep out of this and let me talk? Now, tell me, Friday, do you think we're really in danger?
There's no escape for us. Listen. Why, even now you can hear the drums of doom.
Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. Yak, chili, bum, bum. Doom, doom.
Listen to those jive drums, Abbott. What does it mean?
It means that the voodoo queen is about to make a human sacrifice. The sacrificial fires are already burning.
Oh, help! 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 Oh, it's terrible! It's terrible!
What's the matter?
Oh, it's awful. First they put me in a big pot, and then they take me out of the pot, and then they put me back in the pot, and then they take me out of the pot.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Oh, just a little poker chip.
Come on, Niles. Stop making an ace of yourself.
Never mind him, Costello. Come quickly. We must run for our lives.
Yes, before the audience comes up the stage and gets us. I am moving while reading script.
No!
Someone is going to get a pot shot at me.
Do not move or you will die. Look, the voodoo queen approaches with her 3 sacred guards. I will speak to the guards. Greetings.
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 Sounds like my draft board.
Silence, white man. The queen is about to speak.
Greetings, Friday.
Greetings, Saturday.
Saturday?
Yes, I'm Friday and she's Saturday.
Who are these 3 guys? Sunday, Monday, and all world.
Costello, be careful what you say, Costello.
Yes, and do not allow your eyes to stray from the queen's face.
That is right. You must face me or face death.
I'd rather face death.
Oh, you fool. Do you not realize that beauty is only skin deep?
Well, go skin yourself and come back.
Oh, I've heard enough. These men must die.
But Your Majesty, Costello did not mean it.
No.
Costello just said it for a lark.
Lark? Yes, sir, lark. Sparrow. Nightingale.
Oh, come on. Come on, will you? Get out of here, will you, Botsman? Come, guards. Throw these men into the sacrificial fire.
Quick, we've only one chance. Down on your knees. We must plead for our lives. Ask her for mercy.
Come on, Costello. We must ask for mercy.
Mercy. Mercy. Mercy.
Mercy, oats and oats, the land of Aphrodite.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment. Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute 23-year-old Captain Herschel H. Green of Mayfield, Kentucky, a Thunderbolt pilot in Italy. Flying one of a squadron of P-47s, Captain Green shot down 6 German planes in 15 minutes, adding his score to 30 others shot down by the squadron in this single action with the loss of only 1 Thunderbolt. In honor of you and your squadron mates, Captain Herschel Green, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes. Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Dorothy Lamour. And now here's Abbott and Costello.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, let's go home and get ready for next Thursday's program.
Oh, Abbott. Who's going to be our guest star?
Oh, that beautiful Paramount star, Dorothy Lamour.
Woo! Dorothy Lamour?
Mm-hmm.
Abbott, is she going to be wearing her sarong?
No, yes, I guess she'll wear her sarong.
Gee, what a quiet program we're going to have.
What do you mean? What do you mean quiet?
Everybody will be waiting for a pin to drop.
Oh, get out of here. Good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Mom.
Be sure and tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with their special guest, Miss Dorothy Lamour. Charles Lawton appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Madame Curie. And remember, Camel cigarettes are packed to go around the world. Camels stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Yes, sir, PA's got plenty of pipe appeal, and you'll find out why if you get a big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert. It holds around 50 rich-tasting, swell-smoking pipefuls, and every one is no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. Prince Albert's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke. We take you now to Washington, D.C., where you will hear the latest figures from the Treasury Department on the national total of war bond sales. Come in, Washington.
And here is Ted R. Gamble, National Director of the War Finance Division, Treasury Department.
There's a fighting man watching you tonight. He's dog-tired and dirty, but neither fatigue nor night brings an end to his job of pushing back the enemy, your enemy as much as his. Yes, he's watching you tonight, and you know that his bit today was his best. He can thank God in these evening hours that he remains alive to fight through the night, and tomorrow, and through as many tomorrows as lie ahead until victory is won. He's watching you, watching the Fourth War Loan as it draws to a close. He knows, as we all know, that its success is with us, that our best, not our bit, will put it over. Tonight, we have reached 86% of our quota, with sales of $12,062 million. Included in this total are sales to individuals of $3,157 million. With only 4 days left in this drive, every individual sale is needed. If you haven't bought your extra bond, make it your first order of business tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Ted R. Gamble. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Nintendo 64 stimulates different emotions every time you play. A feeling of liveliness can be the result of a good gaming experience. However, if you've played badly, everything, even money, can seem worthless. And even a good performance on Nintendo 64 will leave you so invigorated, it can affect hand-to-eye coordination. Don't go out immediately after playing. Get a tradesman to restrain you before resuming normal activities.
And now, here is a man who only wishes he could sing as well as I do. It's Bing Crosby.
Hello, everybody. Bing, you want to say hello, too?
I sure do. Howdy, friends. You know what? I'd sing something if someone would ask me.
Oh, don't tell us you want coaxing now. Get on with it, boy.
We're in the money. We're in the money. Yes, we've got a lot of what it takes to get along. We're in the money, and the skies are sunny. Old man trouble, you are through, you've done us wrong. We never see a headline about a bread line today. And when we see the landlord, we can look that guy right in the eye. We're in the money. Come on, my honey. Let's spend it, lend it, send it, rolling along. We're in the money. We're in the money. Oh, money. Yes, honey. We never see a headline about a bread line today. And when we see the landlord, we can look that guy smack dab in his good eye. We're in the money. Come on, my honey. Let's spend it. Let's lend it. Let's spend it, lend it, send it rolling along.
What's the deal now, Rosemary?
I'd like to sing a song called Love and Learn.
Say, that's very catchy. Love and learn.
It's catchier than flypaper.
Love and learn. Of course, the question always is, do we?
We can only try.
Well, even if we don't learn anything, it's not a total loss, is it?
Aha, you're learning. Love and learn, folks. I had to love and learn. I was a fool to fall. It is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Another broken heart. That's how the story goes. If I had to do it over, I'd do it gladly, I suppose. Somehow I can't forget the memory of your kiss. I always will regret it had to end like this, and only time will tell the tender story of a broken heart that had to love and learn to find another heart to love, to find another heart to love.
Easter is a lovely time. It's a time to send a greeting card to people you care about. And you'll find the most wonderful Easter cards in the world are those by Norcross. And there are so many different Norcross Easter greeting cards. Religious, sentimental, and cards to send to relatives and to the younger set. For Easter or any occasion, pick the card with the N on the back. Norcross greeting cards say the things you want to say.
Rosie, would you reach over there and pick a ditty from the rack?
Fine, Bing. What'll we do? Something dramatic or something light?
I'd like to go a little heavy. I seem to be in the mood for something with depth, something a fellow can get his teeth in, something dramatic.
How about singing We Just Couldn't Say Goodbye? That gripping enough for you?
Ooh, that's grim. Stark, somber. You know, I may even peel an onion to induce a few tears during the number.
Don't you dare. We thought that love was over, that we were really through.
I said I didn't love her. We'd begin anew.
And you can all believe me, we sure intended to. But we just couldn't say goodbye. The chair and then the sofa, they broke right down and cried.
The curtains started waving for me to come inside.
I tell you confidentially, the tears were hard to hide, and we just couldn't say goodbye. The clock was striking 12 o'clock. It smiled on us below.
With folded hands, it seemed to say, we'll miss you if you go. So I went back and kissed her. When I looked around, the room was singing love songs, dancing up and down.
And now we're both so happy because at last we found
that we just couldn't say goodbye. So I went back and kissed her. When I look around, the room was singing love songs, dancing up and down.
And now we're both so happy because at last we found
that we just couldn't say goodbye.
Now let's see what Buddy Cole has in mind, shall we? What's the action, Buddy?
Have Organ Will Swing, Rosie.
You have an album of that title, don't you, Buddy?
Yes, indeed. And in that album is a tune called Two Little Girls. Written for my two little girls, you know.
Oh, yes, Tina and Kathy.
Those are the little girls. They're getting big now. Matter of fact, Two Little Girls was in the first album I did for Warner Brothers.
Well, get over there to the organ and play it for us, will you?
You know I will.
Say, Bing, did you know that there may be a shortage of policemen in New York before long?
No, I didn't know. Why's that, Ken?
Well, nobody really seems to know. Just that young men just aren't applying for jobs as police officers like they used to.
Oh, that seems rather odd. Gee, the traditional New York policeman ranks right along with the London Bobby and the Parisian gendarme, I would think, in legends, songs, stories.
Well, nevertheless, the New York Police Department doesn't seem to attract young men like it used to.
Well, I don't want to brush off this problem, to tell the truth, but right now I'm more concerned about the Rome Police Department.
The Rome Police Department?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rome, Italy?
Where else?
Well, there's Rome, Illinois. There's a lot of them around the country.
Rome, Georgia.
Yeah.
Well, they're thinking of seriously, over in Rome, of adding women to the Rome police force.
Police women in Rome?
Yeah, for the first time in history, we may see young Italian girls as police officers.
Ooh. Do you suppose these police women will be pretty girls like the gals in the Italian movies?
Sigaro, positivamente, Natch.
Gee, just imagine a Gina Lola Brigida type directing traffic.
Oh, that type has been stopping traffic, Ken. Hey, maybe they can unsnarl it, though. You can't tell.
Golly, I hope the Rome Police Department doesn't put drab old police uniforms on these lovely creatures.
Now, Ken, let's give the Italians credit for more imagination than that. Never let it be said that a Roman would drape a beautiful figure improperly.
I guess not, but what's your guess on the Italian policewoman's uniform? What'll it be?
Well, first off, Ken, I think that the Italian police girls should all wear those big floppy straw hats.
Nice.
And, of course, the capri pants.
Oh, yes, those are the kind of form-fitting ones, aren't they?
And remember, these fillies have the forms to fit. You see, this is going to be an entirely new police organization. We want it to be as outstanding as possible.
I understand. Now, what sort of a blouse do you suggest?
I don't know if a blouse would be right with this kind of a uniform. I think one of those off-the-shoulder sweaters might be chic, don't you think?
Yeah.
That and some very attractive sandals, open-toed, of course. That should about complete the costume, I would think.
Oh, I think that'll do it. Now, what about guns for these gals?
Oh, no guns. No, don't be gauche. Let's be a little more subtle, Ken.
Oh, what then?
Tiny silver stilettos, jewel-encrusted naturally.
Stilettos.
Yes,
rather a Florentine touch, isn't it?
Or perhaps Venetian,
yes,
I don't know.
Indeed. You know
Sicilian?
something? I just had a thought.
What?
If New York is having trouble getting young men for the police force, how about importing some of these Italian beauties to fill out the ranks?
You said fill out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Terrific idea, Ken. I'd say for a man of your age, go thinking.
It's my age that makes me think this way, I imagine.
I tell you, it's men with vision and imagination, such as yours, Ken, that keep this country in the key position that it occupies today.
Oh, I don't know. I just made a little suggestion, that's all.
Suggestion, nothing. You've come up with a sensational idea. If you don't have a spaghetti dish named after you like Caruso or Tetrazzini did, I miss my guess.
Do you think so?
Positivamente. You're a cinch to get a fancy sauce whipped up in your honor. Absolutely. Why, the waiters will cheer when you walk into Romeo Salta's restaurant.
No kidding.
Certainly.
Oh, do you suppose there's any chance of anyone making a special pizza pie in my honor?
You can expect several special Ken Carpenter pizza pies to be dedicated to you, sir.
Oh, I'd like that. Say, Bing, by the way, you didn't include a badge or a star for that uniform you envisioned for these Italian girls.
Yeah, we'll have to hang a star someplace, or fellas will be asking these pretty senorinas to go to the beach or go for a stroll. Central Park.
Oh, I can hardly wait. I'll tell you, I'm really looking forward to seeing these beautiful imported cops on Fifth Avenue and elsewhere.
Going to be enchanting.
Oh, it might even be a pleasure to get pinched by one of these girls.
Well, don't get carried away now and pinch back.
I'll
They'll carry you away.
I can't think of a more attractive reason for getting thrown in the clink for a couple of days.
It's certainly better than getting tossed in the pokey for jaywalking.
Yeah, or sleeping on the grass.
Time. Now, Ken, I suppose I should get at the singing again, don't you? Will you excuse me?
Positivamente, senor.
Positivamente, indeed.
Arrivederci, Roma. Goodbye, goodbye to Rome. City of a million moonlit places, city of a million warm embraces, where I found the one of all the faces, far from home. Arrivederci, Roma. It's time for us to to part. Save the wedding bells for my returning. Keep my lover's arms outstretched and yearning. Please be sure the flame of love keeps burning in her heart. Arrivederci, Roma. It's time for us to part. Save the wedding bells for my returning. Keep my lover's arms outstretched and yearning. Please be sure the flame of love keeps burning in her heart. Arrivederci, Roma. Io ritorno, faccia carissima. Arrivederci.
Rosie, if you don't mind, I think I'll climb back into my hammock. Would you sing something soothing?
I'm just delighted to do it. How's this? Thou swell, thou witty, thou sweet, thou grand, wouldst kiss me pretty, wouldst hold my hand, both thine eyes are cute too, what they do to me. Hear me holler, I choose a sweet lollapalooza in thee. I feel so rich in a hut for two rooms and kitchen, I'm sure would do. Give me just a plot of, not a lot of land, and thou swell, thou witty, thou grand. For two rooms and kitchen, I'm sure would do. Give me just a plot of, not a lot of land, and thou swell, thou witty, thou grand. That wraps up this session, ladies and gentlemen. Bye for now.
And so we'll be back again, folks, with Buddy and the boys and Ken, some music and some conversation. Meantime, you take care of yourselves, you hear, and take it easy.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood, produced by Bill Morrow and Myrtle McKenzie. Join us again tomorrow, won't you?
Hello, Q here. Hello, it's Q. Hello, Q speaking. Hello, it's Q. Oh, what do you want, 007? Hold on. Good evening, M. 007, yes, he's on the other line. 007, M wants to speak to you. Go ahead, M. What are you doing? I'm on a conference call. What does it look like?
See the latest Bond film, Die Another Day, at a theater near you.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The
Bob Hope Show. With Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Skinny Ennis and his orchestra. And now here he is, the star of the show, Bob Hope.
All right, fellas, just like we rehearsed it. Thank you very much. Well, here we are back in California. California, that's Orange Grove, the little cottage, and Man the Pump's boys, Grandma's floating out the second-story window. But it's really great to be back out here where they always have enough wonderful fruit trees, great climate, and beautiful girls to go around. Yes, sir. Muroc, that's the place they went around. See, you gotta wait till I finish. I may have a thought somewhere, you know. I just arrived from the east. I had to pull strings to get back into California. The Chamber of Commerce made me unravel the arms and legs off my long underwear before they'd let me in. That's the finish. I knew we were getting close to Hollywood. I looked out the train window and the Gophers had red fingernails and were wearing Max Factor makeup number 10. And the conductor wired the station master that Bob Hope was on the train. He wired back, "We need the equipment. Come on in anyway." My fan club was supposed to meet, but half of them were sick, and the other guy had to stay home and take care of them. The porter was a little rough handling my luggage. Skinny Ennis fell out of my golf bag twice. And I'm not saying how much I tipped the porter, but he kept pointing at me and saying, "Is this jip really necessary?" And when I got back to Hollywood, I found out they were giving Frank Sinatra another physical. The report on his first physical came back stamped, "We don't believe it." I don't know if Sinatra's really too thin to be in the Army, but he's the only guy I know who can go AWL by hiding behind his own tie. But can you imagine us going from that snow back east to this dry desert? It's so dry out here, the rabbits have humps in their backs, and they can go 7 days without water. You know who Gravel Gertie is, don't you? She's the old girl that looks like a cross between a Muroc debutante and a sergeant in Bloomers. Here comes our man, Skinny Ennis, doing "There Goes That Song Again." Do it, Skinny.
There goes that song again. We used to call it our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it play, over and over and over and over again. I still remember when I sang the words and it made you mine. I'd steal a kiss and replace mine, over and over and over, and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listens, stops me reminiscing. I'll soon forget that, yes. I told myself when you said so long that I was wrong. There goes that song again. Forget that, yes. I told myself when you said so long that I was wrong. When you said so long, there goes that song again. mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough to come in out of the moonlight. So the big romance was only make-believe, just a sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in July. So the big romance was only make-believe, just a sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in July.
Thank you very, very much, Francis. That's really wonderful. Sleigh ride in July. And you were very fine in there, too, Skinny boy.
Thank you, Rob. How you doing, Bob?
Oh, fine. You know Skinny Ennis, our meager beaver. Say, you know that was great accompaniment you gave Francis on that number?
Well, man, I love to accompany people.
Yeah, what about that Muroc pigeon you were accompanying last night?
Not so good. She lost me in the 8th bar. Say, Bob. Say, you know,
They have that many around here?
I got a question to ask you. The trip's over, ain't it?
Of course the trip's over, Skin.
Well, man, when are we going back to California?
Well, Skinny, this is California. It is? Sure, this is the land of sunshine and flowers.
You know, Bob, they got a PX here. You better start smoking them regular cigarettes again.
Well, hiya, Francis.
Hello, Bob. How are you, Skin?
Well, I got to rehearse the next number. Guess I'll make myself scarce.
You're too late, Skin. Your mother beat you to it. Well, wasn't that nice of the boys to throw us a party, Francis?
Yes, Bob, but when we go to those parties, I wish you wouldn't stick so close to me all the time.
Oh, you mean the temptation's too great?
No, it's just that I do much better when they don't think that my father's along with me.
That isn't gray in my hair. The Joshua trees are molting right now.
Say, Bob, did you notice all the wax at the party?
Yeah, Francis, and believe me, these whacks are doing a great job here. In all kinds of work. Even as grease monkeys and mechanics. Say, let's show the folks a little scene, Francis. You be a whack mechanic working on a plane, and I'll be the pilot. Some B-25 music, Skin. Oh, nothing can stop the Army Air Corps except the weather. Say, well, here I am a pilot. Just think they're going to let me make my first solo flight. And after only 18 years in ground school. Gee, me a second lieutenant. Maybe these bars in my coat are enough. The ones in my underwear keep scratching my shoulders. I told you, wait till I finish the joke. Well, here's my plane. Hey, you, get out of there. I got to take off, and I'm late.
Well, don't let it worry you. You look like you've been off for years.
Well, a whack well stacked.
Now, Louis, belly full of hooey.
Well, so you're one of those whack mechanics. Tell me, what can I do about a loose fuselage?
Have you tried a girdle?
Gee, a pretty gal like you stuck up here in the desert. How do you stand this hot wind?
Well, there's much I can do about it. You outrank me.
Hey, I'd like to date you. I bet you know all the answers.
Yeah, and I bet you know all the questions. Say, I see they had grapefruit in mess this morning.
Don't laugh. Them regular helmets cost $8.
You must be one of these hot pilots.
Am I? Yesterday I did 4 outside loops, gave her the gun in the 12 barrel rolls, went into a power dive going 800 miles an hour, then suddenly something went wrong.
What happened? What'd you do?
I bailed out of my link trainer.
Have you ever been in a crash?
In a crash? Whatever gave you the idea that I crashed?
Well, don't tell me you were born with that nose.
What's wrong with my nose?
Nothing. Tell me, is it retractable?
Well, it makes a good shoehorn anyway.
Listen, Hubba Hubba, why don't you get... You're all ready to fly.
I sure am.
Okay, contact.
Contact.
Fresh.
Well, how'd I know you meant the plane? Okay, I'll take off. You sure you got the motor all repaired?
Sure, it's all repaired.
Okay, I'll start her up. Contact.
Goodness, I guess I should have used larger bobby pins.
Yeah. Give me land, lots of land, under starry skies above. And don't fence me in, let me ride through the wide open spaces that I love. Don't fence me in, let me be. Don't fence me in. Here I am a private in the Army. Man, they not only fenced me in, they locked the front gate, threw the key out here in the middle of the desert, then gave me a 10-day bivouac to go find it. Man, what's a long, lean, hungry-looking Texas cowpoke like me doing fenced in at this here Muroc for anyway? Well, I get so lonesome for them Texas cows that last night I went out and tried to milk a cactus plant. Wish I was back in Texas with them 10,000 square miles of prairie. I sure feel crowded here in Muroc with only 9,000 square miles of nothing. Don't fence me in, brother. Man, we got so much room out there, you can get on your horse and just keep riding till you get red in the face. Man, every time my sergeant goes by, I think of the panhandle. Yes, sir, I take one look at his pan and think how I'd like to handle it. I remember I used to lie out in the prairie and look up at that Texas sky full of stars. Oh, it looked like a big pinball machine. And the draft board came along and tilted me. Good old Texas. Back there, men are men and women are women. And what's more, they don't keep them separated. And, honey, don't you worry about me going around with other gals. In this here Army camp, they don't even let you think about gals. Every night at 12 o'clock, the CQ comes through the barracks with a flashlight, and he wakes up anybody that's got a smile on his face. I got a date tonight. Got a date in Lancaster, and I think I'll go AWOL. There's a sentry. I don't care. It's dark, and he can't see me. I'll fool him this time.
Hello, Sentry.
Who goes there?
Oh, I'm just a whack.
Whack, huh? Well, how about a kiss?
Okay.
You should try Blue Blade. Put that gun down, Sentry. You got to let me out of here. I got a date in Lancaster with an angel. Helped him out, didn't I? Send me off to heaven, and I ask you, please. Don't send me I'm Francis Langford, making believe. Francis Langford,
I'm making believe that you're in my arms. Though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of our lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true. I'll whisper goodnight, turn off the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. I'm making believe that you're in my arms. Though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true. I'll whisper goodnight, turn off the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a certain amount of civilian flying is being permitted now, so Bob takes off for a little spin here at Muroc. Bob already has 100 hours in the air. Took the stork that long to find somebody who would accept him.
Come on, boy.
And now we find Bob and Skinny Ennis flying over the airfield.
Well, Skin, here I am sitting in the pilot seat. You know, to be a flyer, you got to have brains, courage, and backbone.
I know, Bob. Just keep it on the automatic pilot.
Come out of that incubator and say that. Well, I guess I better check with my crew. Pilot to co-pilot, everything okay?
Roger.
Pilot to tail gunner, everything okay?
Roger.
Pilot to navigator, everything okay?
Herman.
Must be a spy. Say, you know, I like flying at this level, Skin. The altitude doesn't bother me a bit.
That's great, Bob. And now you better step on it if you want to beat that train to the crossing. Hey, did you hear somebody? There must be a stowaway aboard. Well, Miss Vera Vague, that's her.
Well, Miss Vague, our little fossil.
Oh, well, Mr. Hope, our big nozzle. Oh, goodness, if you're flying this plane, Mr. Hope, you better watch that gas needle. Oh, that's Skinny Ennis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gee, you never forget a face, do you?
Oh, no, not very often. Not when it's attached to a body like that.
Say, now that you're here, you can be our navigator, Miss Vague. You know the country around Muroc Field?
Oh, yes, yes. I've been prowling around it for weeks. Of course, I don't know it quite as well in the daylight.
Vague, don't you think you ought to quit that before your ears get too pointed, huh?
Oh, you dear boy. Now that you're out here, Mr. Hope, why don't you take your hat off and show Muroc's dry lake, California's dry brain?
Hey, where are we, Bob? Well, I wonder if this is Muroc. I'll call the control tower. Pilot to control tower. Pilot to control tower.
Yeah, shut up.
It's Muroc. I'm coming in for a landing.
You can't.
What's the matter? No room?
No runway.
No. Oh, cut it out and let me talk to a first lieutenant.
Control tower to pilot. Hello. Did you make an appointment?
No, I didn't make an appointment. How soon can I land?
Well, just a minute. I'll look at my book. Shall we say Thursday afternoon at 3?
Listen, I can't wait that long. I'm out of gas.
Oh, that's different. Why didn't you say so?
Then I can land?
Of course you can land.
When?
The first thing tomorrow morning.
No use. We'll have to jump.
Jump!
No, there's nothing to get excited about. I'll go first, and you two be sure to follow me because I've got the parachute. Well, we're out of gas. Come on, Skin. Come on, Miss Vig. Let's all three hold hands and jump. 1, 2, 3. Well, I'll take another look in the gas tank.
Hey, Bob. I ain't gonna jump. The last time I tried, I had too much trouble.
You had trouble? What happened?
Man, at 2,000 feet, I got caught in a crosswind and stayed there for 3 days.
Will you jump first, Miss Vig?
Oh, all right, here I go. Oh, goodness, I just missed that cactus plant.
I missed it, too.
Bullseye! Goodness, Mr. Hope, look, our plane's falling.
Hey, Joe, get back up there! Stay up there until I say it's okay. Well, here we are, way out here on the deck.
Goodness, everything's so wild out here, and we're all alone.
Miss Vig, it's no use. We're too far from the camp. They can't hear you.
Oh, bless your heart, Mr. Hope. Well, you know, you'll never be lonesome out here. You can always shake your head and give the mating call to a rattlesnake.
Oh, isn't this desert air wonderful? I feel like a new man.
Me too.
Me too.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, look at here. There seems to be a big battleship right in the desert.
Yeah, that's just a mirage, Skin. I'll show you. I'll run right at it. Well, don't stand there. Help me find my head.
We'll have to hitch back to the airfield, Mr. Hope. Do you think one of these... Mr. Hope...
Oh, look. Look. There's an army on maneuvers.
Company! Halt! Halt! Halt, I say! What do you know? It's me.
Professor Clone, are you in charge of this army?
Yes, Hope, and I'm only a general.
If you're a general, why don't you have 4 stars on your shoulders?
No shoulders.
Well, if you don't have shoulders, what holds your coat up?
Hangers. Oh, but I am a general, Hope, and my army's right behind me.
Clone, I don't see any army behind you.
You don't?
No.
Down these Mojave windstorms?
Well, Kelowna, how are the maneuvers going?
Well, not so good. We're short of tanks, but it'll be better next week.
How do you know?
They're drafting W.C. Fields.
Kelowna, you're a fine general. You're supposed to wear your medals on your coat. Why are you wearing yours in the seat of your pants?
Know these boys pretty well, don't I?
By the way, Kelowna, you remember Miss Vague, don't you?
Gad, I told you to stay out of the demolition area. Wait there.
Oh, yeah. Professor, why can't you be nice to me? I'm quite attractive, you know. I have a perfect hourglass figure.
Yeah, that's an hourglass figure?
Yes, it is.
What are you trying to do? Show what time it is all over the world?
Oh, you shaggy-lipped ape, you. Tell me, how long did your brain circle your head before they gave up and landed in another field?
It's not dilly-dally here now. Pardon me, folks, while I give some orders to my regiment. Forward, march. Halt. About face. Forward, march. Halt. About face. Forward, march. Halt. About face. Forward, march.
Oh, General Kelowna, why are you having those men pound back and forth in that one spot?
Making a tennis court.
Look, Professor, what's your racket way out here in the desert?
Secret weapons, Hope. I've just invented a robot bomb. Now we have a bomb like the Germans.
V2?
Yeah, V2.
Yeah.
Put that joke in for the morons. The idiots can't have everything on this show. And I also have invented the most powerful gun that's ever been invented, Hope.
Powerful gun. Does it have a lot of recoil, Kelowna?
Does it have a lot of recoil? See my right shoulder?
Yes.
It used to be my left shoulder.
Oh, Kelowna, you stoop.
Well, how do you get your cigarette?
Professor, could we see a demonstration of a secret weapon?
Well, come on, Kelowna, light the fuse.
Okay, but don't tell anybody.
All right.
The Kelowna rocket bomb is about to take off. I'll just pour this fuel in the engine. It's a very special fuel concocted for me by some island natives.
A special fuel, Professor, concocted by some island natives?
That's right. I hope the mixture's right. Well, and now I'll light the fuse.
Professor, what happened?
Too much rum, not enough Coca-Cola.
If the nightingale could sing like you, they'd sing much sweeter than they do. For you brought a new kind of life to me. And if the Sandman brought me dreams of you, I'd want to sleep my whole life through. For you brought a new kind of love to me. I know that I'm a slave, you're the queen, but still you can understand that underneath it all, you're a maid, and I am only a man. I would work and slave the whole day through. I could hurry home to you, for you brought a new kind of love to me. I know that I'm the slave, you're the queen, but still you can't understand that underneath it all, you're a maid, and I am only a man. I would work and slave the whole day through. I could hurry home to you, so you brought a new kind of love to me.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
If you only knew how your bathroom felt about germs and soap scum, you'd use Lysol Basin Tub and Tile Cleaner. It wipes out tough soap scum and cleans so deep down, it even disinfects. Lysol Basin Tub and Tile Cleaner. Deep down, you know it's clean.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Juvenile Bureau. Dozens of petty theft cases are reported in one of the residential areas in your city. The victims, neighborhood businessmen. The suspects, teenage high school students. Your job? Stop them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, February 4th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of Juvenile Bureau, assigned to University Division. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Bowling. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 7:13 p.m. when we got to the corner of South Waverly and Chester Avenue. The grocery store.
Guess that's him back there at the meat counter.
Yeah. Come on.
Looks like he's getting ready to close up.
Yeah, I guess we just about made it in time, huh? Excuse me, sir?
Yes, sir. Help you, gentlemen?
We're looking for Henry Loomis.
Yes, sir. That's my name.
Police officers, Mr. Loomis. My name's Friday. I believe I talked to you on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
Mr. Loomis. Wonder if you'd mind waiting a half a minute, officers. Just getting a little bookwork straightened out here. Today's receipts.
Yeah, I'll go right in.
Won't take but a minute. Let's see here. 37, 45, 37. There we go. Ain't that lousy bookwork. Gonna get a girl to come in and do it one of these days. Let's go up front here and talk.
All right, sir, fine.
Pull up a couple of stools there. Might as well be comfortable.
Yes, thank you.
You talked to any of the other merchants in the neighborhood yet?
No, sir, not yet. We'd like to find out what you have to tell us first.
Well, it's one of those high school kids, I can tell you that. I'm sure of it. I don't want to sound like an old grouch, but this stealing's got to stop.
You get quite a bit of business from the high school trade, do you?
Afternoon now, and then just after school lets out. Usually have quite a bunch of them in here around those times.
Mm-hmm. Do you especially cater to the high school crowd? I mean, do you serve lunch here or anything like that?
No, I don't. I usually get the kids to take their lunch. They come in and buy soda water or milk to drink with their sandwiches. They seem like such a nice class of kids. I didn't think they were thieves.
Well, how long has this stealing been going on, Mr. Loomis?
I'd say about 10 days, 2 weeks. It's not very hard for them to get away with it. 15 or 20 kids crowd in here during noon hour. I'm usually busy up at the counter. It's no great trick for any one of them to make off with a couple of dollars worth of merchandise.
You say this happens just about every day?
Every day the kids are in here, yeah. I tried playing detective myself for a while, trying to catch the guilty ones. Didn't do much good.
Mm-hmm. As long as this stealing's been going on, Mr. Loomis, has it ever amounted to more than just a few dollars worth of food every day?
No, that's the funny part of it, Sergeant. When I check back on my inventories, it's always just about the same amount. A few cans of meat, vegetables, butter, a few loaves of bread. It's not so much the value of the stuff. I just don't like the idea of some kid making a fool out of me day after day.
Has your cash register ever been tampered with, you know? I mean, any money stolen?
No, sir, that's another thing I can't understand. If a kid's going to turn thief, you'd think he'd go after the cash. Whoever's doing it, they've never tried anything like that here.
Well, how about some of the other merchants in the neighborhood, sir? You mentioned on the phone there were a couple of others having the same trouble that you are.
Yes, sir, there's George Brophy. He's the newspaper distributor, and there's Collins. He's got the grocery place up the street. You can talk to them. I gave you their addresses on the phone, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Just one more thing, Mr. Loomis, about this crowd of high school boys that hang around here. Any of them in particular you might suspect?
As a matter of fact, there is. I certainly can't prove anything, but I just have a feeling about it. I don't like the boy.
Just one boy, sir?
Yes, sir. There may be more than one that's guilty, but this young fellow I'm pretty sure of.
What's his name?
I hear the kids call him Harry, red-haired boy, curly red hair, tall, a few freckles. Won't be hard to get his last name if we need it.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else you can think of that we ought to know?
You go up the street and talk to the other two men, Sergeant, George Brophy and Collins. They might have something more for you. I think I've told you about everything.
All right, Mr. Loomis. I've got your home phone here. If we want to contact you later tonight, I'll call you there. Is that all right?
Perfectly all right.
Here's our card, sir. You can call us at that number there anytime.
All right, thank you. What do you think's behind the whole thing, Sergeant? This cheap, stealing, nickel and dime stuff.
I don't know, sir. We'll try and find out for you.
Just doesn't make sense stealing like that day after day. You'd think even the kids would know that you can't go on stealing forever.
Yes, sir. A lot of them give it a try. From the very start, the whole pattern of the case and the thief's method of operation made little or no sense at all. The thefts had been going on for more than 2 weeks, and they'd all taken place in a 12-square block area. In each of the 24 cases reported to us, not one of the thefts had been for more than $5, either in cash or merchandise. The thief's scene of operation included 2 grocery stores, a drugstore, coin boxes attached to the newsstands in the neighborhood, and a 5 and 10 cent variety store. With one exception, all of the cases involved theft of merchandise only. The breaking open of coin boxes attached to newsstands was the single instance in which money was taken. The total sum was less than $3.50. 7:40 p.m. Ben and I left the grocery store and went up the street to the home of George Brophy. He was the neighborhood newspaper distributor who operated the coin box newsstands which had been broken into.
Well, I think you can just about count on it, Sergeant. It's one of the kids in the neighborhood doing all this. Either that or a couple of them are working together.
What makes you so sure about it, Mr. Brophy?
Well, for one thing, we got more than our share of kids out this way. A lot of them are from poor families, underprivileged, you might say.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they figure it's one way of picking up extra spending money. I got nothing against kids myself. A few nickels they get out of those boxes, I wouldn't prosecute them for that.
Well, sir, that's not exactly it. The point is they're stealing. If they get away with this small-time stuff, they might figure they're ripe for something bigger. Probably be the best thing in the world for them if we can stop them now and set them on the right track, don't you think?
Yeah. Put in with you there, Sergeant. I don't know how much I can help you, though.
Do you have any idea at all who it might be that's breaking into the coin boxes?
Well, like I say, I have nothing against any kid myself, but there is one of them around the neighborhood I've been a little suspicious about, a red-headed kid.
What's he look like, you know?
Red hair, freckle face, kind of tall and gangly. Typical high school kid. Old Loomis down at the grocery store, he's been a little leery about the same kid, too.
Well, why do you single out this red-haired boy, Mr. Brophy?
Well, he... Oh, excuse me, I better grab it.
Right ahead.
Yes. Hello. Oh, yeah, Maggie, hi. 4 of them. When were they born? Is that right? All right. Born this morning. 4 of them, huh? Yeah, just a minute, I'll call. Grace.
Yeah, honey.
It's for you, Maggie Harris.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Excuse me, officer. A friend of my wife's, her cat just had 4 kittens.
Oh, I see.
Oh, where were we? Oh, yeah, about the kid.
Yes, sir. Why do you suspect him?
Well, there's a couple reasons, Sergeant. Late one night when I was making my collections, I spotted the boy hanging around one of the newsstands. Didn't look like he had any business there that time of night. He looked up and saw me coming. He turned and ducked down a side street.
Well, do you have any idea where this boy lives, Mr. Brophy?
No, can't say I do. He goes to that high school a few blocks up on South Waverly. I know that. It's the same boy that the groceryman had his eye on.
You said there were a couple of reasons why you were suspicious of this boy, Mr. Brophy.
Yeah. Well, this other thing doesn't mean too much. There wasn't anything really wrong with it. It just seemed a little queer, that's all.
What was that?
Well, I dropped in at the safety liquor store down the street last week. I wanted to pick up a little something. I saw the same kid in there. He was asking Benny, the guy who runs the place, if he'd sell him a 5th of bourbon. I heard the kid saying it was supposed to be for his father. His father was sick and couldn't come in. Of course, Benny turned him down. He wouldn't sell it to the kid.
And that was the extent of it, huh?
Yeah, that's all. Wasn't anything wrong with it. Kid didn't insist. But I thought it was just a little out of line sending a kid after liquor. Well, it's about the size of it.
How about some of the other merchants in the neighborhood who have been bothered with these petty thefts? Do you know if any of them are suspicious of this boy?
No, I wouldn't know that. Henry Loomis down at the store is about the only one I know of.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Brophy. If anything else comes up, you can get us at the number on this card here.
Oh, okay, Sergeant. Fine. If I can help at all to clear this thing up, I'd be glad to do it.
Well, we'll probably be checking back with you, and thanks again, sir.
Sure is funny, the whole thing. I got a big laugh out of it.
Sir?
Oh, I mean the friend of my wife's called up, Maggie Harris. Cat had 4 kittens, like I told you.
Uh-huh.
Sure got a big laugh out of that. I kept telling her. She wouldn't believe me.
What's that, sir?
Well, she thought the cat was a male.
The next morning, Ben and I continued checking with various merchants and residents in the neighborhood where the series of petty thefts were taking place. We located and questioned one more shopkeeper who was suspicious of the tall, red-haired boy known as Harry. That afternoon, we went to the high school on South Waverly Avenue to check on him. From his first name and his description, he was identified by the boy's vice principal as Harry Thomas Dunbar. He was 18 years old and a sophomore with an average scholastic record. We were told that Dunbar had left the grounds about half an hour before with the high school's basketball team. The group was headed for one of the local sports pavilions where the team had one of its more important games scheduled for that afternoon. Harry Dunbar was in charge of selling the printed programs for the game. Ben and I drove out to the sports pavilion and checked with one of the boys collecting tickets at the door. He told us we'd find Harry Dunbar inside at the program stand.
These high school kids sure take their basketball seriously, don't they?
Yeah, big turnout, sounds like. We're going to be lucky if we can find that boy in this crowd.
Yeah.
You see him anywhere?
No. Which side is the program stand supposed to be on?
Well, there's a lot of them along and through here on both sides. Guess we better start checking them out.
Yeah. Joe.
Yeah.
That stand back there on the left, you see? Red-headed kid?
Yeah. Let's check him, huh?
Okay.
Programs, dime. Complete programs for the game, 10 cents.
Excuse me, son.
Program, mister?
Your name, Harry Dunbar?
Yeah, that's right.
We're police officers, Harry. We'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, if it's all right.
Oh. Well, I can't talk to you now. I'm pretty busy selling these programs here.
Then suppose we wait a few minutes, son. See, you only have a few left there to sell.
No, it wouldn't do any good waiting. When I sell these, I got something else to do.
It's only going to take a few minutes of your time, Harry. We won't keep you long.
What is it, officer? What do you want to talk to me about?
Just have a few questions for you, son, that's all. Can you step out in the lobby with us for just a minute?
What's it all about? I'd like to know.
We'd just as soon not talk about it out here.
Oh, all right. We can go up this ramp here.
All right.
There's a hallway back here. Runs underneath the stands, won't be so noisy.
Fine, we won't keep you long. Just a few routine questions.
This ought to do okay. What is it you want to know about?
Do you know a Mr. Loomis? Harry runs a grocery store near the high school.
Yeah, old man Loomis. I go down to his store and eat lunch sometimes. Why?
How about a Mr. Collins? He runs another store near the high school.
Yeah, I know the place. Sometimes I go there, too. A bunch of the kids hang around there during lunchtime.
We've had quite a few complaints from Collins and Loomis, some of the other stores in the neighborhood, too. We're checking on some of them. Thought maybe you could help us out, Harry.
No, I couldn't help you any. Mr. Collins and that old man Loomis, they don't like us. They want to get us in trouble. I think they're lying.
Lying about what?
About us kids stealing things out of their stores. I bet they even told you I'm stealing things from them.
Are you, Harry?
Of course not. They can't say any of us stole things. They don't know. They can't prove anything.
Do you know the man that distributes newspapers in your neighborhood, son of Mr. Brophy?
Who?
Mr. Brophy. Some of the coin boxes on his newsstands have been broken into. He thought maybe you could tell us something about that.
Why me? I don't know any Mr. Brophy.
Well, he knows you, Harry. He saw you hanging around one of the newsstands one night. And there's something else. He saw you trying to buy a bottle of liquor in the neighborhood. Is that right?
We've had 3 or 4 reports on you, son. What do you say? You want to tell us about it?
They're crazy. I haven't done anything.
Well, you got nothing to worry about, son.
I won't tell you anything.
Look out, Ben. Here, grab it. I got him. All right. Hold it up, son.
Let me go. Let me go.
Take it easy, young fella.
I haven't done anything. I haven't. Now, let me go, please. I haven't done anything.
Why'd you try to run away?
I have to get home. I got to get home right away.
All right, son. We'll take you there.
No, you can't go with me. I have to go alone.
Afraid we're going to have to hold on to you, Harry. Either we take you home or we take you downtown. Which is it?
I tried to tell him I couldn't do everything. I tried, but it didn't work. I can do everything.
What do you mean, son?
Take me home. I'll let them tell you.
Wednesday, February 5th, 4:15 p.m. We left the sports pavilion, got in the car, and started to drive our teenage suspect, Harry Dunbar, to his home. On the way, we questioned him about the series of petty thefts which had been going on in his neighborhood. We asked him about stealing merchandise from the grocery store run by Mr. Loomis. He admitted he was responsible. He said he'd been stealing things from the store for more than a month. We asked the boy about the petty thefts from the grocery store operated by Mr. Collins. Again, he told us he was responsible. He also admitted stealing from the neighborhood drugstore and the variety store, in addition to breaking into the coin boxes on the self-service newsstands. In each instance, he described his method of operation. He estimated that over a period of some 4.5 weeks, he'd stolen approximately $50 in merchandise and about $5 in cash. We asked him why. He refused to answer.
You must have had a reason for doing all this, Harry. Why don't you tell us? We're going to find out sooner or later.
Sorry, officer. Just next turn to your left.
Okay. What's the matter, son? You afraid of what your folks are going to say?
No, that's not it. I never stole anything in my life till this time. When I started in, I didn't think of it as stealing. Something I had to do, that's all. I couldn't help it.
That doesn't make much sense, Harry. What do you mean you couldn't help it?
It's the truth. You gotta believe me. There wasn't anything else I could do.
Well, what was it then? Was somebody forcing you to steal?
No. Can't you just believe me? It's something I had to do. Sergeant, can't you let me off here? I'll walk home the rest of the way. I promise you I'll come in and see you tomorrow. Huh?
Well, you know we couldn't do that, son. You've already admitted stealing from a half a dozen stores in the neighborhood, breaking into those coin boxes. It's going to have to be straightened out one way or the other.
But I can pay him back for what I took. I got a job. I'll pay back every one of them.
I believe you, son, but there's still a lot of explaining that's going to have to be done.
This is the 1500 block, Harry. Want to point out your house for us? Son?
Can't we fix it up some other way? We don't have to go to my house, do we?
The sooner you face it, the better. Now, how about it?
Keep on going. It's way down the end of the block there.
Well, now, which is it, son? There's no houses beyond this. It's just that shack down there.
That's my house.
Okay, Harry.
Maybe I better go in first, see if everything's all right.
It'll be all right. We'll come with you. Ben and I followed the boy up the stairs and into the house. From the outside, it looked run down and badly in need of painting. On the inside, it still looked in fair condition except for the housekeeping. The floor of the living room was littered with soiled clothing, cigarette ashes, dirt, and dust. The few pieces of furniture didn't look much better. A card table set in one corner was crowded with dirty dishes and scraps of half-eaten food. Across the room was a baby in a crib. Couldn't have been more than a few months old. Apparently, the bedclothes in the crib hadn't been changed for days. Next to the crib, huddled in an army cot, underneath a few thin blankets, was a dark-haired little girl, maybe 2.5 years old. Her face was thin and pale. She was asleep. Through an open door, we could see into the next room where a woman was lying on a couch. There was an empty glass and a newly opened bottle of whiskey on the nightstand.
Should have let me come in first, officers. Would have had a chance to clean up a little. Kids mess up the house.
Harry, is that you, Harry?
That's my mother. Resting a little, I guess. This is the baby in the crib. His name's Jerry. Well, that's my little sister on the cot there. Her name's Annie.
Get your mother out here, will you, son? We want to talk to her.
Don't get mad at her, huh, will you? Ma's had a tough time lately. She tries to do her best.
What's the matter with the kids here, son? Have they been sick?
Yeah, the baby had a cold, but I got that medicine there from the drugstore. He seems to be okay. I'm not so sure about Annie, though. She had a bad cold. Doesn't seem to be getting over it.
You want to take a look, man?
Yeah.
Get your mother up, son.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Ma. Ma, get up, will you?
What is it? Who'd you bring home with you?
A couple of policemen. They want to talk to me.
What'd you bring them in for? Close the door there. I have to fix up a little.
My mother will be right out, officer.
All right, son.
Joe?
Yeah.
We better get to a phone right away. It looks pretty bad.
What is it?
Baby needs a doctor. A little girl here. I hope she does, too.
What?
I'm not sure she's alive.
An ambulance was called immediately, and Harry Dunbar's 2-year-old sister, Annie, and his baby brother were both rushed to the general hospital. The mother, identified as Mrs. Florence Dunbar, was taken downtown and booked at the main jail on a drunk charge. 6:45 p.m. We took the boy, Harry Dunbar, over to Ben's house. We put in a call to the general hospital to check on his little sister, Annie, and his infant brother. They told us both the children were suffering from malnutrition. The little girl, Annie, had double pneumonia. Miraculously, the baby seemed to have been spared. He was sick, but his condition wasn't considered serious. After Ben's wife fed him dinner, 18-year-old Harry Dunbar sat down and told us the story. 3 months before, his father had deserted the family. His mother had made a pretense at supporting Harry and the 2 babies and then gave it up in favor of drinking. The whole burden of keeping the family alive was piled on the youngster's shoulders. Besides school, He had 3 odd jobs that he worked at to earn enough money to pay the rent, the gas and light bill, food, and general necessities. It wasn't enough, so he had to take to stealing. His mother wouldn't work, but at the same time, she wouldn't let the boy apply for charity. He slept at Ben's house that night, and the next morning at Juvenile Bureau, he gave us the rest of the story.
I guess it got too much for me. I don't know. I could sneak the food and medicine from the stores, all right, but couldn't seem to get enough money together. The rent bill and all that. Kids need clothes, too.
Well, why wouldn't your mother let you apply for help, son? Some of the local charity.
Well, Ma'd never go for that, officer. She'd get mad when I talked about it. Said she had too much pride to take charity.
Mm-hmm. Did your mother know that you were stealing the food and medicine that you used to bring home?
I don't know. Guess so. Wouldn't be so mad at her, but every time I got some money together to pay bills, she wanted me to buy whiskey for her. She begged so much I couldn't say no.
We're having your mother brought over from the main jail, Harry. We'd like to find out if we can't locate your father. You want to check outside, Ben, see if they brought Miss Dunbar over yet?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
How about the kids, Officer Annie and the baby? How they doing?
Oh, I checked the hospital, Harry. The doctor's going to call us as soon as he can.
Ma, I should have known better. Poor little kids. I could take care of myself, but they had to depend on her. She'd only stopped drinking.
Go right in, Mrs. Dunbar.
Harry, you all right, son? What have they been doing to you?
I'm all right, Ma. Don't hang on me like that.
I was worried about you, Harry, you and the kids. I'm sorry they got sick. I didn't know. It's just bad luck, Harry. We got to stick together, you and me.
There's a chair here, Ma. Sit down, huh?
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Hospital called. They took the message outside. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
The hospital, officer? About Annie, the baby?
Yeah, that's right, son. About your little sister, Annie.
What about her? What'd the doctor say?
Well, it's not good, Harry. The doctor called and said Annie had pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
She'll be all right, though, huh? To take care of her?
Well, it's not that way, son. I mean, the doctor said... look, you tell him what you do.
Well, what is it? What about Ann?
We got a right to know. She's my little girl.
Sergeant, you can tell me.
You want to sit down, Harry?
Yes, sir?
Annie died 10 minutes ago. The doctors tried. They couldn't help.
Annie dead?
That's right, son.
She's only a little kid. She's only 2 years old. Harry. Harry, son. Poor little Annie. Why did it have to be her, my own little girl? My own little Annie. Be good to me, son. I don't know how I can stand it. My own little girl, Annie.
Go outside, Ma. Go outside.
No, Harry. I need you. I need you more than ever, son. Be good to me. We have to stick together now. We gotta love one another.
All right, Miss Dunbar.
No. I need Harry. He's all I got. Aren't you, son? It's so hard sometimes. Everything's against us. Lord only knows I've tried. We've got to try to be happy, to stay together, love one another. Lord only knows.
Will you shut up, Ma?
Harry, don't blame me, son. We've got to try to be happy.
I blame you. Anybody blame you. You killed her. Poor little kid, you killed Annie.
Harry, don't say it. Don't say it.
I will say it, Ma. You did it. The whole terrible thing. Annie's dead. You did it. Don't you know what it means?
Don't, son. Don't hurt me.
All right, Harry. Now take it easy.
You know it, too, don't you? She did it. Her and her whiskey and her drinking and laying around, not even caring about the kids. I tried to tell you, Ma. It's the least you could have done. Take care of the kids. See they're all right. You had to drink. You wouldn't work. You had to lay around. Don't you understand? I couldn't do it all. I tried. I couldn't do it all. You had to go on drinking and lay there and watch Annie die.
Please, son, don't say that. We've got to love each other. I wouldn't hurt Annie. You know your mother never do that.
You're not my mother. You're not anybody's mother.
You don't know what you're saying. Harry, I'm your mother. Lord knows I've tried to be a good mother. You don't mean what you're saying.
Goodbye, Ma. I hope I never have to see you again.
Harry, please, don't go.
Ben, you better go get her.
Oh. He wouldn't believe me, Sergeant. Lord knows I've tried. It's not easy, a husband deserting you the way Charlie did. 3 kids on your hands. What can I do?
Yes, ma'am.
Harry ought to understand. I tried. Lord knows it's the best anybody can do. Just try and hope for the best.
Yes, ma'am. I've only got one question.
Yes?
How hard did you try?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 23rd, trial was held in Municipal Court, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. "18-year-old Harold Dunbar was filed on in juvenile court. After the hearing, the court directed that the 2 Dunbar children be placed in a foster home. Mrs. Dunbar was permanently deprived of the custody of her children. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
I never thought I'd say this. I love my hair. Spiral waves, gazillion. Forget frizzies. New Ogilvy Spiral Waves, the only home perm made only for spiral girls. It conditions, it has automatic timing. It shuts itself off. The stuff has brains. New Ogilvy Spiral Waves perm. Don't you just love it when you get exactly what you want?
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Wednesday night, so we take it out to Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Joan Bennett, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste and Trouchet, the beforehand lotion. 2 products that will pay you to remember. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Trouchet for softer, lovelier hands. Ipana, Trouchet.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Joan Bennett, woman in the window. Huh? A mannequin. No, Duffy, on the contrary, she's quite a girlican. Yeah, Duffy, a terrific assemblage of punkertude. What she got that Mrs. Duffy ain't got? Well, take a look at Mrs. Duffy. Are you looking? Well, what you don't see, Joan Bennett's got. Yeah, she just come back from England. England, it's a little place, just a Blarney stone's throw from Ireland. Yeah, she went over there with a bunch of other movie stars, sort of a lend-lease arrangement. Yeah, the English sent us their beefs, and we sent them our hams. Well, Joan is coming down tonight to help me raffle off a diamond Terrara. Huh? Well, it's for Christmas, Duffy, to help feed the needy families of 3rd Avenue. Let them eat cake. Duffy, a certain party named Marie Antoinette once made that same remark. And leave me remind you, after they stuck her head in the guillotine, she talked a lot different. I'll call you back.
Hey, Miss Archer, how many tickets you figuring you're going to sell for this raffle?
Well, Eddie, that depends a lot on how many people buy them.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice round number.
Yeah. Incidentally, what are you thinking of giving your girlfriend, Sonia Jones, for Christmas?
According to my wallet, a matched set of excuses.
Oh, no dough, huh?
That's right. And with Sonia, no dough, no soap.
Mm.
Them women, why do they have to be that way?
Well, Eddie, that's been a problem since time was immoral, you know? Anthony had that problem with Cleopatra. Napoleon had it with Josephine.
You mean Josephine was wallet-minded, too?
You've seen pictures of Napoleon with his hand inside his coat?
Yeah.
What do you think he was holding on to? But she loved him, Eddie.
Yeah, but the trouble is Sonia never studied history.
Oh.
And Napoleon didn't have the competition I got.
Competition, huh?
Yeah, she got one boyfriend that makes perfume that he's giving her a jeweler, giving her a ring. Then there's another one.
But just a second. If she's got all them boyfriends, why do you bother to give her anything?
Well, I'm number 3 on the list, and I don't want to lose my rating.
Well, why don't you buy one of these raffle tickets? If you win, you can give her the Diamond Terrera.
That's phony hunk of ice.
Well, does she have to know it's phony?
I forgot to tell you. She got another boyfriend that's a glass cutter.
Well, don't leave it esprit or decor, Eddie. By the way, did you get the Christmas tree out of the back room yet?
Yeah, that head is there in the corner. I hope it don't get arrested for indecent exposure.
Yeah. Don't look as good as it did last year, does it?
No. And last year, it didn't look as good as the year before.
Turned a little brown around the gills. What can we do with it, Eddie?
Well, we could put a fence around it.
A fence?
Yeah. You know what the old saying, that things on the other side of the fence look greener?
Cut the jokes, Eddie. We can fix it up. We'll camouflage it with some of last year's decorations.
Yeah, but what we going to use to camouflage the decorations?
Don't worry, Eddie. There's a lot of things around here we could use to hang on a tree.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hello, Finnegan. You sold any tickets for that raffle yet?
No, Art. And I've been to every house on the block.
Well, have you been off the block?
Art, for years.
Well, look, what do you do when you go from house to house?
Oh, well, I knock on the door, and when they open it, I say, I'm Clifton Finnegan.
Yeah, huh? What's the reaction?
The usual. Raised eyebrows and a slight gasp. Then they try to slam the door on me.
Then what do you do?
I use me head, Art.
Oh.
Yeah, I stick me foot in.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, sometimes. Other times I use me foot and stick me head in.
Oh. How does that work?
Well, that's better. That way it don't hurt so much.
Finnegan, sticking your foot and your head in, I can see that you ain't using salesmanship.
Salesmanship?
Yeah, you see, to be a salesman, the first thing you got to do is to flatter the people.
Flatter them, huh?
Yeah, you know, for example, when the door opens, you should smile and you say, well, I didn't know a gorgeous creature like you was going to answer the door.
Art, I tried that.
What happened?
The guy slugged me.
Well, you talked out of turn. That's another thing. You see, the smart salesman lets the other guy do all the talking.
So I tried that too, Art. One place I went into to sell the tickets, it happened the guy was also a salesman.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I was cagey. I laid back and I let him do all the talking.
What happened?
I am now insured against earthquakes.
And not one ticket sold for all of these needy families. Ain't you ashamed of yourself? Now go on out and try it again.
Okay, Art. And this time I won't leave one stone unturned.
Okay, but don't turn over any rocks. You might find a relative. Now get going.
Okay. Hey, look, Art. You mind if I leave one shoe here?
One shoe?
Yeah, it'll help me make change.
How?
So, tickets are a dime, right?
Right.
So, in case a guy hands me a quarter, 10 fingers and 5 toes makes 15 cents change.
But, Finnegan, you got 6 toes.
Oh, you forget the sales tax.
A human abacus. Go on now, get going. Oh. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Huh? Oh, yeah, she's here. Just a minute. Miss Duffy.
Oh, yeah?
A phone call for you. Ridiculous as it sounds, it's a man.
No fooling, gee. Quick, give me the phone. Give me the phone.
Steady, old girl, steady.
Hello, Miss Duffy speaking. I'd love to. What? Oh, it's you, Papa. Archie, you tricked me.
Yeah, but you was really living there for a minute.
What, Papa? Where was I till 3 o'clock this morning? Well, Papa, yesterday was a busy day.
No doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of things to do. Well, first I had my hair curled and...
What'd you do, look in the mirror?
Shut up, you jerk. No, not you, Papa. The other one here. So then I went over to Katrinka Yarbitz's for their housewarming. Yeah, they just got a load of coal in. Well, anyway, the party got going, and you know how it is, Papa. Everybody started dancing with each other, and Katrinka and I got sick of just sitting around, so... Well, so we went to the movies. Huh? Look, Papa, I could tell Mama a few things about the other night when you were supposed to be playing poker.
Yeah, I seen him in that game of poker. The chips was very well stacked.
What, Papa? Okay, it's a deal. We'll both keep our big mouths shut.
Miss Duffy, did you and Katrinka enjoy the movies last night?
No, we had a terrible time. Two fellas sitting next to us did nothing but annoy us.
Oh. So where did the four of you go?
Well, it turned out that they were going our way.
So, naturally, they offered to give you a lift.
Naturally.
Yeah.
But we warned them that we were nice girls and they'd have to drive us straight home.
Well, so far, you've acted like a perfect lady.
Yes, but they were no gentlemen.
Oh, they didn't drive you straight home.
That was the trouble. They did.
Straight home. I think I know the trouble. Look, when you got into the guy's car, was it standing under a street lamp?
Yeah, I think it was.
That's where you made your mistake. Now, look, Miss Duffy, Joan Bennett's going to be here any minute to raffle off this Terrara for the needy people. And, hey, I wonder if a kiss from a pretty girl would help sell these tickets.
Thank you. I'd love to.
Miss Duffy, the needy ain't that needy. I was referring to Miss Joan Bennett. That's a terrific idea. Joan Bennett kisses the winner, and we'll collect so much dough for the Third Avenue poor people, they'll be coming over here in limousines to thank us.
I'll bet there isn't a woman listening in who isn't interested in trying something different when it comes to making herself lovelier.
You're so right, Mr. Wallington. I am interested. What is it?
Well, it's an entirely different idea in hand lotion. It's Trouchet, the beforehand lotion.
Trouchet? And what does beforehand mean?
It means you can use Trouchet before you get to work, before you do dishes or light laundry, before you put your hands in that hot, soapy water.
But what's the point of that?
Because Trouchet guards your hands from becoming chapped and dry. Why, Trouchet is so effective that it guards your hands even while they're in hot, soapy water.
And how about after I finish the dishes and washing? Can I use Trouchet then?
Of course you can. Creamy, fragrant Trouchet can be used as you use any hand lotion. But with Trouchet, you get something none of those ordinary hand lotions give you. Beforehand protection when you need it most. So why don't you start this new way of helping your hands become soft and lovely? Why not begin today to use Trouchet? Trushay.
Look, Eddie, Joan Bennett's going to be here any minute. Now, leave us make the place look Christmassy, huh? We'll put some candles around the tables.
Candles? You trying to put Miss Bennett on a diet?
What do you mean?
Well, if she sees what she's eating, she won't.
Maybe you're right. What could we do to make it Christmassy? I know. We'll take a lot of the Christmas cards we've been receiving and stand them up along the bar.
Be the only thing at that bar that's standing.
Yeah, very funny.
By the way, just got a card here you did from Sing Sing.
I did? Let's see. Hey, it's from Rockpile Roach. I didn't know he was still up there. The last time I heard from him, he was waiting for the governor to make up his mind about a reprieve. Let's see what he says. Dear Archie, just a line to wish you a Merry Christmas and a happy. Guess the governor made up his mind. Yeah, well, that shows you, Eddie. Crime don't pay, huh?
Good evening, Archie.
Oh, Officer Clancy. How are you tonight?
Oh, 'tis a weary man I am. Those Christmas crowds milling around and pushing and pulling.
Yeah, pretty terrible.
Oh, it sure knocks a man out. The hustle and bustle and pushing and shoving. It's enough to drive a man to drink.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, don't just stand there agreeing with me. Do something about it.
Okay, Clancy, here you are. Bourbon and soda. On the house.
Archie, This whiskey of yours is slow poison.
Slow poison? Well, then don't drink it.
Fortunately, I'm a patient man.
Oh, well, enjoy it, Clancy. Tell me, how's the missus?
The old biddy?
Yeah.
Well, as usual. She's been hinting all week for a Christmas present.
Oh, how can you tell?
She's been easing up on her punches.
Well, that's a sure sign she loves you, Clancy.
You're 100 proof right. By the way, that last drink,
Yeah,
who poured it?
I did.
Who drank it?
You did.
Archie, it's your move.
Okay, Clancy, here you are. Have another one.
Thank you. Say, by the way, would you like to have Christmas dinner with me and Mrs. Officer Clancy?
Well, thank you. I'll be charmed.
We're having a real Christmas dinner. Celery and olives and cranberry sauce and pumpkin pie. And, of course, for the main dish, the old traditional corned beef and cabbage.
What, Clancy, no turkey?
No, it makes the old lady feel too self-conscious. Well, I'll be seeing you, Archie.
Okay, Clancy.
Miss Archie.
Yeah?
The woman in the window.
What about her?
She just walked through the door.
Oh, Eddie, that's Joan Bennett. She just got back from England. Talk that pip-pip British stuff to her, Eddie. Give her a real English welcome, huh?
You give it to her. You're handier with that John Bull than I am.
Well, Joan Bennett, welcome back to the motherland. Joni, glad to see you. See your feet are curly hoeing yoiks. Or, as they say in England, yerks.
Yerks, huh?
Look, I know what's on your mind, but don't say it. Miss Duffy just used it anyhow. Look, did you have a good time over there, Joan?
Wonderful.
Yeah, huh? I bet you felt funny driving on the left side of the road, huh?
Not at all, Archie. You forget I'm from California.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, how is England? Has the old place changed much?
Were you ever there?
Was I... This damn kidding? Joan, I've been up and down the streets of London so often I still walk cockneyed. Yeah, in fact, to this day, I get sinuses if I ain't breathing that Londonderry air.
Well, what did you do over there?
What did I do? Well, the first time I went over to play cricket for Washington and Lee and Perrins.
You played cricket?
Left crick. Yeah, it was a great trip. A little rough, but very pleasant.
What boat did you go on?
Well, naturally, on a boat befitting to a man of my caliber.
A tramp steamer.
No, the Queen Mary herself. Great crowd we had on board, too.
A lot of notables?
A lot of notables? You mean besides me?
Yes.
Oh, sure. We had nothing but the upper dregs. The Count of Essex and his wife, the Discount. Lord and Lady Windermere. Lord and Lady Taylor. Lord Byron.
Lord Byron?
Yeah.
He wasn't with Lord Tennyson, was he?
Lord Tennyson. Short and stocky, monocle in one eye. Stutters a little.
That's the one.
Marvelous shuffleboard player.
Archie, it happens that Lord Tennyson is dead.
What is that?
Lord Tennyson is dead.
Oh. Well, it was a pretty rough trip. In fact, even I had a slight case of mal de mer. You know, that's French for you can't take it with you. Yeah. But where are my manners here? Oh, Edward.
Yes, sir, my lord.
A crumpet of tiffin and some tea for Miss Bennett.
How many spots?
Tuppence.
How much is that?
That's 12.
You ain't got enough for 12 spots. How about just one big blob?
Well, I guess that sounds all right. Okay with you, Joan?
Yes, with lemon, please, in a saucer.
Saucer? How bourgeois. Have you ever tried it with a putrid mug?
No, this will be my first experience.
Well, I think you'll like it.
Archie, I can see you know all about English dishes.
Oh, sure. In fact, I almost married one. But by that time, they didn't let us fraternize. Say, that's a jolly good one. I must remember to send that into Punch. Yeah, Joan, all this talk about England makes me very neuralgic.
Yes, I'm getting a little sick myself.
Yeah, well, in that case, leave us talk about Hollywood.
All right, leave us talk about Hollywood.
I saw that last picture of yours.
I saw that last picture of yours.
You was great.
Leave us talk about England.
Maybe we better talk about the raffle.
What is all this about the raffle, Archie?
Well, you see, it's Christmas, and there's a lot of people that ain't going to be too happy. You know, people that ain't got the kind of dough that you and me has got. And I thought I'd try to do a little something to brighten things up for them. So I'm raffling off this genuine diamond Carrara. The only thing is the raffle tickets ain't going so good, and we thought that maybe if you'd give the winner a kiss, it'd help things. After all, you kissed that Edward G. Robinson. Wasn't even Christmas, either.
All right, Archie, if it's for charity, I'll do it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll put on my most kissable lipstick.
You're going to do... Holy cat, she's going to kiss the winner. But what happens? Suppose the raffle is won by some toothless hoodlum. Some guy that would go after her like she was the free lunch. Archie, you've got to save this girl by hook or by crook.
Say, Eddie, if Miss Bennett is going to kiss the winner, I'll buy a couple of those raffle tickets.
Why, sure, Mr. Warrington. Here they are. You know, if Mr. Archie wins and Miss Bennett has to kiss him, I bet she dies laughing.
Oh, boy, I'd like to see that.
Miss Bennett kissing Mr. Archie?
No, Miss Bennett laughing. Because if there's anything I go for, it's a beautiful smile, Ed. In fact, I think everybody goes for a beautiful, sparkling smile. That's why we all should try to keep our smiles as bright and as radiant as can be. That, of course, calls for firm, healthy gums. And that means Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. For Ipana is designed not only to clean your teeth, but with gentle massage to aid in the health of your gums. Ask your dentist.
A national survey shows that 7 out of 10 dentists recommend gum massage. Not only that, but dentists themselves prefer Ipana toothpaste 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice for their own personal use.
So why don't you start using Ipana toothpaste and gum massage yourself? It's easy.
Just brush your teeth with Ipana. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your fingertip and gently massage it on your gums.
So get Ipana for your smile of beauty.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Hello, Duffy. Huh? Oh, the tickets has been going like wild cakes. Yeah. Well, Joan Bennett's going to pull the tickets out of a hat, and in addition, for charity, she's going to kiss the winner. You want 100 tickets, huh? But suppose Mrs. Duffy found out you kissed a movie star. Oh, you'll throw up to her the kiss in New York that she got from Tom Brenneman, huh? Well, is she there? Well, look, you better not let her hear you talking about kissing a strange dame, Duffy, or your name will be Mud. Hello? Hello? So long, Mud. I wonder how I could work out this raffle so that charity begins at home.
All right.
Oh, hello, Finnegan. How many tickets did you sell?
Oh, a bunch of them, Arch. Here's the list of names.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Finnegan, you got nothing but a lot of X's down here. How can we tell who's who?
It's simple, Arch. For example, this X here is Mr. Smith, and this X here is Mr. Brown.
But how can we tell which is which?
Arch, Mr. Brown is the guy with the glass eye.
Well, put all the tickets in this, put the tickets in this derby hat here, okay, Finnegan, and I'll go get Joan Bennett and pick out the winner.
Yeah, okay, Mrs. Finnegan. Put him right here in the hat.
Yeah. Hey, Eddie, I think I'll put my ticket right on top.
Yeah, you pretty anxious to win so you can get that kiss from Miss Bennett.
Huh? Certainly. What kiss?
Didn't you know Miss Bennett's going to kiss the winner?
I knew there was a catch to this raffle.
You don't want a kiss?
Eddie, that stuff stunts your growth. Me, I'd rather blow bubble gum any day.
Bubble gum?
Yeah.
Mr. Finnegan, ain't you ever heard of the birds and the bees?
Yeah, I heard them. But you give them birds and bees a hunk of bubble gum, and they ain't gonna waste no time kissing either.
Yeah, but what you gonna do if she picks out your ticket?
Well, she won't find it in the hat band.
What?
I'm putting my ticket right inside the hat band, and she'll never find it. No dame is gonna make a chucker out of me.
Well, Joan, all set to pick the ticket out of the hat?
Archie, before I do, may I see the tiara?
The tiara? Well, you talk funny. Well, sure. Here it is. Take a look at it. See? Ever see diamonds like that before?
Only on chandeliers.
Surely you're jesting. This is the kind of stuff you see in Tiffany's window.
Archie, this is the kind of stuff Tiffany's window is made of.
What do you mean?
Well, look at the back of it. It says Woolworth.
That's the name of the owner. Look. I didn't want to let this get out, but this tiara happens to come from the private collection of the heiress to the Woolworth millions.
But isn't her name Hutton?
Occasionally, yes. Look, Joan, you got no idea what this tiara is worth.
About 29 cents.
That's where you and me beg to differ.
Archie, don't lie to me.
Well, look. Well, what's the difference what the winner gets? As long as the money goes to a worthy charity.
But the winner will be disappointed.
All right, we'll cover that. So that nobody gets robbed, I'll fix it so I become the winner.
I see. And I give you the kiss.
You see? Nobody loses.
Except me.
Oh, come on, Joan. Will you do it?
But, Archie, with all the tickets in the hat, how will I be able to pick yours?
Look, I got an idea. I'll stick mine inside of the hat band, see? Then you just reach under and pull it out. Okay, Eddie, leave us start the drawing. Prim, Mr. Melnick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Joan Bennett will now draw the winning ticket in the raffle sponsored by Honest Archie.
And, folks, I would like to announce that anybody who bought 100 tickets for this raffle has no more chance of winning than a man who bought one. Miss Bennett will now draw the winning ticket out of the inside of the hat. Have you got the winning ticket there, Miss Bennett?
Yes, I have the winning ticket.
And what is the name?
The name is Clifton Finnegan.
Clifton Finnegan.
I was framed.
Finnegan, that rat in wolf's clothing.
Well, I guess I better kiss the winner, Mr. Finnegan.
Now, you lay off of me.
Don't be afraid. Hold still.
Gosh, this is terrible.
What?
To think of all the years I've wasted me lips blowing on soup.
What a waste of osculation.
Well, I'm sorry, Archie. I tried.
Oh, well, forget about it, Joan. As long as the dough goes to the poor people.
Well, Archie, as long as that's the way you feel about it, I think you deserve a consolation prize.
Huh? You mean?
Hold still.
Hello? Hello? Mr. Archie? Yeah, well, right now he's flying over the Christmas tree.
Mother, you never can tell when your child will come home with a cold. So, for that reason, it's wise to always keep a safe, effective cold relief handy in the house. And that means Minute Rub, a really modern chest rub that brings quick, effective relief to cold discomfort. Just rub Minute Rub on the throat, chest, and back. In a minute, Minute Rub's soothing menthol vapors begin to clear that stuffed-up feeling in the nose and throat. In a minute, Minute Rub starts to bring a feeling of warmth and relief to those tight, sore, aching muscles. And listen, here at last is a chest rub that's greaseless and stainless. Disappears like vanishing cream and can't stain clothes or bed linens. So get a tube of Minute Rub and get relief from that annoying cold misery the modern way. The greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Joan Bennett will soon be seen in the Diana production of The Secret Beyond the Door. Until next Wednesday, then, this is Jimmy Wallington reminding you that for a more sparkling smile, remember Ipana. And for softer, lovelier hands, remember Trouchet, the beforehand lotion. Ipana, Trouchet. Stay tuned in for Mr. Distance Attorney, which follows immediately
This
over
is
most of these
NBC,
stations.
the National Broadcasting Company.
Want?
If sink's backing up,
Get on the Lysol.
Lysol doesn't unclog drains.
It does now.
Introducing professional strength Lysol Drain Opener. Its thick formula goes to work immediately to clear and deodorize even tough, smelly clogs.
It got out the clog.
You did well.
Get out the Lysol that gets out the clog. New Lysol Drain Opener.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. A barren island off the west coast of Mexico. Your only companions, a lovely Indian girl and a half-crazed treasure hunter who have condemned you to die. Listen now as Escape brings you E. Jack Newman's gripping tale of a strange adventure, Gringo. It was afternoon. The dust and the heat and the smell of Salina Cruz were at their best. When I walked into the cantina, I ordered bizcocho and coffee and settled down to watching the flies and listening to the noises. I hadn't been like that 2 minutes before the guy in the dirty white suit, the one who'd been standing at the end of the bar, walked over, pulled up a chair.
American, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Me too. I guess we're the only ones in town. This is an out-of-the-way place even for Mexico, isn't it?
It seems to be.
Marshall Rhodes is the name. I'm from Minneapolis. I saw you bring that schooner in this morning. I didn't get your name.
Jim Canavan.
You don't mind if I sit here with you?
All right, what's the pitch?
No?
How could you see me bring in my schooner? There's no window in back of that bar over there.
Yeah, I guess I have been hitting it up a little bit lately. Happens sometimes when you get stuck in these places, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know all about it. You came here to get away from your wife, study the customs, write a book, and to love the ladies, huh? The party's over now, and your dough's run out. The local government won't let you work, and you're broke. Am I right?
Mr. Canavan, I know we just met, but you're an American, too, and you know this is no place to be broke.
All right, mister, we've had our conversation.
Huh?
Goodbye.
Well, you won't give a fellow American a... Sorry I bothered you.
You didn't bother me.
Why, you
Here,
can't...
buy yourself a drink and be somebody.
I admit you're kind too, Mr. Canavan. Someday, someplace, you'll get chopped down to the size you really are.
Are you gonna do it, Rummy?
Be careful in here, Mr. Canavan. You're just new. I've got friends.
Here's right. What?
Buenas tardes, Senor Rhodes.
Who are you?
Ramon Chavez. Here, Mr. Rhodes. This is a loan.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chavez. See you later.
What are you, Chavez? Police?
No, nothing like that. Mr. Rhodes is very deteriorated, true, but his analysis of you seemed most accurate.
You have very little humanity about you.
Look, maybe I was too tough with Rhodes. Maybe I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear about it from you.
I am looking for a bargain with you.
Look, friend, your English is pretty good, and I just bet you can talk your way in or out of practically anything. But let me tell you this.
Oh, wait. I am here to make a bargain. I am offering you something.
You're offering me what?
Treasure, Mr. Canavan?
No. Well, what is it, a lost ship? An undiscovered gold mine?
All of those things, if you like, and more.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Canavan, in some respects we are similar. Still, I had hoped for a more cooperative partner.
What are you talking about? I don't even know you.
But I know you have a boat. I saw it. And I have heard of you. During your stop in my country, you have accumulated a reputation for bluntness.
And you know, I mean what I say, and I'm saying
and
that you...
I mean what I say. Now, be smart and listen. 40,000 American dollars. 40,000 American dollars.
So long, Chavez. Two nights later, the local town council gave a band concert from the square. I could see part of it and hear most of it from the deck of the Argus.
Hello, Gringo.
What? Oh, hello, Chavez.
You left this note for me at the cantina this afternoon?
Yeah. Come aboard. I got to thinking about your proposition.
Bargain.
About your bargain.
I thought you would think about it, Gringo.
Knock off that gringo stuff, huh? I've been around a while.
They will always call you Gringo.
Okay, mister, let's have it. What's the story?
You know Tanimba?
I've seen it on a map, yeah.
South of here. It is my home.
I thought this was.
I have only been here a little while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fisherman. One day, when we were far out to sea beyond all of the other boats, I heard a plane droning overhead. Then suddenly it was edging over the water out of control. It crashed on one of the small islands considerably offshore, barren places for the most part, rocks and sand. When we returned to Canimba, we learned that a Salazar Mining Company plane had been lost at sea. It carried a $40,000 cash payroll.
You mean it's still there on that island?
Untouched.
How do you know it didn't explode and burn?
We saw it crash. It just broke up a little. Paper money does not break very easily.
Uh-huh. Where is this island, Chavez?
That is my part of the bargain. Yours is this boat.
You said we. Who else is in on this?
No one. The man who helped me on my boat was anxious to report what we had seen to the authorities. When he learned it was a Salazar mining plane, he thought there would be a reward in it. I killed him. Well, Gringo?
Where's all that humanity you were talking about?
Diego was of a surly nature. I did him a service.
All right, what are you trying to hand me? You're trying to get me to take my boat out and pick up some Chinese you got waiting on one of those islands, ready to push in the back door of the United States?
Let go of me.
I wasn't born yesterday. You can make any one of those islands in a fishing jig. A baby could do it.
A baby with a powerboat? Let's go. I take this from you, Gringo. Just for now.
What about a powerboat?
I attempted it. At first I thought I was a bad seaman because I could not get within a mile of the island. There is a peculiar current there, most unnatural, too strong for a small jig, and the depth is too shallow for a large boat. There is no way to get to that island without a powerboat like this one. Anything else?
The English. You didn't learn it in Canimba.
I spent some time in the United States once.
And you want to go back, is that it?
Where else would I spend that good American money?
Can you shove off tonight?
8 o'clock?
Yeah. I spent the rest of the day laying in stores and fueling up. I fired the 2 Mexican boys who'd been working as my crew. And by 8 o'clock, I was ready to shove off. Chavez was right on time.
We are all ready, Gringo?
Yeah. Your wife?
Almost. This is Maria.
She's saying goodbye?
I am saying hello, senor. I'm going with you.
I thought no one else knew about this. What is it, a 3-way split?
I will pay Maria from my share. She is a good sailor. We can use 3 hands.
I didn't figure on a woman being aboard.
Well, then, figure on it, Gringo.
Come on. Want to get those lines?
Sure.
In Acapulco.
Okay. Better that point till we get clear.
See, I know.
You been to the States, too?
No. I study my English at home. I like very much what I feel United States.
Huh?
Oh, in the books and magazines I read. I meet many Americanos in Acapulco. I see how they live. I like to live like that. Very much. I'm not happy here. Oh, it's fine for some people. For me, not for me, no.
Here was an Indian girl done up in one of those outfits with 80 different colors in them. But it was easy to imagine her in New York, walking out of Saks Fifth Avenue wearing plenty of class. It was plenty easy. She was the reason Chavez had to take me in my boat. He had a sure thing with that wrecked plane sitting on the island. It could wait. But he didn't have a sure thing with her. She wasn't the type who would wait for anybody.
Jim? Why you look?
Pretty nice.
The English? You glad I come?
Baby, I wouldn't have had you miss this trip for the world.
Everything okay, Gringo?
Yeah, sure. Everything's fine.
Good. Remember, Gringo, Maria is not part of our bargain.
We will return to Escape and tonight's story, Gringo, in just a moment. How would you feel if you found yourself a lone survivor after an atom bombing, with the possibility of death lurking in everything you touched? Hear Richard Widmark in just such a situation on Suspense. That's tomorrow night in most of these same CBS radio stations. Richard Widmark in How Long is the Night on Suspense. And now, back to Escape. Once we cleared the harbor, we cut the engines and hauled up the canvas. And we used sail most of the trip to save fuel. That's why it took us 3 days to get to those islands. But we were lucky. The weather was good, and the sea was calm. Both Maria and Chavez knew their way around the schooner, so we took turns standing watch. I liked it best when Chavez was at the wheel.
You are very funny, Jim.
Sure. Look, Maria, when this is all over with, what happens, huh?
Oh, Ramon and I be married, go to live in United States.
Oh? Well, you may have to wait a long time. I know some people who've waited around those border towns 7, 8 years. That's a long time, baby.
I tell you one, I want to live in United States. I will.
And he's going to have $20,000 pretty soon. Is that it?
No, live like a peasant in United States. Fine clothes, place to live, like in the book.
Uh-huh. Suppose I took you.
You?
Yeah, sure, me. Once this is over, I can get you in right away, Maria. No waiting.
You mean this?
Sure, baby. Come here.
No. No.
Come here. Now, how about it?
You don't like me that way, Jim. It's because you hate him. I can see it.
Suppose he went around.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean?
We have all the money, eh?
Why, you little... You've been thinking about it all this time, haven't you?
Gringo! Maria! We are here. There's he.
Huh? Come on, Maria.
Yeah.
There. Over there. Beyond that point.
Yeah, let me have those glasses.
The middle one. See it?
Yeah. Yeah, I can make it out okay. Hey.
What?
The plane. It's right there. 200 yards off the beach. Nothing around it.
What? I tell you, Gringo is there waiting for us. Hey!
It sure is. It sure is. Get those engines going. Get those engines going.
What do you think, Gringo?
I don't know. We're using a lot of fuel. We're making headway, but I don't like this current. Never saw anything like it before.
It becomes stronger as you come toward the island, but it bears off to the left there. We could try it from the other side?
Now, it'd take 4 days to walk across those rocks. No thanks. We'll get in it. What's that?
Over there, look!
Holy.
What is it? The world gone crazy?
No. Something under the water is trying to get up.
A volcano?
Yeah. I saw one down in Tahiti once, just breaking through. No wonder there's a current here.
How long does it take, Gringo?
20,000 years. Or 20 minutes.
Can we get to the island?
We can if we don't get blown up. Maria,
See, Jim.
head us straight in now. By 4 in the afternoon, whatever was going on under the water seemed to slack off a little bit. At least there weren't any more explosions. We were 100 yards offshore when we dropped anchor in about 15 feet of water. We lowered the dinghy and a few minutes later beached it through the surf.
Come on, Gringo. Here.
Yeah.
I watch the boat.
There she is.
$40,000, Gringo.
Must be in the compartment.
Sure.
Give me a hand, will you?
Here. Okay?
Yeah. Now, it's stuck. Can you get your fingers under the bottom from there?
I try. See.
All right, I'll pry from here. Harder.
Wow. Well, is it there, Gringo?
Yeah. You're all right. Here, catch.
Locked.
Yeah, wait a minute. Here's my knife.
Good. It is all here. I told you it was a treasure.
Yeah, we better get out of this place. Looks like it might blow up.
It is. And you are going to be with it. Goodbye, Gringo. You can keep the knife.
You are hurt bad, Jim.
Yeah.
Don't move.
He left you too, huh?
He hit me down. The little Vidanian went out to the Argus. He's gone. He tells me we enjoy each other better if we're alone.
That isn't going to help.
You died, Jim?
Not if I can help it. There must be a first aid kit in that plane somewhere. The cabin of the freight compartment. It'll have a red cross on it.
See, I understand.
We'll go get it. And let's get this thing out of me.
It is better now, Jim?
Yeah. That knife must have bounced off a rib. Or I'd be dead now.
What happened to us now, Jim?
Yeah, we gotta get help. Make flares, signals. Maybe we... radio. That plane must have a radio on it. Here, help me up, will you?
Jim, what?
I walk or I lie here and die. Come on. Come on.
Oh, be careful. The speech you make is not too good.
Now, get me over to that plane.
No.
What?
Over there.
He must have been trying the same thing we want to do. All the tubes are busted.
And him?
He's no good either, baby.
Who was he?
Probably the pilot. He sat here and starved to death trying to work that busted radio. After that, we didn't talk much. We both knew we were going to wind up just like that pilot. That first day, I just stretched out on the sand and dozed off. Maria sat with her back to a rock looking out to sea. Every now and then some water would boil up offshore, and we'd hear those rumblings. That night she built a fire, and we sat there and looked at each other over the flames.
All my life I dream. I tell myself, someday you go to America with a fine, handsome husband and live there. Wear pretty clothes. Oh, I want it very much.
Maria, I'm sorry I got you into this.
What?
I wanted you because you belong to him. No other reason. See, it's been this way all my life. I take. I won't let any other man be better than me. And they're all better now. You know, a few days ago, a bum on the beach, a guy without anything, told me that I'd get chopped down to size someday. Well, he was right. I'm down to size now.
Jim, I too have been this way all my life. I know what you feel now. We are the same kind.
Yeah. Maria?
Yes?
I'd really take you to the States. I'd buy you the best clothes they had on Fifth Avenue. I'd be proud to walk in any place with you and say you were my wife.
You love me?
That's what they call it, I guess.
Jim, I love too.
Oh, my God. It's a good feeling, isn't it, baby?
Oh, see, Jim, see. The world explodes around us and we surely die, but we help each other, Jim. It's not so bad then.
No, Maria. Maria.
Oh.
I thought I'd better wake you. The sun's getting hot.
Oh, see, it's very hot. The noise.
What?
The noise is stopped.
Hey, you're right. Maybe that old volcano decided to stay under the water after all. Maria, look. It's the Argus. She's stuck in the sand right off the beach. Chavez came back for us, Maria.
Current, how could she?
Oh, who knows? The volcano's quiet, the sea's calm. Come on. You know, I may walk you up Fifth Avenue yet. Don't ask me how we got across that beach and waded out to the Argus. I don't know myself. Except that Maria had to half carry me and push me, but we did get aboard. All the sails were furled against the main. The main flapped loosely. The heavy boom free to swing.
Ramon! Ramon! Jim, he's not here. He did not come back for us.
No. Schooner drifted in alone. Beached us.
Here, look.
What?
The money statue.
It's all here.
Where is Ramon?
Maybe when he tried to handle the mainsail alone, he got knocked overboard. We'll never know, poor devil. All right, Maria, go up forward and start the engines. We're heading for the mainland. By the time we anchored the Argus in the bay at Salina Cruz, Maria was more like her old self, fiery and independent the way she was when she first came aboard with Chavez, and as beautiful as ever. She bundled me off to the hospital and left me there while she went to return the money to the Salazar mining people. 2 weeks later, I was on my feet again, and the first afternoon out found me back at the cantina, where it had all begun.
Pardon me, I see you're an American, and not many Americans come down here to...
Hello, Rhodes.
Oh, I didn't recognize you from the back, Mr. Canavan.
Why don't you sit down?
What?
Sit down.
Well, thank you, Mr. Canavan.
Pour yourself a drink.
You changed, Mr. Canavan.
Yeah, I know. I've been in a hospital for 2 weeks, Rhodes.
Yes, I heard.
Man can do a lot of thinking in 2 weeks.
Mr. Canavan, I didn't want to be the one, but she insisted, and I...
What are you talking about?
Maria, she gave me a message for you.
Oh.
She said that...
Wait a minute, Rhodes. I think I know what it is. I haven't seen Maria since she dumped me in the hospital 2 weeks ago.
Yeah?
She never got to the Salazar mining people, did she?
No. No, she didn't, Mr. Canavan.
She took the 40,000 and left, didn't she?
Yes.
Well, then, here's to Maria. And you know something, Rhodes? I'll bet she looks great walking down Fifth Avenue alone.
What? What do you mean?
Never mind, Rhodes. It's just that Maria hasn't changed a bit. She'll never change.
Oh.
But I have. You see, I've been cut down to size, Rhodes. You remember? It's your bottle. Finish it. Good luck to you.
Where are you going, Mr. Canavan?
Oh, on south, maybe. But I'm traveling light, Rhodes, real light. And you know what? I think I'm going to like it.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Gringo by E. Jack Newman, starring William Conrad. Featured in the cast were Edgar Berry as Chavez, Lillian Bayef as Maria, and Parley Bear as Rhodes. Editorial supervision is by John Meston, and the special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week...
You are adrift in a native canoe somewhere off the Solomon Islands. Ahead of you lie the unknown terrors of native savagery. And closing in on you is a white man whose gunboat will smash you to the bottom of the sea.
So listen next week when Escape brings you John Russell's classic story, The Price of the Head. Remember, only once during the year, the United Red Feather Campaigns of America appeal to the public for support. Red Feather dollars fight illness, fight delinquency, fight unhappiness, fight human need. So this year, be as generous as you can. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The power of Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine is taking shape in new Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels, rushing concentrated medicines to relieve your worst cold. Rush relief with new Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with It's High Time. Fibber and Molly will be with us in just a minute. You know, we hear a lot about freedom and democracy these days. It's true that we take a lot of our present liberty for granted. Take this free competitive system of business, for instance. It has turned loose a great deal of inventive intelligence, of which you and I get the benefit in greater everyday comforts and conveniences and more attractive living. For example, the makers of Johnson's Wax didn't stop when they had perfected the original Johnson's Wax, the famous polish that's kept floors beautiful for over 50 years. No, indeed. They went right on developing other useful products. An easy-to-use polish for linoleum floors, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Then an amazing auto polish, Car New, that cleans and wax polishes in one application. Then cream wax for furniture and woodwork. And just recently, an extraordinary product in the paint field, an enamel that actually has wax mixed right in it and gives a superbly beautiful finish that's easy to clean. The name of this product is Johnson's Wax Enamel, and dealers everywhere are now offering it in 19 stunning colors. Perhaps you'd like to ask your dealer about it. This is the time of year when maple leaves and football forecasters begin to turn yellow. There's a nip in the air in Wistful Vista, and our hero thinks a fire in the fireplace will be pretty dandy. So here, with papers and kindling and matches and a bucket of kerosene and not enough accident insurance, we find that unintentional arsonist and his watchful wife, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
There, that ought to do it. Hand me that bucket of kerosene, Molly.
I will not.
Huh?
You've got enough paper and kindling in there to barbecue an elephant. Magee, don't pour that on there. Don't now.
Oh, Molly, don't be such a scaredy cat. Here, watch.
Oh, dear. When you get through starting that fire, Magee, run downtown and get me some dynamite.
Huh?
I want to open a can of sardines for lunch.
What's a few drops of kerosene? Where's the matches? Oh, here they are. I'll have a roaring fire in here in no time at all.
Yes, a roaring fire and a howling insurance adjuster. Magee, for the last time, please don't do
Better
that.
step back a little, Molly. It may flare up a little bit at first.
Oh. Wow! Magee! Look out! Put that screen in front of it,
Don't
quick.
worry, I got it under control. Hand me my coat. The rug's on fire.
Here, beat it.
Beat it where?
Beat out the fire, foolish.
Should have used safety matches to start it with. Them kitchen matches make too big of a flame. There. It's okay, Molly. It's okay.
Yeah. Sure, it's fine. The house full of smoke, the rug all scorched, and you've only got one eyebrow left.
Well, how did I know that was...
Oh, dear. Quick, wipe the soot off your face, Magee. You look like an N-man.
You look like a mammy yourself, Mommy. Come in.
Heavenly days, it's Mayor Latrivia. Come in, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Good day, Magee. How do you do, Mrs. Magee? I just... What goes on? Fumigating?
No, the fireplace backfired, Mr. Mayor. Won't you have a chair?
Thank you, no. Just stopped in on a matter of business. Mr. Magee, you're a public-spirited citizen. I'm sure you would be glad to give the city the benefit of your executive experience.
Why, certainly, Your Honor. What do you want me to do, run for your job next year? Why, shucks, I'll be glad to. All I got to do is profit by the mistakes you've made, and I'll sure
Magee. Let the mayor talk.
Huh? Oh.
Mr. Magee, the office of mayor of Wistful Vista is not under discussion.
Oh, you think not? If you'd hear what people are saying about the way...
Magee. Let the mayor talk.
Okay. Go ahead, Trivial.
To be brief, Magee, one of our officials is making a nationwide survey and will be out of the city for a week or 10 days. His office is too valuable and important to remain vacant during that time. I want you to fill the vacancy pro tem.
Oh, what job is it, Mr. Mayor?
Fire Commissioner.
Well, Bud, you've come to the right man. With my experience in fire prevention...
Pardon me, it's the smoke, I guess.
Very well, then, we'll consider it settled. Here's a badge, and here's your official appointment.
Mr. Mayor, I accept with pleasure. And I must say that for a city like our Wistful Vista, a man like me is none too good for it.
I think so, too.
Thank you, Mr. Magee. I'll inform the city council that the office has been filled pro tem.
What does pro tem mean?
That's a Latin phrase meaning try and keep it. Thank you and good day.
Hot dog. Imagine me, Molly, fire commissioner. The first thing I'm going to do is call a meeting of the Chamber of Commerce this afternoon and give them a talk on fire prevention.
Yes, and if they ask how you scorched your eyebrow, tell them you were cleaning the fireplace and didn't know it was loaded.
Now, let's see. I better have the secretary of the chamber telephone all the members. That's probably for me, Molly. Hello, Fire Commissioner Magee speaking. Who? Oh, hi, Roscoe. Sure, okay, Roscoe. I'm calling a special meeting of the chamber for 2:30 this afternoon. Can you be there, Roscoe? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you betcha, Roscoe. I'll see you there. Okay. I'm glad you called, Roscoe. Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Do I know anybody named Roscoe?
Well, you do now.
Oh, these constituents. Always coming around to ask us city officials for a favor. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. DePopoulos.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Hello, Cupie. Hello, Fizzer. What is this unfounded roommate I'm hearing about you being annoyed at the pro-temporary fire commissary?
Well, it's true, Mr. DePopoulos. He's hot stuff, and he's got a badge to prove it.
Molly, remind me to get you some throat tablets.
What?
You're developing a bad cough.
Oh, Commissioner.
What was you saying, Nick?
What I was about to say before I was so rudely interrupted is that in my restaurants we are having quite a fire hazard.
Hazard?
I'll say we has.
What is the fire hazard in your restaurant, Nick?
Well, when we are getting an order for a charcoal grill porter steak house...
No, you mean porterhouse steak.
It's the same thing, only tougher. Every time the cook is charcoal grilling it, the bacon grease in the frying pan is catching itself into a big flame of fire. And all we can do is stand there, hopeless,
Haven't you got a fire extinguisher?
Sure. But every time we squirt it on the frying pan, it is making the steak taste very peculiar.
Well, look, Mr. DePopulis, your restaurant specializes in charcoal grilled steaks and chops, doesn't it?
Oh, certainly. Just like Mother used to make Papa mad by cooking them the same way. Why, Cupid?
Well, it's a little drastic, maybe, but why don't you get yourself a charcoal broiler?
Well, for scream's sake, I never thought of that. Thank you.
Molly, this is a great day for Wistful Vista.
Is it?
It surely is. Why, when the citizens of this community, this little city of homes and schools and churches, realize that their safety and well-being are now in the hands of Fibber Magee, acting fire commissioner.
Oh, stop acting fire commissioner. Sing, boys.
The King's Men sing Tapioca.
I used to work upon the levee, waiting for the steamer to go down. Sometimes she was loaded mighty heavy, and sometimes she would run aground. What you going to give me for my dinner? Tater cakes are cooking merrily. Oh, that's good enough for any sinner, and that's plenty good enough for me. Tapioca, tapioca, Mammy, won't you let me pick upon the poker? Give me tapioca, 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 tapioca. Oh, come on, we'll have a jubilee. Working on the railroad, 20 cents a day. Johnny Cockatoon on your banjo. Oh, me and my. Mammy, 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 don't you hear the baby cry? Working on the railroad, never get a pay. Johnny Cockatoon on your banjo. Oh, me and my. Mammy, 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 don't you hear the baby cry? See the children rolling in the cotton. Sun pouring down upon their head. Oh, 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 oh. Somebody's gotta make a living. Children gotta have a little bread. Tapioca, 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 tapioca. Won't you, Mammy, let you pick upon the poker? Tapioca, 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 tapioca. Come on, we'll have a jubilee. Working on the railroad, 20 cents a day. Johnny pluck a tune on your banjo. Oh, me, oh, my, oh, my. Mammy, 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 don't you hear the baby cry? Oh, me, oh, my, oh, my. Oh, Mammy, don't you hear the baby
Have you got your speech written for the Chamber of Commerce meeting, Commissioner?
Nope, I'll just ad-lib it. I'll start off by saying, ladies and gentlemen of the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, that's a snappy opening. And incidentally, Commissioner, I wish you'd report to the Chief of Police about the cop in this neighborhood. He's growing a beard, and he looks terrible.
I've already spoke to the cop about it.
Well, what'd you say?
I told him to quit bushing around the beat. Imagine that. We almost took that out, too. Hey, that reminds me. I better call the chamber and see how many members they've rounded up. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the whistle, Mr. Chamber. Huh? Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your old man. In the hospital? He shot off his what?
Oh, heavenly days, Magee. What happened?
He was in Brooklyn last week and shot off his mouth about the Yankees. What say, Mert? Oh, well, it don't matter. Thanks anyway, Mert. Ah, great gal, Mert. I'll bet she just lives for the few moments she talks to me every week.
You call that living?
Well, never mind. We better get going. A guy in my position owes it to the citizens to be punctual.
Oh, you're punctual, all right, dear. Everything we own, we've bought on time.
I didn't mean that.
Well, congratulations, Fibber, old man. So you're the new fire commissioner.
Isn't it wonderful, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, shucks, it's nothing that any red-blooded, clean-living American boy couldn't have done.
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity, my boy. You can now serve not only your city, but those people in Racine, Wisconsin, who have done so much for you and me.
Okay, Wilcox. Drag it in, but don't drag it out.
Why, as fire commissioner, Fibber, you can help prevent fires. And fire is just about the only thing that Johnson's self-polishing glow coat won't protect your linoleum against. Dirt, yes. Dampness, yes. Stains, yes. Scuffs and scratches, yes. But fire, no. So it's you and Johnson's glow coat against destruction, pal. Get in there and fight. And may the best finish first. Johnson! 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 Yay, team!
You know, Magee, that man has been seeing too many football games.
He had me so hopped up I was tempted to drop back for a quick kick. But I restrained myself. Well, come on, Molly. I don't want to be late for that meeting. Get your hat and your stuff in. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. I'm sorry I ain't got time to talk to you now. I just been made acting fire commissioner, and I'm very busy. What you want?
Will you tell me a story, please? Will you please?
Oh, for the here I am, just appointed fire commissioner with the safety of the whole town in my hands, and you wanted me to tell you a story.
Well, that's always the way, isn't it, mister?
Huh?
The more important a man is, the more time he has for little acts of kindness, huh?
Well, all right. I ever tell you about the time I was captured by the Indians?
In Cleveland?
No. Not the Cleveland Indians. These were Shawnees.
Gee, Chinese Indians. Oh, boy.
I didn't say Chinese. I said Shawnees. Shaw, like in George Bernard.
He's English, I bet you.
Sure he is. He's as English as roast beef.
It's what?
Roast beef.
I
don't care if you are. Now, you want to hear the story or don't you?
No.
Oh, sure you do, sis. It's
No.
very interesting. Well, sir, one day whilst wandering through the mountains, walking very carefully on account of the wild animals, men living in the wild, sis, has got to learn to use their beans.
Use their what?
Beans. Oh.
Go ahead, mister. I don't like beans. Well, what happened in the mountains?
I found a little kitten.
Oh.
A little baby mountain lion. And you know what I named the kitten? Caboodle.
Kitten caboodle. Why, mister?
Well, caboodle was an old Shawnee Indian word meaning, look, fellas, I found a mountain lion. Them Indians could sure put a lot of meaning into one little word. Well, sis.
You said that.
Huh? Oh. Well, anyway, sis, years later, I was in the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago, and I happened past the pit where they keep the mountain lions.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, I had a hunch. I leans over the edge of the pit and hollers, "Hey, capoodle, it's Ugtug."
Hmm?
Ugtug. That's a Shawnee word meaning white man found mountain lion.
Oh.
Well, sir, the minute that lion heard my voice, he comes bounding to the edge of the pit, sticks out his paw, and rips my shirt right off.
Oh.
Darn near killed me. It wasn't capoodle at all. Wasn't that an amazing story?
Mister, the Shawnees haven't got anything on us, I bet you. We're saying a lot in one little word.
What you mean, sis?
Phooey.
Gratitude for you. Next time I tell her a story, I'll keep it to myself.
Now listen, Ugtug. We'd better scram out of the teepee for powwow down at the big lodge.
Oh, my gosh, almost time for the meeting. Well, come on, let's get going.
Martha Tilton singing Easy Street.
Easy Street, I'd love to live on Easy Street. Nobody works on Easy Street. Just sit around all day. Just sit and play the horses. Life is sweet for folks who live on Easy Street. No weekly payments you must meet. That makes your hair turn gray. When opportunity comes knocking, you just keep on with your rockin', 'cause you know your fortune's made. And if the sun makes you perspire, there's a man that you can hire to plant trees so you can have shade on Easy Street. I'm telling everyone I meet, if I could live on Easy Street, I wouldn't want no job today, so please go away. When opportunity comes knocking, you just keep on with your rockin', 'cause you know your fortune's made. And if the sun makes you perspire, there's a man that you can hire to plant trees so you can have shade on Easy Street. I'm telling everyone I meet, if I could live on Easy Street, I wouldn't want no job today. So please go away.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the Chamber of Commerce, as acting fire commissioner, I want to say that as long as we're all in the same boat, walking along life's pathway together, let us all put our shoulders to the grindstone and with colors flying, gird up our lions and kiwanuses and make Wistful Vista a better, safer place to live in which to live in.
May I ask a question, Commissioner?
Of course, Bud. All us public servants welcome comments from the people. What's the question?
Is there any penalty for turning in a false alarm?
There certainly is.
Then I guess you're safe for a while.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Order. And if the Cimmerian who just spoke will come to our next fire, we'll be glad to let him mingle with the rest of the silly ashes.
Yoo-hoo, Magee.
The lady will please address the chair as you-hoo commissioner. You have the floor, madam.
Well, I've been talking to Mr. Mills sitting next to me here, and he has a complaint to make.
He has, eh? Billy, do you mean to sit there with no sleeves in your vest and criticize this fire department?
Yes, I do, Skimp.
State your case.
Well, last week I was knocking off some hot licks on my piano, and it caught on fire.
Yes?
That was about 3 p.m. Your fire department didn't show up until 6:30.
Did you call them right away?
Oh, do you have to call them?
Folks, just to show you how wrong Mr. Mills is and how quick our boys do get on the job, I'm going to try an experiment. We're going to turn in an alarm right now and see how long it takes them to get here.
Fine, Magee.
Mrs. Commissioner Magee, will you please step to the telephone and call the fire department?
Certainly. Pardon me, please. Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Fire Department. Oh, is that you, Myrtle?
No. Never mind that. Get the fire department.
Give me the fire department, Myrtle, quick. Hello, fire department. I want to... What? No, this is not the pot of gold. I'm calling from the Chamber of Commerce. It's on fire. Hurry.
Thank you, Mrs. Magee. And now, if you'll all keep an eye on your watches, we'll see just how long it takes our brave fire laddies...
Mr. Commissioner, may I say a few words while we're waiting?
Why, certainly. The chair recognizes Mrs. Uppington, in spite of that funny-looking hat. Mrs. Uppington,
Commissioner Magee and fellow members of the Wistful Vista Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, make it snappy, Abigail. Technically, we're on fire.
Very well. I merely wish to protest against the unseemly, nerve-wracking sounds emitted by our fire department on its way to a conflagration. Such bells and sirens, it's ridiculous. Can't we install some melodious chimes, such as are heard on the Good Humor trucks?
Order, please, order. I'm sorry, Mrs. Uppington. If our firefighting methods are too dad-added raucous for your delicate nerves, I'll have them take off the sirens and put on a fireman with a flute playing I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire.
Oh, thank you.
And while we're at it, we'll have the police throw away their revolvers and carry water pistols. Does that satisfy you, Uppy?
Certainly, Mr. Magee.
Well...
If a little squirt can run the fire department, it ought to work with the police.
Order, please, order. Ladies and gentlemen, in the few seconds we have left, I think it would be fitting to hear from Wistful Vista's poet laureate, Mr. Wallace Wimple. He's composed a little verse in honor of this occasion. Mr. Wimple.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and friends. I have called this little poem The Fire in the Creamery. Our smoke gets in your eyes, cream. And it goes. When your restaurant burned down, I had to write this little sonnet in hopes my tablecloth was saved, because I figured my income tax upon it.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Wimple.
Was it?
Yes. That's wonderful.
Well, it's nothing, Mrs. Magee, really. As long as this meeting is concerned with our fire department, I would like to pay tribute to the woman who risked everything she had to test their life-saving equipment, Mrs. Wimple, my wife.
Oh, what'd she do, Wimple?
Well, when our fire company first got their landing nets, they stood on the sidewalk, and my wife stood in the window 10 stories overhead.
Oh, really?
And then at a signal, the long, fearful drop to the net. Time after time. What if she did keep missing the net? She would not give up. She persisted until the fireman finally told her to stop. The net was a success. That's why I say...
But, Mr. Wimple, wasn't she hurt falling 10 stories time after time?
Oh, she didn't fall. She kept throwing me out.
Order, please. Order. Now, ladies and gentlemen, hey, quiet, everybody. Listen.
They went right on past.
They're probably swinging around and back where the fire escapes are. They... Uh-oh. Listen.
Why, I could put out this fire with a handful of water just before those guys get here.
Pipe down, Bud. There's a wiseacre that needs plowing under. There must be some reason for all this. Wait here, everybody, and I'll be right back with the explanation. Come on, Molly, let's run out and see what's wrong.
Oh, look, Magee. Here they come again.
Here comes the fire chief. Hey, Chief.
Yeah, one side there, Commissioner. There's a fire in here.
Oh, no, there ain't, Bud. This is just a test run. Just checking up.
Say, Magee, where's your manners?
What manners? Oh, excuse me. Molly, meet Chief Conley, one of my firefighting brothers.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure, brother.
How do you do?
Hey, what took you so long to get here, Chief?
Oh, some dope parked his car in front of the hydrant down at the corner. We had to ram it out of the way.
That's good work, Chief.
Nice going, brother.
And then we notified the police to haul it away.
Great stuff, Chief. Serves him right. Whose car was it?
Yours.
What? You mean...
Well, you see, Commissioner...
That's all, brother. Come on, Ug Tug.
Here's good news for all Fibber and Molly fans. How'd you like to have an autographed picture of Fibber, Magee, and Molly and their cast? I have one right here, and I wish you could all see it. For a limited time only, you can have one free with your purchase of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Glow Coat, or any Johnson's Wax polish in pint, pound, or larger sizes. Now, your dealer has a very limited supply of these free pictures. You'd better see them right away and avoid disappointment. Even if you already have some Glow Coat or Johnson's Wax on hand, now is a good time to buy an extra package so you and your family can enjoy this interesting autographed picture of Fibber and Molly and their cast. But don't put it off too long. Your dealer's supply of these pictures is really limited. Remember, this unique photograph is yours free with your purchase of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, or any Johnson's Wax polish in pint, pound, or larger size.
Well, they're a pretty cooperative bunch down there at the City Hall, Molly. I'll give them credit for that.
How cooperative?
They accepted my resignation as fire commissioner without a murmur.
Well, that's nice, dearie. I always... say, Magee.
Huh?
Your vest is all ripped down the front. How'd you do that?
Oh, must have done that when I took off my badge.
You took it off?
Well, all right, they took it off. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
It's fun to drive a new car, isn't it? And almost as much fun driving your car when it's been waxed, polished, and looks like new. Then why not wax polish your car right away with Johnson's Car New, the sensational new auto polish that saves time and money. Why? Because Car New both cleans and wax polishes in one application. Does two jobs at once. Get your car ready now for the bad weather coming. And ask your dealer for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Making pictures together in the morning, sharing secrets in the afternoon. Maggie Doodle's your child's best friend. With her real Magna Doodle and no pieces to lose, they'll want to play together all day long. Maggie Doodle and Magna Doodle Dan, everything a best friend should be.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tender Leaf Tea present The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, Mr. James Mason, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman, his orchestra, and Kenny Delmar. Here's one of today's shopping problems easily solved. Just remember this. If you're worried because your children aren't eating enough vegetables, because you realize how important vegetables are in a well-rounded diet, listen carefully. You can now give your children the goodness of 8 different vegetables in a delicious drink they'll love. Just give them V8 vegetable juices. V8 is one of the most enticing drinks that's ever been concocted. And here's the important thing. Every tempting sip of V8 contains the goodness from 8 different vegetables. Tomatoes and beets of the red variety, lettuce, spinach, watercress, parsley, and celery of the leafy green variety, carrots of the yellow variety. Thus, when you serve V8, your children get both the goodness and variety of 8 different vegetables. Get V8 vegetable juices tomorrow. Give it to your children for lunch, dinner, between meals. They'll love V8, and it's really good for them.
Gentlemen, statistics show that today American colleges are crowded worse than ever before. Tonight we present a man who never went to college, and he still has no class. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In Portland, I heard your news scoop at the opening of the program there about the colleges being jammed.
Oh, Mama says it's a good sign.
Colleges being crowded is a good sign.
Mama says if enough people go to college...
They'll get smart?
everybody'll know what Philip Morris smokers know.
You really? Now, you mean in just 4 years you could acquire that? Say, I wonder how many packs of Philip Morris's you have to smoke before you know it all. Well, Portland, I should have quit when there was nothing going on. Well, Portland, apart from food conservation, what is in the news this week?
Somebody invented a meat substitute. It's called a Truman Burger.
Oh, I saw that, a Truman Burger. I saw that.
I wonder how they make a Truman Burger.
Well, don't let this get out, but I got the recipe from Charlie Luckman. This is the recipe for the Truman Burger. The president puts 2 slices of bread on the piano, and then he plays 1 meatball.
It's funny. Today's food is so important.
What's funny?
Well, they used to throw it at actors.
Well, that's what chased Jack Benny out of vaudeville, you know.
Food?
When they started to can it.
Speaking of Jack reminds me, did you hear Jack Parr this week?
You mean the mad, mad thing?
Uh-huh. He said you were so old, Boy Scouts had to help you across the street.
Well, I hope that got a better laugh on Pa's program where he could...
He said you were mad at the younger generation.
Well, Brother Pa may be a member of the younger generation, Portland, but he's telling the older generation's jokes. But enough about the male Joan Davis. This is getting to sound, you know, the East may fight the West before this. This is getting to sound as though the program was coming from another network, which it may any minute, the way it looks. I think I had better start for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this week, as you may have read, the Better Business Bureau is completing its 25th year of service. Thousands of cases of fraud in real estate, stocks, and other get-rich-quick schemes have been prosecuted. And so our question tonight is, have you ever been swindled by a disciple of sharp practice?
Shall we go?
As the man said when his wife grabbed his money at the racetrack, you bet. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Senator Claghorn's gavel is on the front steps. I guess he doesn't give a rap tonight. Well, let's knock.
Who is it calling on old Senator Claghorn? Oh, it's you,
well,
son.
Senator.
Speak up, son. I gotta hop to it. I'm busier than a pump handle during a temperance picnic. I'm writing a book.
Writing a book?
Well, Senator Wiley of Wisconsin wrote a book called Laughing with Congress.
Yes?
My book's called Chuckling with Claghorn.
Chuckling with Claghorn.
I got one joke in my book. It's about the farmer. His land was so poor, he had to spread it with fertilizer before he could raise a fuss on it.
Well, you mean
that's a belly whopper, son.
Well,
Start hooting and hollering.
Yeah?
Lean against something and watch your buttons pop.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Senator, about this fraud business, have you ever been swindled?
Well, son, back in 42, I was rooked to a fare thee well by the slickest flim-flamming Tom Pepper that ever wore sideburns and bear grease on his hair.
Well, this is one man you're describing there. How did he cheat you, Senator?
Well, I was running for office. This thimble rigger says, Claghorn, if you want to get in, I'm your man.
He could fix the election?
I had a ballot box with a fire going in it and built-in votes.
A fire?
As they was deposited in the ballot box, the fire burned up all the other candidates' votes.
And the built-in votes?
They was all for me.
You couldn't lose.
I was going in like Happy Chandler at a ball game.
Oh, fine.
I bought 200 ballot boxes with the built-in votes from this jackleg.
Yes?
The day of the election, something went wrong.
With your fake ballot boxes, you didn't go in?
I went in, son.
Yes?
I went in for 30 days. So long, Eddie.
Well, that probably explains the senator's pallor. Well, I wonder if Mr. Moody's still up.
Howdy, Bob.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, have you ever been the victim of a fraud?
Why, only once.
What happened?
Well, one time I had to go up to New York to buy some new sport jackets for my scarecrows. Well, I was gimping up Broadway with a big wad of money in my shoe.
Uh-huh.
And a fellow wearing a checkered suit and a jazz bow tie, he pulled me into a doorway.
I see.
He says, Charlie, how'd you like to have security in your old age?
Security, huh?
Yeah. He says, Charlie, how'd you like to own your own toll bridge?
Your own toll bridge?
Yeah. When they're coming across, he says, Charlie, they'll be coming across for you.
You fell for it?
Yeah. I took off my shoe and I give that oily cuss all my money.
For nothing?
Well, he gave me a blue uniform, a whistle, a rocking chair, and a collapsible turnstile.
A turnstile, eh?
Took me to a bridge. It was uptown, 175th Street.
170. Why, that's the George Washington Bridge.
Named for a president.
Yes, it was.
I set up my turnstile, sat back in my rocking chair, and started blowing my whistle to collect my tolls.
What happened?
Why, cars kept shooting by me. Nobody stopped to pay nothing.
You were on the New York side?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, when I closed up my turnstile for lunch, I walked to the other end of the bridge.
Uh-huh.
And I seen right away what the trouble was.
Well, what was the trouble?
3 fellas with turnstiles at the other end was collecting all the tolls.
At the Jersey end?
And it only goes to prove...
To prove what?
If you're thinking of opening a toll bridge across the Hudson...
Yes?
Don't open up on the New York side.
You mean the money? The money is all at the other end?
Yeah. People will pay anything to get out of Jersey. So long, Bud.
Well, Titus has something there, and he's sure welcome to it. Well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, kiddo.
Mrs. Nussbaum, have you ever been involved in a swindle?
Only once.
Uh-huh.
Like a greenhorn, I'm getting hoodwinked.
Well, how?
I'm seeing advertised a contest.
Uh-huh.
Write a jingle, win a cash prize.
Oh, do you write music, do you?
Mostly ballads.
Oh, what are some of your ballads?
It shouldn't be nothing fancy. Just a little grass shack on the Lancey.
I see.
I am sending you best wishes with this little dish of knishes.
Very good.
And then I wrote...
Then you wrote?
A herring, a hacienda, and you.
Oh, that sounds good. Well, tell me, what about this jingle contest?
I am writing, remember the letters F-N-E for Farfel, Noodles, and Epstein's tea. Lindy's restaurant saves all 3. Farfel's, Noodles, and Epstein's tea.
Tell me, what happened when you mailed in your jingle?
Monkey business is ensuing. Mine jingle they are taking.
Someone stole it?
They are altering a bissel.
Well, how do you know?
Tonight I'm turning on mine radio. I'm hearing, remember the letters F-N-E for flavor, nutrition, economy.
Now, wait a minute. Why, that's a direct steal. What program was it?
Who knows? Just as I'm listening, you are knocking on my door, thank you.
Well, that brings us to the little shanty at the end of the alley.
How do you do?
Well, Mr. Cassidy, you look tired.
Oh, I was up all night at the UN. I talked with Wyszynski for 8 hours.
What could you possibly talk to Wyszynski about?
Oh, we
We had one thing in common.
One thing?
I couldn't understand Wyszynski.
And?
Wyszynski couldn't understand me.
Well, tell me, Ajax, have you ever been the victim of a hoax or a swindle?
Well, no, not personally, me boy, but a friend of mine was homogenized through the mail.
Homogenized?
The milk of human kindness was soured in his veins.
Who was this friend?
Dr. Prentice Magee, the famous surgeon.
Oh, I've heard of him. What happened?
Well, a nefarious operator of a bucket shop in Rockville Center.
Yes?
He sold Dr. Magee sight unseen a Texas oil well.
Well, where did the swindle come in?
Well, the minute Dr. Magee bought the oil well, he started receiving urgent telegrams collect from Texas.
Important messages?
Oh, the first one said, send $2,000. Derrick fell down.
The next?
Send $3,000. Drill is bent.
And then?
Looks like a gusher. Send $5,000. Need barrels.
Well, after the doctor sent all this money for his well, what happened?
With the suddenness of a crescendo, the telegram stopped.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, the doctor called in the FBI.
Yes?
The well was non-existent.
So the doctor lost $10,000 in the phony well.
Oh, sure, it served him right.
How come?
A doctor should take care of the sick and let the well alone. Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a few hints for assorted weather.
Rain or shine the year round, the all-purpose, always appropriate beverage is delicious Tenderleaf tea. And the way to get even more pleasure from it is in Tenderleaf tea balls. That's why Tenderleaf tea balls outsell all other kinds. They are America's favorites because they are better in every way. The best part of it is that all these advantages are so practical in daily use in your home. The flavor of the tea comes first, of course. And that's famous for flavored Tenderleaf brand tea. Richer, more fragrant, more delicious. The crisp, clean, white individual packets are tasteless filter paper. That gives you convenience, efficiency, ease in serving, and flawless, crystal clear tea in your cup, filtered as it's made. Keep a supply of these better tea balls on hand for every occasion, for family meals, for guests, and especially for those dark blue days when you need quick comfort in a hurry. One Tenderleaf tea ball in your cup, boiling water, and there you are. Yes, for every good reason, ask for Tenderleaf brand tea ball.
Say, Portland.
Yes?
Will you keep things going until they get the horses set up on the Manhattan merry-go-round? Where's my beret and my bamboo cane?
Are you going out?
Yes, I have to run over to see James Mason. I've written a movie for Mr. Mason. You know, it may be his first American picture.
How did you ever get James Mason to go into your picture?
Well, if you won't let this get out, I'll tell you. Last Tuesday, I finished writing my scenario, and I started over to the Mason apartment. This must be the place. I guess Mr. Mason is at home, too. This sign on the door says, Odd Man In. Well, I'll knock, see what happens.
Hello, Fred.
Well, James Mason. James, I haven't seen you since you were on my program last June. What have you been up to?
Well, I spent a very nice summer out on the island.
On the island? Long Island?
Coney Island.
You spent the entire summer at Coney Island?
Yes, it was thrilling. Thousands of people milling around on the boardwalk. Millions of people sitting on the sand and on each other.
Did you go into the water?
They have water there?
Oh, yes.
I must tell my wife. She will be surprised.
Oh, yes. Some Sundays at Coney Island, it's so crowded the tide can't even come in. The tide has to go over to Far Rockaway and come in twice. But tell me, what else have you been doing?
I attended the World Series.
An Englishman at the World Series? Did you like it?
Yeah, I've never had such music in all my life.
Music?
Yes, Guy Lombardo's orchestra. Excellent. And the way that Lucy Monroe sang your national anthem, it brought me to my feet.
It did, really? What happened after Lucy finished singing?
Oh, a lot of chaps in bloomers started running around. There was no more music, so I went home.
Well, tell me, while you were in the park, did you try one of our American hot dogs at the park?
No. To me, a hot dog on a roll looks like an Indian's finger lying in state.
Didn't you eat anything at the World Series?
As I was leaving the park, the whole Brooklyn crowd was yelling, "Cookie."
Cookie, and you didn't turn back?
I never eat dessert, old boy.
Well, James, I'll tell you why I'm here. Now, you haven't been working lately, have you?
No, not in pictures, but I've been on several radio programs.
Oh, really? What programs?
Well, I appeared on Take It or Leave It.
Well, how did you make out?
Just as I was about to try for the $64,
Yes?
some chap in the audience shouted, "You'll regret it."
You tried for the $64?
Yes.
And what happened?
That chap in the audience was correct.
You regretted it?
I also regretted the giant jackpot.
You regretted it? Tell me, were you on any other programs?
I'm going to be on another program this week.
Oh, with Jack Eigen?
No, I haven't come to that yet. It's a little thing called Information Please.
Oh.
I'm worried about answering those questions.
Oh, it's nothing, James. I've been on Information Please 10 times, and I don't know anything.
Yeah, but with me it's different, Fred.
Different how?
I'm stupid.
Well, look, James, if you want to be able to answer every question on that program, why don't you try my system?
What's your system, Fred?
When I'm on Information Please, I go to the studio 10 minutes early. I walk in, hang up my hat, go over to the guest table, sit down in a big chair, lean over to John Kieran, and I say, "John, what do you know?" Well, by the time John Kieran gets through telling you what he knows, you can't miss a thing on that program.
Thanks, Fred. I'll try that.
Well, now let's get down to business, James. I have written a picture for you.
Now, I'm only good in certain types of stories, Fred.
Well, I sense that, James, and my picture is definitely for you. It will be bigger than I Married a Zombie.
What's the story about, Fred?
Well, the picture opens with a fanfare.
J. Arthur Allen Pictures Limited present James Mason in
The Perfect Crime. I am Norbert Nottingham, known to Scotland Yard as Nobby the Nark. Sitting here in Old Bailey waiting to be hanged, I cursed the fate that sealed my doom. I had planned the perfect crime. Something went wrong. What? That day at home, after I'd worked out my crime in detail, I rang for my faithful houseboy, Chung.
Oh, you Ling or Mr. Nottingham?
Yes, Chung. Sir Stafford Pipps, the inventor, will be here any minute.
Oh, very good.
When he comes, Chung, I want you to go out into the garden and peek through the window.
Oh, very good.
Chung, I'm going to kill Sir Stafford. When the police arrive, you will be grilled. I want you to say that you saw Sir Stafford come in, place a paper on the table, take out a gun, and shoot himself. Do you understand?
Oh, Chung, you recap. Chung go outside, peek in the window. Please the grill Chung. Chung say Sir Stafford put paper on desk, take out gun and shoot self.
You won't forget.
Not a China much a chance.
My alibi was perfect. I knew I could depend on Chung. There was that little affair at Limehouse he'd rather I didn't mention. 3 o'clock. Sir Stafford would soon arrive. He was bringing the plans of an invention that would make me the richest man in the world. Someone was at the door. It was Sir Stafford.
I'll open the door, Mr. Nottingham.
Cat! I thought it was the maid's day off. It was too late to turn back. I had to commit the perfect crime.
And now sing, Sir Stafford Pipps.
Oh, Nobby, old fig.
Sir Stafford, old prune. Have you brought the plans?
Righto. This is my greatest invention. Here are the plans.
I'll take those plans, Sir Stafford.
I say, Nobby, put down the gun.
The The perfect crime had been committed. The plans were mine. Quickly wiping off my fingerprints, I placed the gun in Sir Stafford's hand. The maid opened the door.
Mr. Nottingham, I heard a shot.
I know.
Blimey, it's Sir Stafford.
It's suicide. You better call the police.
Righto.
I chuckled as I heard the maid on the telephone.
Operator, help! Police, suicide!
I laughed as I heard the police on my radio.
Summoning all vehicles. Summoning all vehicles. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Suicide at Norbert Nottingham residence. Calling One Long Pan.
Greetings and shalom alaikum, kiddie. Detective One Long Pan, Oriental Dick Patasi on job. Chababa, chababa, chababa. Long Pan, sure to get you lobber. Chababa, oh, Long Pan, and good voice tonight. Make Perry Como take Bromo. Long Pan.
I say, old boy, will you stop that singing?
Who are you, little man?
I am Norbert Nottingham.
What do you do here, Mr. Norbert Nottingham?
I live here.
Very good. You have $2. You like to try for $4?
This is ridiculous.
You look at it. Long Pan solve crime in no time. What is, confidentially, what is crime?
Sir Stafford Pips has been shot.
Very good. Long panelist, you, Mr. Norbert Nottingham, for shooting Sir Stafford Nips.
Sir Stafford shot himself, you nincompoop. He committed suicide.
Suicide. Likely story.
Oh, Mr. Nottingham.
Oh, lady in the loom. Long pan, cherchez la flemme.
Don't be silly. This is only my maid, Martha.
You come a little closer, baby. Long pan, give you fast frisk.
Take your hands off me. You ain't no osteopath.
You fess up, Martha. What, confidentially, what happened?
I was in the kitchen cleaning a bloater. I was just reaching for the bloater's appendix when I heard a shot.
Very good.
I ran into the study. Sir Stafford's deader than me bloater. He's done himself in.
Precisely. Now, can I show you to the door, Long Pan?
Not so fast, Mr. Nottingham. Long Pan first examine body. Oh, you see in Sir Stafford's hand?
What?
A lawalawa. A lawalawa. 5-4. You bet. Long Pan arrest you again, Mr. Solberg Nottingham, for murder Sir Stafford Hooser.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. I can produce an eyewitness.
Who is eyewitness?
My houseboy, Chung. He saw everything.
Oh, you ling, Mr. Nottingham?
Oh, China boy, Landsman.
Oh, ding ho.
Landsman.
Ding ho.
Ding ho.
Phui mong me phu ting tong.
Phui fong ling long, mugu gai pan.
Mugu gai pan, ding ho po.
Hula ma.
I told you I had a perfect alibi, Long Pan.
Long Pan not entirely convinced. Story sound like bloater, practically fishy.
What did Chung say?
Chung say you sent him out to tend the garden.
That's right. I have 2 meat-eating plants. I told Chung to put napkins on the plants before he served their lamb chops.
Very good. Chung, you in garden? What you see in garden?
Chung peek through a window, or Sir Stafford come in a study.
Sir Stafford, very good.
Sir Stafford put paper on this.
Very good.
Sir Stafford pull out gun and committed suicide.
There's my alibi, Long Pan.
Holy smoke. Chung, you see plenty through window.
Oh, you bet.
Oh, Chung, some kiddo peeking Tom. Chung, Long Pan make had live. Long time funny bunny should be on radio. Oh. Get the big hooper. Big hooper. Okay. Break it up. Pipe down, boy. Joke over, boy.
What's wrong, Long Pan?
Long Pan, unless you, Mr. Nottingham, third and final time for murder Sir Stafford Hips.
But why should I kill Sir Stafford?
This plan on a table. Long Pan only now, just now, catch on. You see plan X equal Y plus double root divide by Z multiply hypotenuse plug in. Whoa! You see plan for super duper magnet.
Dad, you understand it?
Long Pan no schmo. Long pan graduate CCNY. Magna cum laundry. Long time fly-by-night Beta Kappa. You fess up. Motive magnet.
Yes, it was to be the biggest magnet in the whole world.
Very good.
Pointed from England in the direction of the United States, the magnet would have drawn all the gold out of Fort Knox.
Holy smoke.
Sir Stafford was giving it to Ernie Bevan for Christmas.
How about you, Mr. Nottingham? You kill Sir Stafford to use magnet catch 'em gold yourself. You plan, you long time catch you fess up.
But what about my alibi? Chung saw everything through the window.
Chung say nothing. Alibi phony baloney.
You mean?
On window is Venetian, you see Venetian blind. To look through Venetian blind must see through straight crack.
But Chung,
China boy eye slant. Impossible with slanting eye to look through straight crack in Venetian blind.
I give up, Long Pan. You're too much for me.
Confucius say man who use Venetian blind for alibi, shady character. Confucius spell backward, Joe Miller. Oh, Long Pan, hot tonight. Can you top this? Long Pan, Long Pan. Before we remind you to remember Bluebonnet Margin and Tenderleaf Tea on your shopping days, I want to thank Mr. James Mason for his visit tonight. Next week, our guest will be our good friend, Jack Haley. Thank you and good night. Good night. Thank you.
Mr. James Mason.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Some people will do anything to bring home the fresh taste of Chi-Chi's Chunky Restaurante Salsa.
May I help you?
Salsa, Inspector. I'll need many more samples here. Please.
What they should know is that famous Chi-Chi's recipe made with real vegetable chunks is available at the store. Chi-Chi's, the only leading salsa from a real Mexican restaurant.
Now the hot salsa, please.
And try Chi-Chi's refried beans.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Barkeep. Well, what'll it be, stranger?
Nothing.
What?
I don't drink.
Is that what you come in here for, to tell me you don't drink?
I didn't come in here to tell you nothing, Barkeep.
You won't be the first stranger in Dodge I've had to straighten out.
Which
Mr.
one of these men is the marshal?
Marshal?
The marshal. I was told I'd find him here.
He's here. He's sitting right behind you, so don't start nothing.
Oh. Is that him, sitting right there?
That's him.
Well. Marshal Dillon. Yeah. I want to talk to you, Marshal. I'll go ahead. Do you mind if I sit down? No. Well, my name is Ben Corder, Marshal. Ben Corder.
This is my first time in Dodge.
I know.
And I want to be friends, Marshal.
Why not?
Now, I figure we can do each other a lot of good. A lot of good.
Oh? Is that so?
That sure is. That's why I came to talk to you. See, whenever I come to a new town, I always get to know the man that's running the place. That way I figure there won't be no misunderstandings later on.
Misunderstanding about what?
Well, I'm a gambler, Marshal.
Dodge is an open town, Mr. Corder.
Oh, sure. You see, I make money gambling. Sometimes a lot of money.
Now, you must be pretty lucky.
I'm lucky, all right. But now, you know, sometimes a player will go broke and start a fuss over it, maybe even run to the law about it?
Yeah, I know. And when he does, he's usually been cheated.
Oh, some losers always got to complain about something.
Is that what you came to tell me, Mr. Corder?
Oh, Marshal, you know what I'm talking about. Now, you take care of the troublemakers, and I'll take care of you. Say, a quarter of the profits, eh?
Let me explain something to you, Mr. Corder. If a man loses his money gambling, I figure that's his lookout. But I still don't allow any crooked games in Dodge because sooner or later they lead to killing. So you run your game straight, or out you go.
That's not friendly, Mark.
Now, you've made one mistake, Mr. Corder, trying to bribe me. You make another and you're through here. For good.
Oh, you're one of the hard-nosed lawmen, eh?
You'll find out soon enough, mister.
Will I? Now, I've got an idea that I can persuade you yet, Marshal.
Too far to come by a Coke. K-O-C-H-E-D-E-N-I. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Did you ever hear of a place called Deming?
Deming? Well, that's in New Mexico.
Well, is it a nice place?
Well, sure. Why?
Oh, this girl I know is going to move there.
Oh? Is she a nice girl, Chester?
She was.
What do you mean she was?
Well, I haven't seen her since she was about 10, and that was over 20 years ago.
Well, what are you writing to the girl for, Chester?
Oh, I don't write to her. I write to her brother, Welby. He tells me about everything.
Well, I better get out before you explain it to me.
He wants me to marry up with her, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, he does, huh?
Yes, sir, but once a year, regular, I write and tell him I won't do it.
Yeah.
She's getting too danged old. That's what's the matter with her.
Well, don't forget to put the lamp out before you leave the office tonight, Chester.
No, sir, I won't.
Get out!
You see anybody? You want the rifle?
No. Crawl over and put the lamp out, Chester, but keep low.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll wait here a minute.
He'll get away.
He had a rifle, Chester, and he was in the alley right across the street. It was mighty poor shooting. And that's all he wanted to do was scare me.
Oh, then it was that gambler you told me about. Corder, huh?
Yeah, maybe. But I can't prove it.
Well, you sure ought to do something about it.
I am. Gonna get something to eat.
What?
Well, you go out and drop the word here and there about me getting shot at.
But why?
Just do it, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'll be around later.
Evening, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. You, busy?
No. Sit down.
Thank you.
I heard about you getting shot at tonight.
Well, I've been shot before, Kitty.
Oh. And I suppose I shouldn't worry about it.
Now, Kitty, don't start that.
It's just luck you weren't killed years ago, Matt.
It stopped being luck, Kitty, when I learned how to handle a gun myself.
Sure. And anyway, somebody has to enforce the law, don't they?
Well, that's the way I look at it.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Good evening, Marshal.
Hello, Corder.
Ah, right pretty girl.
How long you been wearing shoes, mister?
Now, look here.
Say what you have to say, Corder.
You sure do make it hard to be friends, Marshal. I only wanted to say that I heard that you got shot at tonight.
So?
Well, I'm sorry it happened, that's all. I don't envy a man has to be a marshal. It's mighty dangerous. Besides that, it usually don't pay very good.
And what do you think I ought to do about it, Corder? Quit?
No, that ain't necessary, Marshal. Because if you were smart, you could stay right here and make good money and be real safe to boot.
I didn't know for sure it was you, Corder. But now I know.
What are you talking about?
There's a stage leaving Dodge about sunup. You're going to be on it.
Oh, no, I'm opening a new game across the street tomorrow.
I'll take your gun, Corder.
Oh, wait a minute, Marshal. You can't do that.
I think I can.
Oh, by heaven, you...
Corder went to bed early that night, in jail. But I got him up next morning in plenty of time to make the stage. He climbed into it, meek as a bird, and then it left. And I soon forgot about him. Like so many others I'd run out of Dodge, I figured he'd keep going and make his trouble somewhere else. But a couple of weeks later, I found out I'd figured wrong. I was walking up Front Street one afternoon with Doc.
I tell you, Matt, I'm going to take down my shingle one of these days and let all these people find themselves a good vet.
Who's been souring your milk, Doc?
Oh, Miss Humboldt. That's her. She's been coming in every day for a week.
You're usually complaining about a shortage of patients, Doc.
Yeah, well, that woman's not a patient. She's a suicide.
Well, now, Doc, that might be said of anybody who comes to you.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, the price for cutting bullets out of you just went up, Matt.
Okay. Tell me about Miss Humboldt.
Oh, she wants to be bled all the time, and I won't do it.
A lot of people think bleeding's good for them.
Well, I do, and I just...
Hello, Doctor.
All right, Chester.
He's right inside the Alpha here, Mr. Dillon. I just saw him.
Who did you see, Chester?
That gambler, Corder.
What?
And he's got somebody else with him, some stranger.
Well, we'll see you later, Doc.
Oh, yeah, well, sure, man.
Come on, Chester.
There they are. At the bar, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'll be...
There he is, Toke. That's him. Him? I'm back, Marshal. Brought a man with me to sort of look after my interests. You won't buffalo him so easy.
Hello, Toke.
You really the marshal here?
Didn't Corder tell you?
He didn't mention no name.
What are you talking about?
Toke Moreland and I are old friends, Corder. We worked and rode a long time together. In fact, we went through quite a lot. Didn't we, Toke?
Too much, Matt. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
You're marshal now, huh?
And you've sold your gun to Corder here. Is that right?
That's right.
So you're here to kill me?
Yeah. I'm here to kill you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, Herbert Marshall stars as the Honorable Edmund Burke, British statesman and member of Parliament. Hear his story on CBS Radio tomorrow night on the Radio Hall of Fame with Lionel Barrymore as your host. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
It was a bad feeling to meet Toke Moreland again after some 15 years, and to have him standing at the bar of the Alafraganza, hired by a crooked gambler to kill me. Toke and I had run horses together over in Colorado, until the night we rode into La Junta and got taken by a drunken mob and beaten half to death. And the next day, when they found out we weren't the men they wanted, it was too late. By then, something had gone wrong inside Toke. And as soon as he could climb on a horse, he'd ridden off without a word. And I never saw him again. Until now.
How long you been a marshal?
Quite a while, Toke.
I never figured lawman for much.
A lot of people don't. Like Quarter here.
Go ahead, Toke. Shoot him. I'll back you up.
I handle my own gunfighting, Quarter.
I want to talk to you, Toke. Come on over to the table.
No, you don't, Marshal. You stay
Shut
right
up,
here.
Quarter. Come on, Toke. Sit down. Well, Toke, is this your profession now? Shooting people?
I gamble a little.
Why do you do it, Toke?
I don't like people much. Not after what happened at La Junta.
Oh, you got over that beating? We both did. Anyway, that was a long time ago.
Maybe my memory is better than yours.
No, it isn't. We both changed after that, Toke.
We sure did.
But in different ways. Now you hate everybody. I just hate mobs. I guess that's one reason I became a lawman.
There was a lawman helping them that night at La Junta. The sheriff himself.
Well, there are good sheriffs and bad.
Like marshals?
Like anybody, Toke.
It's kind of too bad you're a marshal, Matt.
You mean you're going through with this anyway?
I never back off from a fight.
Well, suppose I won't fight.
I get paid all the same. But you'll have to get out of Dodge.
You think I'll do that?
No. But I'll give you 24 hours to worry it around.
All right, Toke. That gives you 24 hours, too.
I don't change. Talk's nothing to me.
But money is.
It adds to the pleasure.
Tell me something, Toke.
Huh?
You'd, enjoy shooting me?
You ain't Matt Dillon no more. You're a lawman. Same as the one who helped him half kill me, and you too, at La Junta.
Oh, you're a fool, Toke.
Maybe. But I'm a pretty good gunman.
Sure.
You can let Quarter run his game here, or you can quit.
It's a crooked game. There'd be fights. Men would die.
24 hours, Marshal Dillon.
Okay. 24 hours. Your cut, Chester.
You sure you don't want to stop, Mr. Dillon?
Just because I've been losing?
It could be a bad omen, especially today.
That's like I told Kitty, Chester. I don't depend on luck.
Oh. Oh, well. You two still playing cards?
Oh, Doc.
Doc, how many, Chester?
One.
Mm-hmm. Matt, you've been hiding out in here all day long while everybody's talking about how you let that gambler come back to town yesterday after running him out. And I don't like it.
I'm taking 3, Chester. It'll all be settled tonight, Doc.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're saying you're afraid of that gunman he's got with him, that Toke something.
It's your bet, Chester. Doc, don't get drunk too early today, huh? We might need you.
Oh, I quit. I can't even think to that, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, Chester.
If there's anything I hate, it's a paid gunman.
A paid gunman? Oh, so that's what he is.
Ain't there no way at all to stop him, Mr. Dillon?
How are you going to stop a man that kills just for money?
Just for money. Hey, wait a minute. Doc, do you know where he is now?
Well, he was in the Texas Trail a little while ago, Matt.
Good. I'll be back later. Hello, Toke.
Well, Marshal Dillon. Sit down, Marshal. You know Miss Kitty here?
Hello, Matt.
Kitty.
I've been talking about you, me and Kitty. And talking about me, too.
Good. That's what I want to talk about, Toke.
Me? Well, go right ahead. But don't stay too long. She's a real pretty girl, Matt.
Maybe I'd better leave.
If you leave, I leave with you.
Matt?
It's all right, Kitty. Stay. Toke, how much is Quarter paying you to get rid of me?
$300.
Yeah. Well, what if I give you $300?
To shoot him.
You don't care who you kill, do you?
It don't matter much.
No. All right. I'll give you $300 to clear out of here and forget this whole business.
Why?
Well, we were good friends once, Toke, till you got mad and started hating everybody.
You've changed too, Matt. You sure never were a coward in the old days.
Is that what you think I am?
Well, so does Kitty. Don't you, Kitty?
Don't tell me what I think, mister.
He's full of vinegar, Matt. A girl like that deserves a real man. Yeah, I think I'll get my money from Corder so I can hang around Dodge and get a little better acquainted with her.
Now I am leaving.
Well, I guess there's nothing more to say, Toke.
Nothing I know of. See you in about an hour, Marshal. Unless you go hide.
I told him, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
He said he likes the idea of meeting you in the street.
So do I. There's less chance of anybody else getting hurt out here.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh. There he comes.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, I wish you
Get out of the street, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I guess you ain't a coward after all.
Then get out of Dodge, Toke. And take Corder with you.
Corder don't mean nothing to me.
Does anything?
Just killing people. Especially lawmen.
Okay, Toke. Go ahead.
Watch me. I'm hurt, Matt. bad.
Yeah.
You hit me. Both times.
I had to.
Funny thing, man.
What?
I'm lying here, flooding inside, dying. But I ain't mad no more. I don't hate nobody.
Toke,
It's too late to do anything about it.
Yeah. It's too late, Toke.
Sure. Here it is.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
take care of him, will you?
You going after Corder?
Corder isn't the kind of man who'll stay around after this. No, I'm going for a ride. Alone.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Laughs Ahead on CBS Radio tomorrow night with Our Miss Brooks on most of these stations. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. There's comedy with My Little Margie Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
All-new murder mystery movie. She thought her secrets were buried with a dead man.
Take a look at this.
How am I going to defend you? But when she's accused of his murder, the truth must be told. All-new 2-hour Matlock movie tonight, 8/7 Central, here on ABC.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
Jell. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Jerome Kern's High, Wide, and Handsome from the picture of the same name. Well, here we are, back again, beginning our 4th year on the air for Jell-O. We're mighty happy to be back, and we hope you're happy, too. We hope you like our shows better than ever before, and we know you like Jell-O better than ever, because Jell-O is being improved all the time. Experts in the Jell-O laboratories are working constantly to make Jell-O always more delicious, to bring you richer fruit flavors, more luscious than ever, and glowing colors, fresh and bright, to make Jell-O more attractive to look at and more appetizing to taste. But remember, if you want to get the real thing, insist on genuine Jell-O. For Jell-O brings you that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor, which simply cannot be topped. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Ransom played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a holiday of 13 weeks, we bring you a man whose vacation is over, and so is yours, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Gee, I can't be that good. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, full of pep and raring to go. You know, Don, it feels so good to be back in the studio with the old gang. Gee, I'm even happy to see this silly old microphone. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Jack.
Guy. Well, Don, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but on my 13 weeks vacation, I don't know of anyone I've missed as much as you.
Well, thanks, Jack. I've missed you, too.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to see you. Gee, if you were Loretta Young, I'd kiss you. But really, Don, I've never seen you in better shape. You look so rested.
Well, so do you, Jack.
And you look so healthy.
Oh, you do, too, Jack.
And you look so handsome. Did you hear me, Don?
Yes, thanks.
Oh. I guess I went too far there.
But now, Jack, tell me all about your trip to Europe. Did you have a good time?
Don, I had the most marvelous time I've ever had in my life. It was more fun than a barrel of monkeys. And you know what they are.
Oh, I'll say.
I tell you, Don, there's nothing like an ocean voyage for complete relaxation. I was so relaxed I didn't eat for 4 days. But it was great, though, really. 3,000 miles on the open sea.
Weren't you scared?
Well, what's there to be scared of? You're on a big ocean liner. What could happen?
Well, for one thing, the boat might sink.
Oh, that's silly. I didn't even think of it.
Well, that boat trip must have been good for you. You certainly put on a lot of weight.
I did?
Yes, especially around your waist.
Around my... Oh, darn it, I forgot to take off my life belt. Now, isn't that awful?
Well, it's funny you never noticed it. Haven't you taken a bath?
Yes, and I was wondering why I kept floating out of the tub. Well, I should have guessed.
But now, Jack, what about Europe? What did you do and where did you go?
Oh, I went all over. I was in England, France, Italy, but the loveliest place I've ever seen in my life is Switzerland. What scenery.
Beautiful, huh?
Well, Don, it's a second Lake Arrowhead. And those mountains, I just can't describe them.
Oh, yes, I've heard the Alps are gorgeous.
Oh, they are. Well, Don, when I think of them, I could just yodel. Really, you should see those Alps with rippling streams and wildflowers blooming and cheese growing all over the place. Oh.
You know, I've often wondered about that. Is there really so much cheese in Switzerland?
Is there? Well, when a good rat dies, that's where he goes. But, of course, Don, there's only one place to really have fun, and that's Paris.
So they say. How did Paris strike you, Jack?
Right between the eyes, Don. Right? I had such a wild time, I had to sleep in a straitjacket. Now, what do you think I bumped into over there?
Who?
Mary. She went to Europe, too. The little copycat. She was mad about Paris. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jack. Glad to see you back again.
You look grand. You look good, Phil. Really, it's sure good to see you, Phil. I don't know of anyone I've missed as much as you.
Thanks, Jack.
Did you have a nice vacation, Phil? What'd you do this summer?
Well, I put my band in mothballs.
Yes?
And then I went down to Texas on a little fishing trip.
Fishing? Did you have any luck?
Swell. I caught a 110-pound blonde in Galveston.
Well, that was luck. Huh?
Yeah, but her father was the game warden, so I had to throw her back.
Oh, that's too bad.
Say, Jack, I heard you telling Don about Europe. Did you make the trip alone?
No, Phil. I went over with an uncle of mine. He's a swell fella, but the only trouble is he drinks a lot. You know, he...
Well, at least you had company, somebody to talk to.
Oh, yes, if you can understand hiccups. Yeah. My uncle was the only passenger that was seasick and didn't know it. What a guy, huh?
I meant to ask you, Jack, what boat did you go over on?
The Normandy. You ought to see it, Phil. It's gigantic. Oh, what a boat. Looks like Don Wilson with funnels.
Hey, wait a minute.
And Phil, who do you think was on the same boat?
Who?
Marlene Dietrich. Right on the same boat. What a girl.
No kidding.
And would you believe it, Phil? Her cabin was only 20 miles from mine, you know? And I got bunions to prove it. Hey, fellas, look. Look who's here.
Bonjour, messieurs. Bonjour. It's comment allez-vous ce soir?
Mary, glad to see you. Well, hello, Mary.
Marie to you guys.
Oh. Mary, cut out that French. You're back home now, you know.
Gee, Mary, you're looking swell.
Did you have any fun in Paris?
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui. She was in the stores all the time over there.
Oh, I bet you did a lot of shopping, huh, Mary?
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
Did you meet any cute fellas?
Woo-woo!
Now, stop showing off. I'm glad you didn't make the trip with me.
So am I.
What boat did you go over on?
The Queen Mary Livingston.
Queen Mary Livingston?
Yes, the captain told me I could say that.
Oh, I see.
Oh, say, fellas, before I forget, I brought you all a little present from Paris.
You did?
What is it, Mary?
Perfume.
Perfume?
Oh, just what we needed.
Speak for yourself, Phil.
Come here, Don. Here's your bottle. It's called A Kiss in the Dark.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
And here's yours, Phil. It's called Love Gardenia.
Well.
Quite romantic. What's mine, Mary?
Dracula's Dream.
It's a fine name for a perfume.
It also kills ants.
Well, a double header. Some stuff.
Hey! Mary, wait a minute. The bottle you gave me has a nipple on it.
Oh, I gave you Kenny.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Mary, it was nice of you to bring us perfume.
Oh, and that's not all. You know what I brought for our audience?
What?
A poem.
A poem. Well, that ought to smell, too. Gee, I pulled the line and had to laugh myself. Do you hear that, folks? A poem. You want to hear it? You want to hear it? Well, boys, looks like we're outnumbered. What's the title of it, Mary?
Paris in the Springs.
Paris in the Springs.
Yeah, I wrote it in bed.
Oh. Well, let's hear it.
All right. I've just returned from dear old Paris, where life is gay and there no cares. Some call it Paris, some Paris. Now, which is right? I'm up a tree.
Oh, up a tree. Huh?
I'm doing the Big Apple.
Oh.
With your good old Eiffel Tower, where your friends you meet and say bonjour. And people poor and people rich ride across your London Bridge.
London Bridge. London Bridge is in London.
Well, I was there, too.
Oh.
I adore you, Paris, France, where girls buy hats and men buy trousers.
Trousers?
All right, pants.
Oh.
And taxi cabs, they honk and rattle. The drivers look, but do not tattle.
Mary.
Marie to you.
Oh.
Your onion soup is so delish, it puts you in a swell condition. And the whole world shouts hurrah for your patty, foie gras.
Mary, that's patty foie gras.
It's foie, I didn't like it.
Well, I don't like the whole poem.
Your waiters with their fine behaviors serve the 6 delicious flavors.
Flavor?
Yes, the strawberry, the raspberry, the cherry orange too, the lemon and the lime and the kesky bully boo.
Hey, Harris. What? S'il vous plaît, Phil.
Merci beaucoup.
Stop, you're breaking my heart from Artists and Models. Played by Phil Harris and his... Played by Phil Harris and his augmented orchestra. And, Phil, you're right back in form again. Believe me, that number sounded plenty good.
You think that's something? Wait till we learn it.
Oh. Now, the way, Phil, I noticed that you've enlarged your orchestra quite a bit this season, haven't you?
Yes, I added 3 violins and a cement mixer.
Well, that's what I like. Something concrete in there, you know. Ooh. Gee, those fiddles, those 3 fiddles. You know, I was watching that middle fellow in particular. He seems to employ the same technique on the violin that I do.
I know I'm letting him go tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Yes, do that, Phil. Now, look, Phil, I don't want to tell you your business, you know, but I do think that those 3 violinists ought to have strings on their instruments, don't you?
They should.
Certainly.
Well, I told them that, and they talked me out of it.
And you shouldn't be so easily swayed. But there's no question about it, Phil. Your orchestra has an added quality. What did you think of the last number, Mary?
The cement mixer wasn't loud enough.
Well, it's tired. It just finished a symphonic engagement at Boulder Dam.
Hey, Jack, look. Look who just came in.
Who?
I'll bite. Who?
Kenny.
Oh, it's me. Hello, everybody.
Well, cutie. Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack, old boy.
Old boy?
Well, it's another year.
That's right. Well, you're looking swell, Kenny. You really are. I shouldn't tell you this, but during my vacation in Europe, Kenny, I don't know of anyone I've missed as much as you.
Thanks,
really.
Jack. Next year you can take me with you.
No, I'd rather miss you, Kenny.
Gee, I bet you had a swell time in Europe, Jack. You look so tan and dissipated.
Well, Kenny, you should have been there. You really... Did you get that postcard I sent you from Paris?
Did I? Wow!
Kenny, that was a picture of a museum.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Jack, have you noticed how much Kenny has grown this summer?
That's right, Don. He's getting to be a real young man, isn't he?
Gee.
Isn't he, Mary, huh?
He sure is, and he's better looking, too.
Gosh, do you mean that, Mary?
Uh-huh.
Then give me a kiss.
Oh, a fast worker, too, huh? Go ahead, Mary. You haven't seen Kelly all summer. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't want to kiss him.
Go on.
No.
Oh, come on, Mary. Give him a kiss. What have you got to lose?
My gum.
Now, you can get another stick.
Come on, Mary. Be a fool.
Come on. Oh, it's only Kenny. Come on, give him a kiss.
No, he'll tell everybody.
He will not.
I will, too.
Now, isn't that awful? Come on, Mary, quit stalling.
You better hurry up or I'll get out of the mood.
Look who's in the mood. Look.
Oh, all right. Come on, Kenny, brace yourself.
All set.
All right, camera. Well, how was it, Mary?
He has grown.
There, you see?
Let's do it again.
Oh, no, that's enough. Save your energy for your song. What are you going to sing tonight, Kenny?
Well, as soon as I get my breath, I'm going to sing Remember Me.
Well, that's swell. Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. Just a second. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of telling you how glad I am to see you back on the air.
Well, thanks.
I don't know of anyone I've missed as much as me. Goodbye.
I knew 13 weeks was unlucky. Sing, Kenny.
Here's a song that I've created, nothing too sophisticated. It's a theme that everybody knows. Not a hilly-billy ballad full of sentimental salad, though you think it's silly, I suppose. My own refrain, child of my brain. And my song is dedicated to the people who are mated. Listen now, for here is how it goes. Do you remember one September afternoon? I stood with you and listened to a wedding tune. And didn't I go with you on your honeymoon? Remember me. recall a cottage small upon a hill, where every day I had to pay another bill. And if I'm not mistaken, dear, I pay them still. Remember me. I can see that little angel on your knee. Can't you see he kinda, sorta looks like me? For I'm the boy whose only joy is loving you, who worries till he hurries home when day is through. And I'm the guy you give your goodnight kisses to. I'm only the husband that you're married to, and I should look a little familiar to you.
Remember Me from Mr. Dodd Takes the Air, sung by Kenny Baker, the great lover of the Jell-O program. And, Kenny, your voice is better than ever.
Oh, it certainly is, kid. Really, Kenny, your voice has improved tremendously.
Yes, sir.
Well, this may sound hammy, but I agree with you.
Say, Mary, why don't you give Kenny his present?
Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. Here, Kenny, I brought you something from Paris. Just a little remembrance.
Oh, boy, what is it?
Well, it's sweet and it's liquid, and you have to spray it on you. Now, what is it?
A kiss.
No, it's perfume.
Oh, shucks.
Watch your language, son. Now, run away, both of you kids. We got things to do around here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the feature attraction of our opening program, we are going to present the first in a series of highly dramatic offerings. No, pardon me. Come in. Well.
Hiya, bud.
Surprises today. Gee, certainly getting surprised. Well, Andy, I'm glad to see you.
Me too. Gee, the whole gang's here.
Yeah, same voice, too. Yep, well, Andy. Andy, how's your Ma and Pa and the cows and the chickens and...
Oh, they're fine, Buck. They're all sitting around the radio listening in.
Well, that's interesting. Of course, I never got a fan letter from a cow, you know.
Well, no moose is good moose.
Ooh.
Go back to sleep, Mary.
You said it, huh? We got any more cow jokes, Andy?
No, I guess we milked them.
Well, Andy, what'd you do this summer? Have a nice vacation?
Sure did. I took a boat and went over to Catalina Island.
Catalina Island? Well, that wasn't much of a trip. Why didn't you come to Europe with me?
What for? I can get just as sick in 2 hours as you can in 5 days.
I know. Boy, just barely made that one. I know, but there's nothing like Paris. Say, Andy, did you get that picture postcard of the Eiffel Tower I sent you?
Yes, sir. Sure got pretty legs, ain't it?
Yes, if you like architecture, yeah.
I wish I'd have been over in Paris with you, though. I'd like to meet some of them cute mademoiselles.
Mademoiselles?
Yeah.
But, Andy, you can't talk French.
Who wants to talk?
Well, you ought to make that trip sometime, Andy. No kidding.
Not me. It's too darn dangerous. The boat might sink.
No, there's nothing to be afraid of, is there, Mary?
Of course not.
You see?
Jack wore curls in case they yell women and children first.
Well, I was traveling incognito.
Say, Andy, I brought you something from Paris, too.
You did? What is it?
Perfume. It's called Eau de la Fleur de la Goutte.
De la Goutte?
Doggone, it sure smells sweet.
I'm glad you like it.
Do you mind if I pour some on the hogs? They need it worse than I do.
Now, don't go wasting it. Well, Andy, as long as you're here tonight, you better as well join us. We're going to put on a little play.
Okay, Buck.
Better get into it, too. We haven't got much time, me being nervous and everything. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our first dramatic offering of the season, we are going to present... Oh, now what? Come in.
Hey, Jack. Jack, look who walked in.
Well, this is a surprise. Abe Lyman, of all people.
Hello, Jack. Can I see you a minute?
Oh, you remember Abe Lyman. His band was with us in New York last winter. Well, I'm glad to see you, Abe. Gee, this is a surprise. Abe, what's on your mind? What do you want to see me about?
Well, it's a little personal, Jack, and I'd rather keep it private.
Well, come on, Abe, out with it. I mean, there's no secrets around here.
Well, look, Jack, this is your first program of the new season, isn't it?
Yes.
And I noticed that you're using Phil Harris's band.
Well, yes, Abe. What about it?
Well, last winter, while we were in New York, you promised to use my band.
I did?
Yeah, and I got a letter to prove it, too.
Now, look, Abe.
What's the trouble, Jack?
Oh, nothing, Phil. Only last winter when we went east, Abe did one broadcast for me.
I did 3. I got paid for 1.
Well, that's neither here nor there. I got Phil Harris signed up for the season. Besides, it's no place to discuss business.
Well, what about that letter you sent me?
Well, I wrote it when I was mad at Phil. Anyway, I didn't think you could read.
Well, my uncle can.
Now, look, Abe, I don't care about your uncle. I had enough grief with you in New York, so lay off. Phil Harris was all set, and he went to a lot of trouble augmenting his orchestra. He's even got a cement mixer.
That's nothing. I got a steamroller in my band.
Steamroller? Well, I don't believe it.
You will when I run over you.
Oh, yeah? What are you laughing at?
Next week, a flounder will say Jello again.
That's so.
All I know is my band is going to be on your program or you'll be number 1 on my hit parade.
Now, look here, Abe. Are you trying to intimidate me?
What?
Are you trying to intimidate me?
I don't know.
Well, call your uncle and find out.
I wouldn't waste a nickel on that rat.
It's a fine place to come in and start an argument.
Jack, why don't you and Abe go out in the hall where you can be alone?
Think I'm crazy? Now, listen, Abe, we can talk this over some other time.
I'm talking it over right now.
Yeah. You stay out of this, Kenny. Well, I had enough of this, and I'm not going to waste any more time arguing.
Oh, you're not, huh?
Hey there, Lyman. Why don't you leave Buck alone?
Get away from me, Divine, or I'll clear your throat.
Watch out, Andy.
I hope I come out a baritone.
It's a fine thing to happen on my first program.
Say, Jack, I feel kind of embarrassed about this. I didn't
you're
know.
not to blame, Phil.
No, Phil, it's not your fault.
Of course not. Now, let's drop all of this and go back to where we were.
Okay, give me another kiss, Mary.
Well, I'm glad the subject has changed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, go away, Abe, we will present a dramatic offering.
You won't be in it.
Now, listen, Abe.
Come on, Lyman, get out of here.
Pipe down, Wilson, or I'll knock you loose from your 6 delicious flavors.
Can you imagine that?
Well, it won't be genuine without the big red letters on the box.
You tell him, Don. Imagine disrupting the whole broadcast. Wish my pal Fred Allen was here. He'd show you something.
Who?
Jack Dempsey. Now, look here, Abe. Suppose I give you my word that we'll talk this over in a day or two. Will that be all right?
I don't know. I had my heart set on this job.
Well, I'm sorry.
Gee, and I ate Jell-O all summer.
Well, you feel better now, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Hey, Don, maybe we can get a testimonial out of him. Huh? Yeah. Well, all right, Abe, run along. I'll be seeing you.
And don't forget, I'll be seeing you, too.
Well, fellas, some commotion, wasn't it? Hmm?
I'm sorry it happened, Jack, but it was your own fault. You shouldn't have written him that letter.
Oh, I only did it to encourage him. Besides, how did I know his uncle could read?
Oh, don't worry about him, Jack.
No, wait till he hits
me. I can take care of myself, believe me. Haven't been taking that cod liver oil all summer for nothing.
How about our play, Buck?
No, Andy, there's no use trying to go on with this program. Come on, fellas. Lyman might be waiting outside, so I'll take you all home.
Okay, Jack.
Come on.
Play, Phil. Surround me, boys. I want to be in the middle where I can think.
Here's a dessert that's always a hit, and it's always quick and easy to make. That dessert is Jell-O. You can serve Jell-O in 101 different ways, all of them easy, all of them inexpensive, and all of them swell. For Jell-O not only brings infinite variety to your winter and fall menus, it also brings you that grand, refreshing true fruit flavor. Extra rich fruit flavor that belongs to Jell-O. You'll find it in every one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. There are a variety of recipes for serving Jell-O on every package. Recipes for delicious desserts and intriguing salads. Look them over next time you're in your grocery store. You'll want to order half a dozen boxes to keep an interesting variety of these recipes on hand. Just be sure you get genuine Jell-O. And remember, there's only one Jell-O.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jell-O series, and I'll be with you again next Sunday night, weather and Lyman permitting. I sure get into things, don't I, folks? Say, Mary, I see where your picture, This Way Please, is opening at the Paramount Theater this week.
Yes, it is, Jack.
Gee, I must go and see it opening night.
Gee, everybody will be there. Phil and Kenny and Don and Abe.
Abe, Lincoln or Lyman?
Lyman.
Oh, I'll go some other time. Good night, folks.
Here's a special announcement. Next Saturday night, Jack Haley starts a new series of programs for Log Cabin Syrup over most of these same stations. See your local paper for time and the station nearest you, and be sure to tune in. Andy Devine, whose present picture, You're a Sweetheart, appears on this program through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, and Kenny Baker through the courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
People will be surprised as they are asked, will you marry me?
No way!
Share the laughter and the tears and a surprise celebrity proposal. I love you with all my heart. Hosted by Dick Clark and Suzanne Summers. An all-new Will You Marry Me, Sunday, here on ABC.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Cary Grant and Jean Arthur in Only Angels Have Wings.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program is our way of thanking you for your loyalty to Lux Flakes. Every time you purchase a box of Lux Flakes, you're playing an active part in making this program possible. And every time you buy a box of Lux Flakes, you're assuring safe, thrifty care for your nice things. For everything safe in water alone. Because Lux has no harmful alkali to fade colors or spoil fabric. It keeps your things new-looking longer. That's worth remembering, isn't it? Lux is safe, and it saves. Tonight, we take you to South America in a play of high adventure and romance. In bringing you Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, Thomas Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, and Rita Hayworth in Only Angels Have Wings. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is conducted by Louis Silvers. And between the acts, you'll hear Arthur E. Laporte, captain of the plane Yankee Clipper, just returned from its history-making flight to Europe. And now, here's your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. During the past week, Columbia Pictures Corporation released to the world a photoplay which, in my opinion, will be regarded as one of the finest adventure dramas of all time, destined for a long and successful run. It's called Only Angels Have Wings. For making it possible to bring this drama to the air, our thanks go to Columbia Studios, director Howard Hawks, and the brilliant players who reenact tonight the roles they so recently created. Our special thanks to Jean Arthur and Thomas Mitchell, who interrupted work on their next Columbia picture, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, in order to be here this week. Our play brings back an old favorite and introduces a new one. In Only Angels Have Wings, a great personality of past seasons reappears on the screen for the first time in 3 years, Richard Barthelmess. And our newcomer is a beautiful and talented young actress, Rita Hayworth, whom we hear in the role of Judy McPherson. Mr. Barthelmess is Bat McPherson, Jean Arthur plays Bonnie Lee, Thomas Mitchell is the flyer called the Kid, And Cary Grant, who stars next for RKO in Memory of Love, takes the part of Jeff Carter. Also from the original cast are Noah Beery Jr., Victor Killian, and Donald Barry. Only Angels Have Wings was not written with any thought of the occasion which this nation observes tomorrow, Memorial Day. And yet, when you've heard our drama, I think you'll agree that it's in the spirit of America's Day of Remembrance, since it tells the story of the sacrifice and daring of those who made it safe for man to fly. We take off now and begin the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Cary Grant and Jean Arthur in Only Angels Have Wings, with Richard Barthelmess, Thomas Mitchell, and Rita Hayworth. Night has fallen on the little town of Barranca, port of call for South American banana boats. Near the waterfront, the fog hangs low over the muddy, narrow streets, and in the garish light of kerosene lamps, the natives swarm through the marketplace. Jammed in the crowd is a young American girl. She pushes her way quickly through the streets, glancing frequently over her shoulder at two men who've been following her. In desperation, she stops by a peddler's stand, snatches up a butcher's knife, and turns to face her two pursuers.
All right, gents. Step right up and be carved into small pieces.
Lady, we've decided to appeal to your better nature.
What?
It wasn't me wanting to follow you, lady. This guy thought it up all by himself.
We just wanted to buy you a drink.
Say, are you American?
No, don't let the clothes fool you, lady.
Why, I thought you were a cop. Well, why didn't you say so? Gee whinikers, am I glad to see you. You buy me a drink, I'm going to buy you a drink.
You won't need this knife anymore.
Come on, let's go.
Say, it sure sounds good to hear something that doesn't sound like pig Latin. Where are you from?
Oh, he's Les Peters, and I'm Joe Souther, New York and Kansas.
What's your name?
Lee.
Lee what?
Bonnie Lee from Brooklyn.
Hiya, Bonnie.
I didn't hear Bonnie. Hey, Dutchy.
Oh, hello, Joe. Hello, Les. You bring the mail from the boat?
Sure, and something with it.
Dutchy, meet Miss Lee.
How do you do?
How are you?
How about a drink, Dutchy?
Oh, sure. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Cigarette, Bonnie?
Thanks. Oh, it sure feels good to be off that boat. What are you fellas doing down here?
Oh, just the same as everybody else. Working for the Dutchman.
What's that?
Oh, we fly a little mail and things here and there.
Flyers, huh? Well, who'd ever think there was a flying field in a place like this? Where is it?
Just outside door.
Outside the door.
Yeah, operation office behind the door. Hangar in the cowshed out that way.
Very high class.
Oh, sure.
Well, here you are, Miss Lee.
Thanks, Dutchy.
Well, score,
To us.
Down the hatch.
Happy landing.
What are you doing down here, Miss Lee? On your way back to the States?
Yeah, if I don't get a job in Panama.
Oh, professional?
Yeah, I quit a show in Valparaiso.
What time does your boat leave again?
4 a.m., so they tell me.
4 a.m.? Hey, Dutchy, bring a bottle.
No. You boys better go easy.
What for?
Well, one of you has to fly the mail tonight.
Oh, can you beat that? All right, Dutchy, take a number.
A number? What for?
Anything up to 10.
1 to 10. Oh, no, not me. You want to gamble on who is going up in bad weather, you better pick somebody else for a number, yeah?
All right. Bonnie.
Any number. Go ahead, anything up to 10.
No, sirree, not me. I feel the same way he does.
No, nobody is worrying about who's going up. What we're worrying about is
who's going to take you to dinner.
Yeah.
Now, who said anything about staying for dinner?
Oh, well, we'll send you a formal invitation. I got matchsticks in my hand, Les. Odd or even?
Odd.
Even. Too bad, Les. Well, Bonnie, how do you like your steak?
Oh, I don't know.
Joe Souther, you're up next.
That's you, Les.
Joe? Hey, Joe.
Hiya, Jeff. Over here.
Stand by, Joe. Texas is clearing up over the pass.
Oh, no, not me, Papa. Les lost. I'm having dinner with Miss Lee. And Miss Lee, Mr. Carter.
How do you do?
How do you do? Sorry, Joe, the mail goes on schedule. So do the pilots.
Since when?
Now, look, Jeff, they gambled and he lost. Now, let him go.
Is that an order, Dutchy?
Yeah, no. Well, who is running things here anyway?
Well, that's what I mean. Come on, get going, Joe.
Oh, what about Miss Lee?
Don't worry about Miss Lee. I'll be glad to take up where you left off.
Now, look here, mister. I've got something to say about this, you know.
Chorus girl?
No. I do a specialty.
So much the better. See you later, Miss Lee.
Oh, you will you? Now, wait a minute. Say, who does that guy think he is?
That's the boss.
As you might have gathered from the conversation.
Well, he's not my boss.
Well, Bonnie, I hope you win. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Joe.
No, Joe, be careful. No chances, yeah?
Want to watch him take off, Bonnie?
All right.
This way.
Say, how can he fly in this fog?
Oh, it's just on the ground. He'll pull right up through this. What he's waiting for is that heavy stuff pilot in the pass.
Sounds like double talk to me.
Well, the only way of getting inland from here is through a deep pass. It's about 14,000 feet in the low spot. Winds and cloud make it a bad place, so we keep a lookout partway through to tell us when it clears.
Calling for anchor.
Go ahead, Tex. Here he comes in now.
Stand by. She's moving fast. How's it look down there?
All right if the wind doesn't shift.
Okay, she's open. Let 'em fly.
Okay, Tex. Go ahead, Joe.
Keep those field lights on, Mike.
Okay, boss.
Come on. Get her up, Joe.
Holy duck.
So what?
The most wonderful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I know. Reminded you of a great, big, beautiful bird, didn't it?
No, didn't. It wasn't like a bird at all. That's why it was so wonderful. It was like a flying human being.
Well, you're right about one thing. A bird would have too much sense to fly in that kind of muck. All right, Mike, turn off those lights.
Hey, Jeff.
Hello, kid.
Hey, the wind swung round. It's moving that fog bank in, thick as mud.
Yeah. Calling lookout.
Go ahead, Jeff.
How's it look up in the pass?
I was just going to call you. Jeff, you better hold Joe down there for a while.
I can't. He's already gone. You ought to be able to see him by now.
See him? I can't see the tip of my nose.
All right, stand by to put out a flare in case I don't get hold of him.
Never mind the flare, Pop. Little Jody heard every word. What'll I do, come back?
Jeff, is that you?
What's the matter?
Shut up. Yeah, Joe, come on back. But look, it's pretty thick down here. Start letting down. When you get over the fog, I'll line you up and talk you in.
Hey, Jeff.
What?
You tell that beautiful blonde I'm still in the running.
Will you stick to business, Joe?
All I want to do is order a couple of steaks for dinner. How about it, Dutch?
Tell him it's all right.
It's all right with me, too.
All right, Joe, you're all set.
Okay, here I come.
Hey, Shorty, plug in that field set. Come on, get going.
Yes, sir.
Mike, get the big light ready.
All right, sir.
Turn it straight up.
It's kind of cold out here, Jeff. Here's your coat.
Mike, light those tubs.
Okay.
Joe Souther. Joe Souther.
Okay, Jeff. Coming down. On top of the fog at 1,500.
That's higher than I thought.
Watch carefully, Joe. We're turning on the lights. Turn them on, Mike.
Here they go.
They are, Joe. Can you see them?
No, not a thing. Can't even see the glow, Papa.
Must be thicker than it looks.
Well, it won't hurt to take a stab at it.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, blimp your motor. All right, Joe. All right. You're passing over the field. Now turn 180 degrees and start letting it down and watch for the lights.
You know, it sounds a little that way.
Yeah. Joe, you're a little south. A little south.
Okay, Papa. Turning north. Here come. 800. 600.
Cut it up into hundreds, Joe.
500. 400.
Take it easy, Sonny. Take it easy.
Shut up.
300.
Look, gunner, Joe.
Down to 100 now, Jeff.
There he is, Jeff. He's way off.
Joe, pull up, pull up. We're heading for the...
Hey, that wasn't right, was it?
No, lady, not quite.
Look, Joe. Joe, you had the wrong line. You're way off.
Okay, Jeff. I saw the lights. I'll get it next time.
Nothing doing, Joe. Don't take any more chances. Now, you've got 3 hours gas.
3 hours? Oh, Jeff, she'll almost be on the boat by then.
Listen, I told you to stick to business. Now get up on top and cruise around until it opens up down here.
That's right, Jeff. Don't let him do
Shut
it.
up.
Oh, Jeff, you give me one more chance. Yeah, I think I see a hole. Yeah, I do see one.
Now, Joe.
I'm coming down, Jeff.
Now, listen, Joe. You've got your orders. Stay up there and quit worrying about that blonde.
It's all right, Jeff. I see the lights. I'll make it easy.
Now, listen.
I'll make it...
Joe!
Joe! Pull up! Pull up! You're heading for the creek! Joe!
All right, Mike. Get the wagon. Take along a big pair of shears in case you have to cut him out. Les, you got the mail.
Well, did the best you could, Jeff.
Yeah. Mr. Wise Guy up there. Wouldn't listen to me.
Do something. Do something. He may be alive. Don't just stand there.
Oh, cut it out. Haven't you caused enough trouble? He's dead.
Calling for anchor. Calling for anchor.
Go
Calling
ahead,
for
Ted.
anchor.
Go ahead.
Jeff, did you get Joe down all right?
Yeah. All except for one tree that stuck up too high.
Sorry.
Hey, where's that drink, Banjo?
You're right away, senor.
How's it look outside, kid?
It's clearing up a little.
Okay.
Mr. Carter.
Yeah?
Mr. Carter, do you think... do you think it was my fault what happened out there?
Sure, it was your fault. The Dutchman hired him. I sent him up on schedule. The fog came and the tree got in the way. All your fault. Forget it unless you want the honors. Hiya, Jeff. Hello, Jet.
Just got back.
Here, I missed all the excitement around here.
Yeah, afraid you did.
You won't see a better one in a long time.
Yeah, she's a good one, all right. Here, gangway, please. Here's your steak, senorita. Here is the yellow one. Who wants it, huh?
Put it down here.
Oh, si, senor.
Hey, that looks all right, Pancho.
How can you do that?
Do what?
Eat that steak.
Why, what's the matter with it?
It was his.
Look, what do you want me to do? Have it stuffed?
Haven't you any feelings? Don't you realize he's dead?
Who's dead?
Yeah, who's dead?
Joe.
Joe?
Who's Joe?
Anybody know a Joe?
What's the matter with you fellas? He was sitting here with us talking and laughing just a few minutes ago, and now
Oh, break the news to Mother and tell her there's no other.
Well, how do you like that?
Wait a minute, you little fool. Why don't you use your head?
I don't know how you can act like this. Why, that poor kid, he was...
Yeah, I know. He's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
That's right, and he's been dead for about 20 minutes, and all the weeping and wailing in the world won't make him any deader 20 years from now. If you feel like bawling, how do you think we feel?
Pancho, bring it back a little bit.
Now, come on, go on outside and walk around and stay there until you put all that together.
Hello, miss. Was that you they were razzing in there? Well, don't feel too bad about it. I did the same thing myself when I first came down here.
Say, mister, can you kick real hard?
Well, maybe you won't need it.
I think I'd feel better. Does this sort of thing happen very often?
Oh, that depends on weather and luck. We've drawn spades twice in the last 3 months. That is not counting this one.
I suppose they'll be at it again tomorrow.
Tonight, if it clears.
They must love it. Flying, I mean. What is there about it that gets them?
Well, I'm not a flyer myself. I'm a radio operator. Hey, you better ask the kid. Miss Lee, Mr. Dan.
How do you do?
I do.
She wants to know why you like flying, kid.
Well, I've been in it 22 years, Miss Lee, and I couldn't give you an answer to make any sense. What's so funny about that?
That's what my dad used to say.
Flare?
No, trapeze. High stuff. He wouldn't use a net.
There's not much future in that either.
Yeah, we found that out. Tell me about this head man, Mr. Jeff. Does he go up too?
Only when he thinks it's too tough for anybody else.
Well, just goes to show you how wrong you can be.
The kid could tell you. He's Jeff's best friend.
Only thing I can tell you, he's a good guy for gals to stay away from.
Thanks. I'll remember that. Excuse me, will you? Carter?
Hello, what do you want?
I put it all together.
Yeah, you grown up yet?
I hope so.
All right, who's Joe?
I never heard of him. Does anyone know the peanut vendor?
Oh, sure, hit it.
Well, let me at the piano. All right, all together.
Night, Dutchy.
Goodbye, Miss Lee.
Goodbye, Dutchy. Well, goodbye, Mr. Carter. It's too bad Veronicas so far from Brooklyn.
Well, what's your hurry? It's only a few minutes after 12. Your boat doesn't leave until 4 o'clock.
When are you going to get some sleep?
Oh, after your boat sails?
Aren't you just wasting your time?
Well, now, there's a point that's open to argument.
That's what I'm afraid of.
What?
Those arguments.
What's the matter with them?
Oh, they're too one-sided.
Well, no hard feelings.
You're not even annoyed, are you?
No, why should I be?
Say, what was she like, anyway?
Who?
That girl that made you act the way you do.
A whole lot like you. Just as nice, almost as smart.
Chorus girl?
Only by temperament.
Well, at least you're true to the type.
Mm-hmm.
Still carrying the torch for her, aren't you?
Got a match?
Say, don't you ever have any?
Nope, don't believe in laying in a supply of anything.
Matches, marbles, money, or women.
That's right.
No looking ahead, no tomorrows, just today.
That's right.
Is that why she gave you the air?
Who?
That girl.
Hey, listen, I wouldn't ask any woman to... Hey, you can think up more questions.
What wouldn't you?
Ask... What?
Ask anybody to do.
Look, did you ever know a woman who didn't want to make plans, map out everything, get it all set? Oh, well, I don't blame them, I guess. It's the only way they can operate, run a home and have kids.
I suppose you think that's a lot easier and less dangerous than flying.
I don't know. I never tried it.
Well, didn't you ask her to?
Who?
That girl.
I told you, I wouldn't ask any woman to...
Well, what if she were willing to?
Yeah, I know. That's what they all say. Women think they can take it, but they can't. The minute you get up in the air, they start calling the airport. And when you get down, you find them waiting for you so scared they hate your insides.
What if she was the type that didn't scare so easily?
There's no such animal, lady.
Now, how do you know?
Well, the girl I was telling you about came as close to it as anybody I ever met. But one night when I'd been lost in a fog, something like this, radio beam was out, I was glad to get my feet on the ground. What do you think my welcome home speech was? She was hoping I'd crashed.
What?
Yeah, she couldn't stand the gas. Said she'd rather see me dead, have it over with. Told me if I wouldn't quit flying, it was all off.
You wouldn't, would you?
I'm still flying.
I wonder what happened to her.
Well, I don't know for sure. I heard she married another flyer. Now, lady, is there anything else you'd like to know about me? Would you like to go over to my room? Got some letters from home. Pictures of my father and mother. Pictures of me the first time I went up in the air. Pictures of my first crash.
Any pictures of you when you were a baby?
I don't remember. Want to go and look?
Sure.
Wait. Bonnie? Okay. Keep on the way we're going. Just follow your nose. It'll take you right to the boat.
Oh,
I've got to stick around here.
so that's where we were going.
Uh-huh. Take care of yourself.
But...
Look up here. Goodbye, Bonnie.
Bye.
Oh, Jeff. What? Tex just called from Lookout. He says the pass is clearing.
Did you wake Les up?
No, because, well, Tex says it's nobody's picnic.
All right. Wind up number 7. Put some coffee in it.
I already did.
So long, Bonnie. Have a nice trip.
Hey, wait a minute. You going up yourself?
Sure.
When you be back?
Oh, well, it takes 3 hours each way. Won't be back until after your boat sails. Hey, I like that saying goodbye. Let's try it again, huh? So long, Bonnie.
So long. Say, things happen awful fast around here.
Uh-huh.
Is it going to be dangerous?
What do you want me to do, put a net under him? Well, lady, you're really better off this way.
Yeah, I guess. Now, look, I hardly know the man.
Sure, but you'll get over it.
You have just heard Act One of Only Angels Have Wings, starring Cary Grant and Jean Arthur. During this short intermission, we bring you the Browning family. As the scene opens, we find Dot and Midge just coming home from a shopping trip. They bought a graduation present for someone. Let's see what it is.
Mother! Oh, Mother, look what we got Mary Lou. See, it's some lingerie. Isn't it adorable?
Why, it's as sweet as it can be. And I know Mary Lou will love it.
Oh, I hope she takes care of it. She's so careless with her things. Ah, the good old Browning trick. We'll send a jingle. Like this. These lovely things will wear and keep on looking new if you'll just give them proper care. And that means Lux for you. Oh, Midge, you're a genius, isn't she, Mother?
She certainly is. And another stroke of genius would be to send a box of Lux Flakes along with your gift.
You can depend on the famous Lux promise, it's safe for everything safe in water alone. Lux Flakes float out every trace of perspiration and soil and leave your nice things dainty and new-looking. And they'll stay new-looking a long time with regular Lux care. So buy the thrifty big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow, won't you? And Lux under things after every wearing. Your blouses, dresses, sweaters, and pretty accessories often. Here's Mr. DeMille. Act Two of Only Angels Have Wings, starring Cary Grant as Jeff and Jean Arthur as Bonnie Lee, with Thomas Mitchell as the Kid, Richard Barthelmess as McPherson, and Rita Hayworth as Judy. It's early the following morning. In the cafe adjoining the landing field, Bonnie's having breakfast. Jeff Carter, returning from his flight, comes through the door. As he sees Bonnie, he stops dead, his eyes glinting coldly.
What are you doing here?
Having my breakfast?
Is your boat still here?
No.
Has it sailed?
Uh-huh.
Well, how'd you happen to get left behind?
Well, I just told the man.
Told him what?
To put my trunk on the dock.
Yeah, why?
Well, I couldn't stay over without having anything to wear now, could I? What's so funny?
Doesn't it seem funny to you?
What?
Getting off that boat, well, doesn't it?
I don't know. You know, the girl that got off that boat is a perfect stranger to me. I don't know. I don't know whether this is me or another fellow. You know, by all rights, Bonnie Lee ought to be sound asleep on that boat far out to sea.
Yeah, well, she's not so far out to sea as you think.
What isn't?
The boat. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Put some more gas in number 7. Call up Santa Maria. Have them hold the boat till we get there. Well, what are you waiting for?
Boat doesn't stop at Santa Maria this trip.
Why not?
They have no bananas.
They have no bananas.
Yes, they have no bananas.
Shut up.
Don't worry, mister. Look, you don't have to bother about me. I'm cured. I suppose there's a first time for everything.
What do you mean?
Well, I've never made quite such a chump out of myself.
Look, I didn't ask you to stay. I wouldn't ask
I
anyone.
know. You wouldn't ask any woman to do anything.
That's right. And what's more, there's something else I wouldn't do.
What?
Get burned twice in the same place.
There's another boat leaving next week. I'll be on it.
Good.
Jeff, he's here.
Who?
That new flyer you sent for. His name's McPherson.
Yeah, where is he?
Outside with the boys. You want him in here?
No, I'll go out.
All right.
Where you been flying, McPherson? Mexico City. What kind of stuff they using down there, McPherson? Oh, a lot of crates.
Hello, mister.
Oh, hello. You caught her?
Yeah. But you're not McPherson. Your name's Kilgallen.
Kilgallen. Hey, what is this, Jeff? You heard him.
That Kilgallen?
That's right.
Well, what of it? He's not the first guy that came down here under a different name.
No, but he's the first pilot who ever bailed out of his plane and let his mechanic crash.
Why, the dirty...
Cut it out, gent. Did you know the kid was working down here, Kilgallen?
What?
He is.
I don't think there's anything funny about that. You're right, there isn't. But I had to come a long way to find it out.
Yeah, but what's the kid got to do with it?
Oh, nothing, Dutchy. Only it was the kid's younger brother that was killed when this guy took to his parachute.
Oh, Jeff, there's the kid now.
Quiet. Now, listen, brother. You better make yourself scarce. Because for your information, the kid carries a gun.
Aren't you getting kind of careful of me all of a sudden?
I'm not thinking about you, but it's going to be inconvenient for me if they slap the kid in the hoosgow.
I have to meet him sooner or later, don't I?
Yeah, well, maybe you're right. At your own funeral.
Gee, it's hot down here on the ground. Who's got a match? Hey, what's the matter? Like walking in a graveyard. Oh, hello. You're the new guy? Welcome to our city. My name is...
Hello, kid.
Kilgallen. Long time no see.
That's right.
Yeah. Thought there was something...
Take it back, kid. Here.
Huh? I'm all right. Kilgallen. 2 years ago, I'd have broke your... Keep out of my sight. I may still do it.
Well, it's none of my business, Jeff. But I don't know why you stopped him.
All right, it's none of your business.
Oh, that?
Oh, Judy, come here. I want you to meet these people. Gentlemen, this is Mrs. McPherson. Mr.
Shelton is my name.
Mr. Shelton?
This is Les Peters.
How do you do?
Mr. Peters?
This is Jeff Carter.
Jeff. Oh, how do you do?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. McPherson.
I'm sorry, Bat, but I forgot to ask you for the trunk key.
Oh, yeah, you did.
I'm afraid that I interrupted something.
Not at all.
Now, here you are. Run along. I'll see you in a few minutes.
I'm glad to have met everyone.
I know what you're thinking. No, she doesn't know about me.
Come inside, Kilgallen.
Jeff, you're not going to put this man to work.
That's none of your business either. Come on. Sit down. You do some queer things, Kilgallen.
McPherson's the name.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Why didn't you tell your wife what you've done?
Let's get this over with. When does the next boat leave?
Have you got enough dough for your passengers?
No.
That's fine. I wonder if I could.
What?
Cram you down their throats.
That bunch out there? I wouldn't mind choking a few of them.
Hello, Carter speaking.
Jeff, this is Grant Hartwood.
Hello, Mr. Hardwood.
I'm speaking from the mine, Jeff. My boy's hurt bad.
What's the matter?
We don't know, but I've got to get him out of here. At least bring a doctor in.
You mean fly a doctor up to the mine?
Yes.
We can't set a plane down there. There's no room. It's practically suicide.
Jeff, you've got to. You can write your own ticket. I'll take full responsibility for the
You will?
plane.
You will? All right, wait a minute. Hey, Kilgallen, you want a chance?
What do you think?
I'm not promising you a job, but at least you'll make your passage home.
That's all right with me.
Okay. Mr. Hardwood, you got a deal.
Thanks, Jeff.
A plane will be up there in a couple of hours, I hope. All right, Kilgallen. You take a doctor into a boy who's hurt. It's a bad place to get into, but worse to get out.
Have you got a map?
Here. And when you land, you better come in short or you'll run out of ground because there's a big drop all around there. Well, are you ready?
Sure. And thanks.
Thanks? For what?
Jeff.
Oh, come in, kid.
Hey, Mike tells me that Kilgallen took off an hour ago. You're not putting him to work, are you?
We'll talk about that later. Sit down. Take a look at that chart over there, kid.
Huh? You're not giving me an eye test, are you?
Uh-huh. Read that fourth line.
You worried about my eyes? Just because I didn't recognize Kilgallen right off?
Now, quit stalling, kid. Read it.
Sure. LPED.
That's very good.
Yeah, I could have told you.
Wait a minute. Stay there. Whoa. I got a new chart. Now, come on. Fourth line on this card.
P-D-E-O.
Try the fifth.
F-Z-B-D-E.
Why, that's better than I can do.
Well, that's that. Now, what about this Kilgallen guy? He's not staying here, is he?
Why not?
Why not? Thought you'd be the last guy to ask me that. He's no good, and you know it. Why, he's...
Take it easy. Take it easy.
He's no good.
Look, you think he's any worse than a guy who double-crossed his best friend?
Huh?
Now, look, kid. I don't care about myself. Anything you do is all right with me. But if the Dutchman loses another plane, he's cooked.
Cooked?
Yeah.
I thought he was rolling dough.
Yeah, well, why do you think that new plane is still down there on the dock?
Yeah, I wondered about that.
Well, it's because he hasn't got enough dough to pay the freight. Now, look, kid, here it is. Dutchy made an agreement. If he could get the mail out of here twice a week on schedule for 6 months, he'd not only get a long contract, but a government subsidy, too. Do you know what that would mean? Plenty of money around here. No more second-hand junk to fly. No more pants to monkey with. Why, these new jobs can get over the top of those peaks in any kind of weather.
Gee, that'd be fine. When did the schedule start?
6 months ago.
Well, then you're...
Yeah, only one more week. Or at least until the northbound boat arrives.
That's why you've been forcing things, huh?
Uh-huh.
Did you tell a fella?
Dutchy.
Dutchy? Why?
Well, he was afraid that if you guys knew the spot he was in, you'd start taking unnecessary chances.
What a guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you're right about my eyes. I couldn't see those cards.
Mm-hmm.
I learned them by heart.
What about the new one?
Dutchy told me where you hid it.
Well, the old fool, double-crossing himself.
No, he wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking how you'd feel, grounding me.
Yeah. Well, you're through flying, kid.
Uh-huh. After 20 years. Well, I guess that's long enough for anybody. You're going to need that Kilgallen, aren't you?
I might. I'm thinking of keeping him on.
Well, if you do, you can forget how I feel about him.
Thanks. Look, kid, there's a lot of things you can do around here to help me. You know?
Oh, sure. I know. I can help Mike. I can. Sure. See you later, Pop.
Calling Barranca. McPherson, calling Barranca.
Go ahead.
We got out all right, all in one piece. I'm on my way home.
What do you want me to do? Pat you on the back?
Signing off.
Morning, kid.
Oh, Bonnie. How you doing?
Oh, not so bad. After spending a night in that mouse auditorium I'm sleeping in. Just about room enough for me and a flip gun.
I thought we had you fixed up in a pretty good room.
You did. Mr. Carter had other ideas. He gave my place to McPherson and his wife.
Oh.
Well, you warned me. Say, isn't that the girl? The one he used to be in love with?
Bonnie, when it rains, every third drop falls on one of them.
I can believe that, all right. They come right out of the woodwork. Well, more power to him.
Oh, sure.
Say, you don't think I care anything about him?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't, see? Just like to tell him what I think of him, that's all.
All you have to do is raise your voice a little.
Is that him flying up there?
The old master himself.
What's he doing?
Testing an old smashed-up plane that Mike stuck together with a little glue. Or did you use baling wire this time, Mike?
Don't worry. Those wings will stay on all right.
Well, we'll soon see. He's high enough. Here he comes.
Hey, what's the trouble?
Hey, he's spinning.
He's not trying to do that. I can't see. What's happened, Mike?
Windshield gave way. Must have hit something. It's like out of control.
Pull her out, Jeff. Pull her out.
Now's your chance, Jeff. Come on, sit out.
Jump, you fool. Jump.
Jump? What's he doing?
He's going to try to land.
He can't make it.
Mike, get set for a crash.
Like a truck.
Why doesn't he jump?
Why should he jump? He's made of rubber. He is. He wants to hit the ground and see how high he can bounce.
Shut up.
Here he comes.
You'll make it, won't he, kid?
I don't know, but he'll come as close to it as anyone.
There he goes. Look at that guy.
Kid, is he all right?
Okay, hold that truck. Okay.
I'm getting too old for this sort of thing. Yeah, he's okay, Bonnie.
Oh, kid.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I feel kind of sick.
Oh, all right. Take it easy. Sit. Take it easy. Can I come in?
Sure.
Here. This is good for your stomach, but it won't help much for what ails you.
You didn't tell him what a baby I was.
No, I skipped that.
You won't tell him, will you?
After that sample, you still got your chin out for more?
Oh, I know I'm a fool, but there isn't anything I can do about it. You love him, don't you, kid?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Why can't I love him the way you do? Why couldn't I sneer when he tries to kill himself? Feel proud when he doesn't? Why couldn't I be there to meet him when he gets back? Why couldn't I... What do you do when he doesn't come back when you expect him to?
I go nuts.
Gee whiz, you're a great help.
Barranca. McPherson calling Barranca.
Go ahead, McPherson.
Paz.
How's your weather, good or bad?
Looks like there's a chance to get through.
I didn't ask you that. Is it good or bad?
Well, it's bad, but I can make it.
All right, you're the one who's in it. Use your own judgment. Hello, Judy.
Jeff, I'd like to talk to you.
Why? What's on your mind?
Jeff, I just heard the Dap was carrying nitroglycerin.
Oh, don't worry, Judy. He's pretty good, you know.
Yes, I know. But it's dangerous.
No, not as long as you're in the air. It isn't. Now, why don't you run along? Let Bat do the worrying.
How can you be like that with me? Why does he always get things like this to do?
Oh, Judy.
Oh,
stop
please, Jeff. I told you I was happy, but I lied to you. Why don't people want to work with him? What's he done that makes people act the way they do?
Why ask me?
Well, you're the only one I can ask. Oh, it was the same at the last place. Everything was all right, and then he met someone he knew. Oh, what makes them act that way? I think he was a leper or something. Oh, please, Jeff, I've got to know. Can't you see that?
No.
No. But
Did you ever hear of the word trust?
I did once. I forgot it.
I don't blame him for not telling you. Maybe he wanted to find out what he'd got. You're no good, Judy. You never were.
What have I done?
Why do you have to know all about him? If it's so bad he can't tell you, how do you think he feels? Why did you think of his side of it? Oh, you're just like all of them. You don't know what it means to stick. You never will.
Jeff.
Good night, Judy. Hey, what is all this?
Hello. What's what?
What do you think you're doing in my room? And what's all this cooking?
Oh, that's coffee. Don't touch it. It's hot. Oh, I told you so. Let me see.
Oh, cut it out. Go away.
Oh, that is a burn. I'll put some butter on it.
I don't want any butter on it.
Well, make it feel better.
I don't want any butter on it.
My grandmother always used butter.
I don't care what your Look, what is all this about?
Oh, I thought I'd like to have a nice cup of coffee.
Oh.
It's so cold and rainy outside and so nice and warm and cozy in here. Don't you want one, too?
No, I don't. And stop making a lunch stand out of my place. Now take this thing out of it.
I thought you never did that.
Did what?
You burned twice in the same place. Can I sit down for a while?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Go ahead.
Say, where do you keep those pictures?
What pictures?
Those pictures of you when you were a baby.
Mm-hmm. We're right back where we started, aren't we, Bonnie?
Oh, that was 1,000,000 years ago. I know you're a lot better now.
Yeah. You're a queer duck, Bonnie.
So are you.
Come here. Oh, all right, Bonnie.
Jeff, you don't have to be afraid of me anymore. I'm not trying to tie you down. I don't want to plan. I don't want to look ahead. I don't want you to change anything. I love you, Jeff. Nothing I can do about it. I just love you, that's all. I feel the same way about you the kid does. Anything you do is all right with me.
The kid?
Yep. He doesn't ask you for anything or get in your way or bother you, does he?
He drives me nuts.
Hey, Jeff. Jeff, Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Come in.
I'm sorry.
Sure, come in. We might as well be in the Grand Central Station.
I'm awful sorry, Bonnie. Hey, Jeff, the new ship's okay. We've just been testing the motors.
What, you mean she's ready to fly?
Sure, but what good's it going to do in this kind of stuff?
Well, even if the pass is closed in, she's still got a chance.
Chance for what?
Taking that mail right over the top.
Uh-huh. And you're going to try it, aren't you?
Sure, if the boat gets in with the mail.
The boat's late.
She still might make it. I'll go out and get the feel of the ship.
Jeff.
Sorry, Bonnie, this has got to be done. Here. Here you are, Bonnie. See if you can find it. It's somewhere there in that box.
What?
That picture we were talking about. And keep that coffee warm, will you? So long, Bonnie.
Kid,
Yeah?
do you think that... do you suppose...
Ever pray, Bonnie? Just pray that boat don't get in until this storm's over.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We bring down the curtain on the second act of Only Angels Have Wings, starring Cary Grant and Jean Arthur, with Richard Barthelmess, Thomas Mitchell, and Rita Hayworth. During our short intermission, we introduce our guest for the evening. But first, may I remind housewives that Lux is the thrifty way to do dishes. Yes, about a penny's worth of Lux Flakes, unless the water is hard, will do your dishes for a whole day. And help your hands stay lovely looking, too. In hard water, a little extra Lux softens the water and gives an abundance of suds. Next time you order Lux, remember, a little goes so far, it's thrifty. And buy an extra large-size box for your dishes. Here's Mr. DeMille with a prelude to our special guest. For drama and excitement, tonight's play has a real-life parallel in the history-making flight completed Saturday when the Yankee Clipper of Pan American Airways returned to New York after inaugurating regular commercial airmail service across the Atlantic to Europe. The huge Boeing plane capable of carrying 74 passengers stopped at the Azores, Portugal, France, and England, spanning nearly 10,000 miles in 7 days. At the controls, commanding a crew of 14, was tonight's guest, Captain Arthur E. Laporte. Veteran of more than 500,000 miles of ocean flying, he's flown the Pacific 50 times. He made the initial survey flight of the Amazon River and commanded the first airmail flight between Manila and Hong Kong. With congratulations on his superb achievement, the Lux Radio Theater goes to New York to welcome Captain Laporte.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I have just returned, Saturday to be exact, from the first mail trip on the Yankee Clipper, the beginning of commercial flying between the United States and Europe. That means that we have at last conquered the Atlantic. Your play tonight interests me because of the contrast between the methods your flying angels have and the methods we, as flying businessmen of 1939, have. The Yankee Clipper is one of a fleet of 6 beautiful ships for service on the Atlantic and Pacific. Each one has 4 giant engines to lift her 41.5 tons, and each is capable of carrying 74 passengers. Her wings are large enough for a man to pass through, which he does regularly every 2 hours for inspection. This is a new development. Formerly, it was impossible to get to an engine while the plane was in the air. If an engine needs repair, we can stop it and fix it because we are capable of flying on 2 engines of our 4. So we had no worries about having to disappoint any of the people waiting for our cargo. We carried about 200,000 airmail letters for ardent stamp collectors and a package of diamonds for a firm in Baltimore. And for the ladies, the latest model hats from Schiaparelli and Agnes from Paris addressed to Fifth Avenue shops. The Yankee Clipper wasn't flown by one pilot, but by a crew of pilots, engineers, and radio officers who kept constant check on our location, the weather, the functioning of our motors, right down to the temperature of each individual cylinder. The captain of a clipper isn't expected to be at the controls all the time. He is on duty in his office. Yes, his office right in the plane, from which he supervises the entire crew. I took the Yankee Clipper on the first trip because, out of the Pan American captains qualified to take command, it happened to be my turn. Naturally, such an achievement as the beginning of transatlantic airmail service is due to 2 things: careful planning and the tremendous strides the science of aviation has taken recently. On the planning side, you may be surprised to know that although the Yankee Clipper can cross the Atlantic in about 25 hours flying time, it takes about 100 men, each working 50 hours, to complete the plans and check upon the plane. In other words, it takes about 5,000 hours of planning for 25 hours of flying. Improvements in aids to navigation in the aviation industry have advanced rapidly in the last few years. The planes get better every day, too, and safer. Even now, experiments are being made on a new device which will blow a horn to warn a pilot when there are mountains ahead. Another experimental invention called fog eyes will enable the pilot to measure his exact distance from the ground when it is too thick to see. It may be that only angels have wings, but commercial airlines in the United States give wings to over 1 million passengers a year. I've grown up with aviation, and I think it is one of the most exciting professions I know. I hope it never stops improving and advancing. Mr. DeMille, I'd like to make the same wish for you and for the Lux Radio Theater.
America salutes you, Captain Laporte. We're in Hollywood again, where Cary Grant and Jean Arthur bring us Only Angels Have Wings with Richard Barthelmess, Thomas Mitchell, and Rita Hayworth. The storm still rages over Barranca, but the mailboat has arrived on schedule, and Jeff is ready to take off into the thunder-ridden sky. In the operations office, the kid pleads desperately to go with him.
Now, look here, Jeff.
Oh, I heard you the first time.
But, Jeff!
You're not going, kid. Forget it.
Why not?
Forget it.
Tell you what. I'll toss you a coin for it. Heads, I go. Now, watch. Give me that. Give me that.
No,
Wait a minute. Come on, Jeff. Give me that dollar, all right? Wait a minute.
I got it. What are you so anxious for? Well, what do you think of that? Well, it's a nice dollar, kid. It's heads on both sides.
Is it really? No kidding.
No kidding. No wonder I've been buying you drinks all year.
Jeff, I want to go with you. Please.
All right, okay, if you feel that way about it.
Give me my dollar. Come on, give me. It's lucky.
Yeah? Well, you better put another bottle of oxygen in the ship.
I already did. See you in the field.
Hello?
Hello, Barney. Excuse me, will you?
Hello, Bonnie. What's that you got?
Oh, I started that lunch wagon we were talking about. Be careful of the coffee. It was boiling hot when I put it in the box. So don't burn yourself again.
Thanks, I won't.
Have a nice trip, Jeff.
Where are you going?
Oh, to the room?
What for?
Oh, my boat's in. I've got to finish packing.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Say, isn't that the outfit you came ashore in?
Now, how did you remember that?
Oh, I don't know. Got a match?
Say, don't you think it's about time you started carrying some? Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm sorry to be so silly. I wanted to do this just the way you...
I know. Should have. Come on, Bonnie.
Jeff, I can't let you go.
Now, look, darling, you got to stop.
No, I can't. Stay where you are, Jeff.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, swiping that gun from me? Give me back that gun.
I won't let you go. You're not going to go, Jeff. You're going to stay right here. I won't let you kill yourself.
So you're going to do it to keep me from doing it. Well, Bonnie, you're just like all the rest.
No, I'm not. Jeff, don't go, please.
Give me that gun, Bonnie.
Oh, Jeff, Oh! Jeff.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Jeff, oh, my God, Jeff.
Go away, Bonnie, go away.
Oh, darling, I didn't mean to.
I know you didn't. It was my own fault. I should have known better.
Hey, what goes on?
He's shot.
It's all right. He's in the shoulder. It's okay.
Where's the first aid box?
Over there in the corner.
Well, did you send for the doctor?
No, not yet.
Oh, get him right away. Who did it?
I did.
You? How did it happen?
I didn't want him to go.
Well, he's not likely to go now.
Gee, that sure looks bad.
Oh, come on. What is this? A sideshow? Clear out of here. Go on.
No, don't get excited, Grandpa. How's it look to you?
Well, it's all right, but you're not going to do much flying with it.
You're crazy.
Am I? Try to move it. Yeah. See? Now you can join the rest of us cripples.
That's perfect.
Can I come in?
Sure. Meet the new cripple, McPherson.
Yeah, I heard about it. Who's flying the mail?
I was going to.
How are you going to get through that stuff?
Over the top with the new tri-motor?
Would he go that high?
I don't know.
I can find out.
You don't have to go, McPherson. It's not that kind of job.
That's fair enough. I'll see you out in the field in 5 minutes, kid.
I'll be waiting for you.
Calling McPherson. For anchor. Calling McPherson. Calling McPherson.
Oh, why don't they answer? They ought to be over the mountains by now.
Calling McPherson. Calling.
Kid. Calling for
There you are. Go ahead, kid.
Hey, Sparks. Tell Jeff we couldn't make it. Got almost 16,000. The bottom fell out.
All right, tell him to come on back.
Heard you, Jeff. Not coming back. We're going through the pass.
Give me that thing now. Don't be foolish, kid. Texas is closed in tight. Turn around and come back. Those are orders, you hear?
No dice, Jeff. Signing off.
Tell Tex to watch for them.
Calling lookout.
Go ahead, Sparks.
Tex, watch for number 4. They're going to try to pass.
They just went by here, throttled down, feeling their way. I tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't answer.
Keep trying.
Okay.
Oh, I'll kill that kid when he gets back.
Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Barranca, go ahead. What was that? It sounds like McPherson. McPherson, go ahead.
Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead. What's the matter?
This is McPherson. A bird just smashed in the windshield. It got the kid.
What? Say it again.
Windshield smashed. It got the kid. I'm turning back.
Those condos flying in the pass. One of them must have smashed through the windshield.
Holy McPherson. Hello, McPherson.
They're awful heavy, those birds. You know, if they hit
Yeah,
the...
McPherson.
Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Yes, number 4's on fire. Left out Ford's nose motor. They're headed back to you, and I don't think they can make it.
Get going, Mike. Second and outside.
No time, Jeff. Calling number 4. Calling number 4.
Look. There they are. They're coming in. Don't ever get her down, Jeff. Hey, kid. Number 4. Jump. Bail out. He's on his way to make it. Bail out. McPherson. Bail out.
Okay, Doc, that's fine. Cut it out, will you? Come on. Jeff, tell this guy to quit fussing with me, will you? I'm all right.
Sure. Leave him alone, Doc. Go on.
Cigarette pop?
Sure, kid. Here you are.
How's McPherson?
Ooh, hands burned. One side of his face.
He's all right, Jeff. Could have jumped, but he didn't. Just sat there and took it like it was an ice cream soda. Buy him a drink for me, will you?
Sure.
When I get on my feet, I'll buy him one myself. Or will I?
Your neck's broken, kid.
Funny. No wonder I couldn't feel anything. Well, guess this is it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff.
What?
Get that bunch out of here, quick.
Okay. Hurry up. You too, Doc. Come on, you folks can get out of here. What is it, kid? Come on, you can tell me.
I didn't want them to see me. I'm not afraid, Jeff, but I just didn't want them to see me.
Sure, I know.
It's like doing something new, you know, just like when I made my first solo. I didn't want anybody watching me then either. I don't know how good I'm going to be at this.
Well, if you want me to get out too, fella.
Well, I'd hate to pull a boulder in front of you, Jeff.
Sure, fella. I'll go. Well, so long, kid.
So long, Jeff.
Jeff.
Yeah?
The kid's gone.
Yeah? How's that?
Okay. The guys think he's okay, too.
That's good. Well, the kid wanted me to buy him a drink. Do it, will you? Do it for me.
Sure. Oh, Jeff, here's all the kid's stuff. Just a lot of junk. Only cash was a phony $1.
A knife, keys, a picture, and a phony $1. Not much to show for 22 years.
Well, I got to get back to the desk. Clearing up a little.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Bonnie.
I thought I ought to... Well, the Dutchman said that... Well, he said that he thought before I go, I'd better... Gee, I don't know. All I wanted to say was... Jeff. Oh, Jeff. You're crying. Oh, please don't. I'll never be able to...
You'll never be able to what, Bonnie?
I'll never be able to say it.
Say what?
I was going to say goodbye. Jeff, do you want me to stay or don't you?
Well, Bonnie, it's...
Calling Barranca.
Wait a minute.
Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Storm's breaking up.
Yeah?
Wind's dropping down to a whisper.
Okay. Hey, Jeff.
I got it. Wind up number 7.
Quick, start number 7.
Jen, get my sweater.
Chief.
The pass is clearing, Dusty. We just got time to make it.
Yeah, but who's going to fly?
Well, I got one good arm, haven't I?
But, Jeff, you...
Dusty, your contract's as good as in the bag.
Well, come on, Jeff.
So long, Bonnie. Keep that coffee warm, will you? I'll be back for breakfast.
I won't be here. I'm going on the boat.
Oh, yeah?
Nobody's asked me to stay.
What, they haven't?
No, you wouldn't ask anybody to do anything, would you?
That's right. Yeah, we'll flip a coin. Now, come on. Tails you go, heads you stay. It's heads. What about it?
I won't stay that way.
You won't?
I'm hard to get, Jeff. All you have to do is ask me.
It's a little souvenir for you, Bonnie. It belongs to the kid. Hey, I like that saying goodbye. Goodbye, Bonnie.
A souvenir. A souvenir. That's great. Yeah, that's... Hey, Hey, Jeff, this dollar. Jeff, it's heads on both sides.
I know it.
Oh, Jeff, you... Oh, Jeff.
Before our stars return for their curtain call, I'd like to make a timely suggestion. This season, shorter skirts and shoes with cut-out toes and heels make stockings more important than ever. So, more than ever, you want to cut down on runs and holes in your stockings, don't you? And Lux Flakes can help you there. You see, Lux saves the elastic, springy quality in your stockings. The threads give under strain instead of breaking into runs or holes so easily. And, of course, elasticity makes your stockings fit better, too, so they look smoother and more flattering. It's wise and smart and thrifty to give your stockings regular Lux care. Keep the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom and Lux stockings after every wearing. Mr. DeMille.
Dropping out of the skies and leaving Barranca far behind come Jeff Carter and Bonnie Lee, this time as Cary Grant and Jean Arthur.
Tonight's play brought up a point that has always interested me, Mr. DeMille. What is it that makes men go to places like Barranca to try to shove airplanes through fog and over mountains? They don't do it for their health, or for money, or for fame. What is it that makes them keep at it?
Well, I think the best and truest answer was right in the play, Gene, when you asked the kid why he flew and he said he didn't know.
Is that your opinion, too, Mr. DeMille?
Well, there's another way of looking at it. Years ago in this country, there were things to be done. Territory to be settled, gold to be found, engines to be licked, railroads to be built. Things that could satisfy a man who had sand in his shoes and a bee in his bonnet. Today, all those things have been done. But men still have the same urge to be doing things that are different and a little dangerous. They are lost in the modern world until they find an outlet. This is the urge, I think, that puts some men behind the controls of airplanes and puts others in submarines. Some it sends to the South Pole and some it sends to jail.
Yeah, what's to be done about it, Dr. DeMille?
Well, it's a big problem, Cary. I suggest we talk about something else.
For instance?
Well, for instance, let's hear from you. Come on.
Well, I'd like to say this. I think there's some special thanks due to the people who worked with us on the air tonight and in the picture. Tommy Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, Rita Hayworth, and all the others.
The lady's right. To them and to you, Mr. DeMille, our sincere gratitude. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Jane. Happy landing, pilot. Listen for the grand news coming shortly from Mr. DeMille about the stars and play you'll hear next week. Tonight's cast included Noah Berry Jr. as Joe Souther, Victor Killian as Sparks, Donald Berry as Tex, Lou Merrill as Dutchy, Alan Ladd as Les, Herbert Vigran as Mike, and John Allen as Gent. Frank Capra directs the new Columbia picture starring Jean Arthur and Thomas Mitchell. At the same studio, Cary Grant soon starts another Hawks-directed film, tentatively called The Bigger They Are. Louis Silvers appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new picture, Young Mr. Lincoln. Mr. DeMille. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you a distinguished artist in a stirring play, Mr. Ronald Coleman in The Prisoner of Zenda. As a novel and a drama, this classic romance enjoyed enormous success, duplicated when Mr. Coleman and Selznick International Pictures brought it to the screen. Mr. Coleman will repeat his fine role for us and will be joined by two other celebrities from the picture cast, Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and C. Aubrey Smith, and with them, Benita Hume and Ralph Forbes. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Coleman, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., C. Aubrey Smith, Benita Hume, and Ralph Forbes in The Prisoner of Zenda. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. And this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I think you owe it to your puppies to feed the new pedigree puppy food.
The extra rice.
It makes the new puppy food very easy to digest. Puppies also need a lot of protein in their diet.
Pedigree puppy food is total nutrition.
New Pedigree Puppy, developed with vets, recommended by top breeders. And now testing shows puppies prefer Pedigree Puppy 3-to-1 over Purina Puppy Chow. So to get your puppy off on the right food, call 1-800-PUPPY-TIME and get a coupon good for $2 off any size bag of new Pedigree Puppy. Call 1-800-PUPPY-TIME.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
It seems, Mr. Jefferson, that you can't control the actions of your men. You're relieved of your command and suspended until further notice. Now get out.
I know you'd like to hear more of this story and just how I got myself suspended. We all have a book of rules we live by. Sometimes the book is real, and sometimes the book is a code of ethics and actions that we've set up in our own minds. In our story today, we run into a man who lives by a real book. I like to call this story The Hardhead. Well, fellas, the old man's finally consented to have that operation and a few other things taken care of, so he'll be as good as new.
Who finally convinced Colonel Anders that he shouldn't wait any longer?
I don't know. Maybe his boss did.
Mrs. Anders can make plenty strong argument.
I guess she can when she has to.
She's a nice lady, though.
Yeah, sure she is. Ain't she put up with that ornery old walrus all these years?
Oh, you better not let Colonel hear you call him that.
I have, and he knows it. Ain't no sense trying to put the doctor off. I hope he makes out real well. Who's going to replace him? You? No, a man's coming from Washington to fill in while the colonel's recovering. His name's George Benton. He ain't no relative of the big-shot ranger in Washington, is he? Could be, old-timer. Could be. This ought to be rich.
Maybe wait and see and then make judgment of man.
Yeah. Let's give him an even break.
I hope he does the same for us. When's he due, Sonny? He's due to arrive in Central City in the morning. We'll probably hear from him shortly thereafter. What's the message, pal?
We're going to have a visitor. Here, read it for yourself.
Well, spill it out, young feller.
Yeah, who VIP?
Listen to this. Arriving this afternoon at your office to inspect your command. Make arrangements at hotel for 1 week. Signed, George Benton, Area Commander. I got a feeling in my bones that this feller's going to be some real hotshot. Yes, sirree, you mark my words if he ain't. That message about as friendly as a rattlesnake with a toothache.
There he is, getting off the second car.
Oh, looks like old spit and polish himself. I don't think he's ever sat down in that uniform. Them creases ain't got a wrinkle in them. Take it easy, old-timer. Watch what you say. Here he comes.
I presume you're Bill Jefferson?
That's right, Mr. Benton. These gentlemen are Rangers Grey Wolf and Stumpy Jenkins, and this young fellow is Henry Scott.
How do you do, Mr. Benton?
Take my bags to the car, boy. Look sharply now. Mr. Jenkins, aren't you getting to be too old to be in the Forest Service?
Don't let external appearances deceive you, Mr. Benton. My weathered skin is the result of a lifetime out of doors. And it's a sure thing that skin appearance has nothing to do with muscle tone and personal stamina. I'm 5 years under the retirement age.
I see. I'll know soon whether you're telling the truth or not upon examination of your birth certificate.
Are you calling me a liar, sure, sir.
That remains to be seen. It's not uncommon for an old and trusted employee who's been the boss's pet to receive special consideration.
No, you see here!
Forget it, Stumpy.
Well, I must say you men don't show much appearance.
What does that mean, Mr. Benton?
Your uniforms aren't freshly pressed.
They were this morning, and we were cleanly shaven then, too.
You don't say. Well, take me to the hotel so I can freshen up.
I don't see what's so funny. That guy should be the chief nut in a fruitcake factory.
You said it, young feller.
What you see funny in this, Bill?
I can still see the look of astonishment on Benton's face when the old-timer let him have that double-barreled blast about the condition of his skin and so forth.
Where'd you ever find all those fancy words to put together in one place?
Yeah, I guess that's the first time you fellers ever heard me use standing-up King's English, huh? Well, I can use it all right when I have to.
You sure can. I think new big boss gets shock of life.
Well, that ain't the only one he's going to get if he doesn't calm down.
Oh, I'll say. Take these bags to the car, boy. Wow!
Apparently he doesn't know that calling a man a liar out here is fighting words. Not too many years ago, he would have been gunned down for that.
I think this man plenty great troublemaker.
That may well be, Grey Wolf, but let's seem him to me, huh? You fellas bide your time and bite your tongues. Let me do the talking. Out here, he's only one rank above me. Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking.
This is George Benton. I'm ready to have a car pick me up at the hotel.
Yes, sir. I'll send the car right away.
It shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes.
Plenty heap big chief want to be picked up in big black car.
Yep, with a livered chauffeur, no doubt.
You mean a livery chauffeur, Stuffy?
That's what I said, a livered chauffeur.
Okay, forget it.
Say, boy, go over and pick up the big boss, will you?
I'll give you, boy, right in the head.
Go on and get going, Henry, before Benton gets his dander up.
Sure thing. On the double.
Henry.
Yes, sir?
Remember what I said about keeping your mouth shut. If anyone's to stick his neck out with Ben, it'll be me.
I'll remember, even if I have to bite my tongue to do it.
Don't say it. I know what's on the tip of your tongue. You're going to tell us that goes for the rest of us, too.
Seems to me that Colonel Anders is getting a little crotchety to let this area get in such terrible shape. Could be because he isn't well. Well, it doesn't really matter since I'm going to take over for at least 6 months. By that time, this area and the districts in it will be up to standard.
I wasn't aware that this district isn't in top condition.
That's fairly obvious, Mr. Jefferson. All too obvious. Where's your manual of regulations?
In the bottom drawer of my desk, with about 6 inches of dust on it.
Mr. Jefferson.
Why don't you call me Bill?
I don't believe in familiarity between ranks, Mr. Jefferson. Now I want to see that manual on top of your desk, and I want you to use it. From now on, we're going to do things strictly by the book.
In that case, you're going to have trouble.
I'm going to have trouble? And just what does that infer?
Mr. Benton, do you know why I've kept the manual in the bottom drawer?
Certainly, because you're too lazy to read it.
I keep it there for the same reason a judge keeps law books in his chambers, for reference. But it's my job as boss ranger to interpret the regulations in the light of the circumstances surrounding a given situation, just as a judge interprets the law.
Not too infrequently, a judge finds that the letter of the law is a little too harsh or inflexible. That's why I don't run my district by the book, Mr. Benton.
I'm not interested in your sentimental poppycock. We'll use the book and use it right to the letter, and to the periods, and the rest of the punctuation marks. That's an order, Mr. Jefferson.
Yes, sir. Are you ready to leave on an inspection tour?
I most certainly am.
Just a minute. I'll get the book out.
Why this sudden interest in the manual?
There's a regulation I wish to point out to my superior. Under the chapter on supervision, page 212, paragraph 3, line 10, under no circumstances shall a supervising ranger reprimand any subordinate in the presence of other subordinates or superiors, all reprimanding to be done privately, and so on and so forth.
You'll find, Mr. Jefferson, that sometimes it is necessary to amend the regulations as a situation requires. Not to depart from the book, but to add to it so that it's more explicit. And I see fit to adjust that regulation at this time. Let's get on with the inspection tour.
There are times when I wish I didn't have any self-control. I should have walked up to Benton and belted him one right in the mouth, his big fat mouth.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Well, what good it do us? And then we stoop as low as he.
Yeah, you're right, Grey Wolf, but there are times when a beast like that can try a man's patience. Bill's 100 times the man he is.
Yeah, you said it. Boy, I suppose he'll ride Bill's back with sharp spurs on all during the inspection.
Yep, I sure will. That feller's just getting warmed up. Wait till his cylinder heads get hot and feel full power. He'll be fortunate if somebody's fist doesn't remove all of his teeth in one swoop.
We better get to work now.
We ain't getting paid to sit around and get mad, I guess.
There's a pretty shabby-looking fire tower. Needs a coat of paint.
There isn't a rust spot on it. It'll get painted next year unless rust spots develop.
The manual specifically states that all equipment is to be painted yearly.
Paint is expensive. Why waste it?
What kind of a junk wagon do you call this truck? You've got more tools and equipment on it than's necessary.
Those extra tools and equipment are most necessary for the ground crews to get their work done quickly and efficiently.
Nonsense. The manual sets up the list of rules necessary for work. See that the excess is taken care of.
Yes, sir.
Just how often do you have drills for the civilian firefighters?
Every 3 months.
That's a violation of strict regulations. You'll have them monthly from now on.
I can see it for green crews, but the men in Knotty Pine have fought many fires. They've got a lot of experience. They have to take time off from business to attend the drill. I think that's asking too much of seasoned men. They lose enough business time fighting real fires.
Read the manual, Mr. Jefferson. Read the manual. In the morning, Mr. Jefferson, I'll give you a copy of my written report of the most unsatisfactory inspection I've ever conducted.
I'll be most anxious to read it.
Not after you see it, you won't. And I warn you that I have considerable power in Washington, so any changes I suggest to Washington will be approved by the top brass.
Your uncle is on the executive committee, isn't he?
Why, yes, that's correct.
Good night, Mr. Benton.
I don't see what you fellows are raving about. If this Benton is so hard-headed bent on the book that he eats it, sleeps it, and breathes it, that's Jake with me.
Hey, aren't you sabotaging the works here, Tom?
Yeah. Oh, I heard you say more than once that, well, you never work for anyone like you work for Bill.
That's right, Henry, my boy. Exactly right.
What are you up to, young feller?
I think Tom have trick up his sleeve.
Oh, not at all. If Benton wants to run this outfit by the manual, then I can work by the manual. Don't you guys catch on?
Yep. I'm beginning to. I reckon I was so busy getting mad that I got a little stupid and didn't think of that myself.
You mean we work by a letter of manual and nothing more?
That's right. I'll work extra, but it'll cost Mr. Benton money. Time and a half to be specific. Also, I've suddenly become a little slow on the uptake when it comes to using initiative and brain cells. I don't get paid to think. That's Mr. Benton's job. He's the boss.
We might get Bill into more hot water.
How? All we do is follow manual.
Yep. And that should make Mr. Benton the most happy fella. Maybe by the time 6 months are up, that hardhead will have learned a thing or two.
Easy, Bess. Well, all I've got to do is saddle up. I'm ready to go to work.
Good morning, Mr. Scott, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Grey Wolf.
Good morning, Mr. Jefferson.
All right, out with it. What are you fellas up to?
Us?
Yes, you. All three of you for the present. Something's cooking in your noggins, and I want to know what it is.
Well, how could you think we do that?
You know we ain't paid to think.
That's right. Ours is but to do or get fired.
Well, what make you think we up to something, Bill?
Because you fellas have changed from anger to sweetness, and that ain't natural. Sure it is. We're just a bunch of sweet kids. Perhaps, but not overnight. Yesterday you were so angry you could bite railroad spikes in two with one snap. And today you're all peaches and cream. Come on, give out with it.
Do you know what he's talking about, fellas?
Nope. Ain't got the weeest notion.
You must think about 3 other rangers.
I'll give you 3 other rangers. What do I have to do, get tough?
Mr. Jefferson!
Uh-oh.
Hey, Daniel, you better go feed the lion before he bites instead of roars. All right, I know you're cooking something up, and I hope it doesn't get you into trouble. Stay out of Benton's way, you'll be all right.
Yes, sir. Aye, sir. Thank you for those kind words, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, you fellas are incorrigible. I only hope your loyalty to me doesn't get you fired.
You have a complaint, Mr. Parrish?
Yes, Mr. Benton, I do, and the name's Tom. You showed it me on my last paycheck. I worked 45 minutes overtime last week, and that gives me time and a half.
Is that so? Well, you've worked more than that before and never asked for overtime.
Well, Bill made it up to me in lots of ways. But now we're going by the manual, and I want my overtime pay, according to the manual.
Here's my birth certificate, Mr. Benton.
Well, you were telling the truth after all.
And what else would you think a Christian tells?
Oh, yes. Here comes the religious factor into the picture. I heard about that.
Is that so? Well, there's something else you're going to hear about, too.
Oh?
Yep. I'm requesting light duty because of my old age.
You can't just do that on the spur of the moment. You'll leave me short-handed.
Read that fancy book of yours, Mr. Benton. I have the option to request light duty for the last 5 years of my career. And that's what I'm doing. We're doing everything the way you want it, sir. By the book.
Mr. Jefferson, it seems that you can't control your men.
Oh?
Yes, they've almost committed mutiny.
I seriously doubt that, Mr. Benton.
If you doubt it, listen to this. Pekarsky wants to move in from the outpost weather station at once. Says his wife is now objecting to staying there unusually long.
He's within his rights, according to regulations.
Fitch demands he be given some new equipment to carry on his work at the Buffalo Range.
That's a legitimate request, according to the book.
I could name a dozen more requests and demands that have come in during the last few days. Why?
You'll have to ask the men that, Mr. Benton.
I can tell you why. It's a result of a fierce loyalty to you. And these men are making me eat the manual page by page.
Isn't that what you want?
Absolutely.
I don't think so. You want to use the manual to whip my men into shape, as you call it. But the snake has turned and is now biting its master. They are using the manual and you can't touch them, much to your displeasure.
No, it won't be to my displeasure, Mr. Jefferson, but to yours. As of now, you're suspended from your job as chief ranger of this district and also as an ordinary forest ranger. I find your very presence here detrimental to discipline, and I have the authority to remove you. That's strictly regulation.
Of course it is. I'm surprised you didn't do it sooner.
You are, eh? Well, pick up your personal belongings and get out.
Let's turn it off, boys, and give Bill a chance to speak. Thank you, boys. Go ahead, Sonny. Speak your piece. Thanks, old-timer. Fellas, I passed the word for you to meet at my house because before you went to Benton, I don't want you to say anything rash.
I'll rash that, hardhead. You'll have a mouthful of floating molars.
Now, cool off and listen to me. I appreciate your loyalty, and it warms my heart to know that you think so fondly of me, but this kind of action isn't going to cure or solve anything.
You use violence at times. How about when you sent us into Lumbertown? Armed to the teeth and riding battle-trained horses, huh? How about that?
A small correction, Larry. What happened when the battling lumberjacks saw us ride into town?
Why, they stopped fighting.
Why?
Well, because they knew you meant business.
That's right. Our reputation did our fighting for us. We didn't have to use the lead-weighted clubs and the sawed-off shotguns. And that's the whole point I'm trying to make. You fellas believe that you're helping me, and instead you're hurting yourselves and our reputation. A reputation that's taken years to build up in this part of the country. Folks around here respect every one of you men because you stand for a fine organization that will spare no end to protect life and property and keep the peace. Now, you think this over, and you'll find that I'm right.
All this thinking won't get you reinstated as our boss.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true. Now, you fellas know that I'm a Christian, and I stand for the Christian way of doing things. The Lord will work things out for all of us if we keep our meddling hands off. I think I've proved that time and time again. Just be patient. You know, sometimes it's much wiser to stop fighting and let the opposition make its move. In the meantime, we'll rest up and gather new strength for the battle. The final battle.
Then you're not giving up just because you're suspended.
Of course I'm not giving up. Sooner or later, Benton will make a mistake.
Huh, not him. He always goes by that manual.
You're right, Tom. And that makes him right to a degree. Not human, but right. But someday he's going to get himself into a situation where he can't use the manual, and he's going to have to think for himself. That's the day he shows what he's made of.
Yeah, but we might all be old men by that time.
I don't think so, pal. The Manual of Regulations doesn't cover everything that happens. The manual isn't perfect, and neither is Benton. Someday soon, those human imperfections will be the cause of Mr. Benton's undoing.
I guess you're right, Bill, now that I've cooled down enough to think about it.
Yeah, but suppose he doesn't make a mistake for the 6 months he's here. By that time, he'll have the big wigs in Washington thinking he's King Tut's brother-in-law.
Yeah, Solomon's nephew. Then you won't have a ghost of a chance of getting back in as our boss.
Yeah, what about that? Right.
You fellas worry so much about tomorrow that you miss the beauty of today. Now go on home and behave yourselves like rangers.
Hello, Fire Tower.
Smoke and flames in Cougar Canyon County. Area 73 on the map.
Very well. I'll dispatch firefighters at once.
Your orders, sir?
Send all ranger fighting units into the fire and sound the civilian special alarm.
Yes, but... Yes, sir, on the double.
Mr. Benton, there's 45 men trapped in Canyon 12 because of that wind shift.
That's unfortunate. They'll have to make out as best they can, Mr. Parrish.
What? Aren't you going to rescue them as quickly as possible?
Mr. Parrish, our job is to fight this fire and not play nursemaid to trap firefighters. They can dig in until the fire passes over them.
Those are civilian fighters, sir.
I don't care if they're on foot or on horseback, Mr. Parrish. Regulations specifically state that we are to fight the fire, bring it under control, and put it out as quickly as possible. We can't do two things at once and do them well.
Mr. Benton, you're insane!
You're under arrest, Mr. Parrish. But get back on the line and fight that fire. I'll deal further with your conduct toward a superior after the fire's out.
That guy's wacky. He won't even try and help those trapped men.
Are you sure about that, Tom?
I sure am. He told me so in no uncertain words. I'm going to go in after those men myself.
Just keep your suspenders cinched up there, Sonny. I'm going to talk to that hard-headed Jasper myself.
Talk? What about those men?
We'll get them out. Don't fret about that. Come on, boys. Let's have a powwow with Mr. Benton.
All right, let's go.
Now use your head, boss. If we burn up all the firefighters, how can we protect the trees at the next fire?
You have your orders, Mr. Jenkins.
That's your final word?
It is.
Come on, boys. Let's go get those men out of that trap. This Jasper's plumb out of his mind.
Duffy, he's going for his gun.
You draw on me, Mr. Benton, you'll be in trouble. I used to be grease lightning on the draw, and I ain't slowed down very much yet.
You're under arrest, Mr. Jenkins.
That may very well be, Sonny, but I'm going in after those men.
You'll get back in the line and fight the fire or go to jail.
Not on your life. Those men aren't going to die if I can help it.
He's going to draw.
Hold it, Mr. Benton.
Bill!
I'll take that shooting iron, Mr. Benton.
You'll do no such thing. You have no authority here.
I don't think you're in any position to argue. I've got the 45 men right here behind me with blood in their eye. Your blood.
Hey, wow! He's got all the trapped men out.
The word's all up and down the line that you refused them rescue.
Nonsense. I'm perfectly within regulation.
You'd better close up or I won't be responsible. Those men are ready to take the manual and cram it down your throat, page by page. All right, men, let's get our backs into this fight and put this fire out. Mr. Benton, your train leaves in a few minutes. I suggest you get on it pronto. The feelings in this town are running pretty high against you.
Very well.
Is that all you have to say?
Yes, that's all. Oh, just one thing.
Yes?
Did you put my copy of the manual in my bags?
I did, along with all your reports.
That's fine. I should hate to lose it.
Aboard! All aboard!
Scalp me clean and call me Baldy. He didn't change his hard head one bit, did he?
No, he didn't, old-timer. You know, there are some hard heads that never soften up. There's a man we should pray for. He doesn't seem to have an ounce of humane emotion in him. He's strictly by the book. And that was the last we ever saw or heard of Mr. Benton. When I returned to my office, I found a letter on my desk signed by him, rescinding my suspension as a ranger and chief ranger, and life returned to normal once again. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
We've been called a lot of things.
Whippersnappers!
Dreamers! Prosperous?
Never!
So until
The book deal.
or the movie deal hits.
We remember two things.
Call Everybody Collect. And
know the code.
Yeah.
Know the code. 1-800-CALL-ATT. It costs less than 1-800-COLLECT.
Always. Now the people we call
might call us thrifty.
Want a price that's always lower than 1-800-COLLECT? Know the code. Dial 1-800-CALLATT.
your true voice.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present George Burns and Tracy Allen. And Henry King and his music. From the Lily Pond picture, that girl from Paris, Henry King and his orchestra are playing Love and Learn. George and Gracie will be with us in just a minute. Meanwhile, I want to ask this question. How good must the chicken soup be to become such a sensation that women are buying 3 times more of it today than they did only a short while ago? Well, I believe I can guess what your answer to that is. It must be extra good. And I know that the moment you taste Campbell's chicken soup, you'll agree with that, too. Chicken soup to be so extra good. It's the wonderful chicken flavor, the golden glistening chicken broth, the pieces of tender chicken meat, the snowy rice, the gentle seasoning, the appetizing through and through old-fashioned chicken soup goodness. I know you'll say it equals the best homemade chicken soup you ever had. It makes a particularly tempting, nourishing lunch or supper these cold days. So why not ask your grocer tomorrow for Campbell's chicken soup? And here are George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Well, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, boys, you certainly missed it. Did we have fun New Year's Eve, did we? Well, we had more fun than a barrel of bunkies.
A barrel of bunkies?
Yes.
Gracie, you mean a barrel of monkeys. Continue.
Well, that's what I said, a barrel of bunkies.
Well, for a minute, I thought you were wrong.
Yeah.
No matter.
Well, anywho, I was with a party, and they were dancing, and everybody was glued to the stills.
Glued to the still?
Yes.
Glued to the gills. You mean they were petrified?
Petrified.
I mean petrified. You've got me silly now.
Yeah, now.
Now, eh? Well, all right, so you had a good time.
Good time. Well, I was with a party of...
Bye.
Yeah, well, that is, he'll be 85 in April. So...
Now, because the prunes were stewed, too.
Yeah? I don't get it.
Well, I don't either.
And you know, George, my granddaddy is so old that instead of shaking for the drinks, he drinks for the shakes.
He's probably an old rumba dancer.
Mr. Field. And so, when we got home, my grandmother looked at my granddaddy and said, Hal, where have you been, Hal?
Hal. The kid's name is Hal?
Yeah, well, of course, she only calls him Hal for short. His whole name is Alcohol.
Oh, Alcohol, yes, Alcohol. So your grandmother asked your granddaddy where he'd been?
Yes, and he didn't answer. He just fell down the stairs with 2 quarts of liquor.
I see. And did he spill the liquor?
No, he kept his mouth closed.
And Henry, what did you do New Year's?
Well, I went fishing through the ice.
Fishing through the ice. Well, that's a nice way of spending New Year's.
Yeah. I fished through the ice for 20 minutes until I got that cherry in the bottom of the glass.
And very good, too. And, Tony, what did you do for New Year's?
Well, George, I went out New Year's Eve. You know, I was a little homesick, and I didn't have a drink.
Well, now, I'm glad to hear that, Tony. On account of lips that touch liquor will never touch mine.
I see. Your lips.
No, my liquor.
Tony, in case you should have any trouble with Gracie tonight, just call on me.
Oh, don't worry about me, George. Gracie's putty in my hand.
Oh, thanks, Tony. And I think you're putty, too.
All right. Putty and putty. Well, Tony, I think there should be a wire for you. King, have you got a wire?
Yeah, Tony, here's a wire for you.
I'm sorry, it was my line. I see it.
George, you're right.
All right, I'll read it.
Thank you, Henry.
Keep this up, and I'll put you both back in the trunk. That's it.
Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, yes, the wire. Come on, Tony. What's in the wire?
Well, what do you think I am? A gentleman never reveals confidences. Things like this are sacred. There's nothing in the wire, George. It's from Alice Faye, and she says she'll never meet her Tony Woney at the Twainy Waney when he arrives in Hollywoody, and she signs it Fazy Wazy.
Oh, I see. Double talk Fazy Wazy, eh? Isn't that pretty?
You know, George, every woman starts to talk baby talk when she's old enough.
I get it. Gracie, why don't you make a resolution to manage your own business, and Henry, Tony, and I will manage to have a good time.
Well, I did make a resolution. I made a resolution that now Tony Martin can't even kiss me after he's off the program.
Tony Martin has never even tried to kiss you while he's on this program.
And why do you think he's going off this program?
I can't imagine, but I know it isn't Alice Faye.
Oh, no, but he can come back sometime.
When?
When Faye is gone and shadows
When Faye is gone. Quiet. In other words, no kissy, no worky.
That's right. No necky, no checky.
No necky, no checky. Gracie, Tony Martin can't kiss you or he'd be breaking your resolution.
Well, he doesn't have to hold me that tight, does he?
Love must be a marvelous thing.
Yes, I've heard it very highly spoken of.
Oh, yeah, that stuff gets around.
Yes.
Before this goes too far, I think I'd better confess. I sent the wire for a rib.
Why, no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, this whole story came out of my head, and there's absolutely nothing in it.
Oh, Henry, you're just self-conscious.
Well, Ken Roberts, the only one on this program Gracie hasn't picked on is you.
Well, George, now isn't that peculiar?
Oh, yes, it's quite peculiar, yeah.
Our announcer here in New York is Ken Roberts, and our announcer in California is Ken Niles.
Yeah, Ken Roberts and Ken Niles. 2 Kens.
Oh, sure. You know, with Campbell's Chicken Soup, even their announcers have to come in Kens.
Tony, the song.
In dreams I once designed you, then told a star that I would never find you, yet here you are, and now that I have met you, I'll never let you go. Please make your lips impart something my heart must know. May I have the next romance with you? Do I stand
of you from Head Over Heels in Love. Accompanied by Henry King and his orchestra.
Accompanied by Henry King and his orchestra?
Yes.
Henry, did you ever hear of that game called Follow the Leader?
Well, certainly.
Well, your musicians didn't.
I don't get it.
Yes.
Well, Gracie, how does New York look to you after being away nearly a year?
Well, I've never seen any place so changed. The last time we were here, it was Tuesday, and now it's Wednesday.
I see. It's never Tuesday on a Wednesday.
Oh, George, even when you're right, you sound silly.
I see. I sound silly, huh?
But then again, sometimes you don't, and then again, I wouldn't think of it.
Sometimes I don't, and then again, you wouldn't think of it.
Yeah, because after all, it's more important to anybody than it is to other people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Gracie, do you know what you're talking about?
Oh, thanks, George. I'm glad you understand.
Listen, one of these days, you're going to go with me to a brain specialist.
Oh, fraidy cat. Scared to go alone, huh?
If I had the teeny-weeny brain that you have...
You'd at least have a teeny-weeny brain.
Talking to you is like talking to a moving picture dummy.
Now, you've got no right to call him a moving picture dummy just because he makes love to Alice Faye.
I see.
Thanks, Gracie.
You're welcome, Tony.
Say, Tony, how are you enjoying your first visit to New York City? Fine, Henry. Say, you remember that girl, Constance Wilson, that Alice Faye wished to take care of me? Uh-huh. Well, she took me sightseeing. Have you seen the Empire State Building, the aquarium, Grant's tomb, and Old Point? No, but I saw Milgram's today. You did?
Oh, now, I think it's silly to visit those foolish places like Central Park and the Bronx Zoo and the Metropolitan Museum of Art and Radio City when you can go sightseeing in a dress shop like Milgram.
I think you've got something, Gracie.
Oh, you should have seen Constance when I bought her that mink coat. She was like a kid with a new toy.
You bought her a mink coat? Yeah. Henry, did
I heard he bought her a mink coat. Ken. I know. He bought her a mink coat.
You bought her a mink coat and you only know her a week?
Oh, sure. You don't think Tony would buy mink coats for strangers, do you?
Well, now I feel better.
Of course, I didn't just buy it for Constance.
Oh, no. You knew it would make Alice Faye happy.
Sure. She's Alice's girlfriend.
Well, I know how you feel, Tony. Any friend of Alice's is a mink coat from you.
You said it, Gracie.
Speaking of mink coats, look who's coming.
Oh, hello, Tony boy.
Hello, Connie.
How do you do, Miss Allen?
Well, I don't do as well as you do.
It's coming.
I hear you've been minking this afternoon.
Oh, Tony, that coat is beautiful, and I adore those dresses and shoes.
Oh, so you've been shoeing and dressing, too. Did you do any hatting and gloving?
You know, Miss Wilson, Alice Faye is a very lucky person to have a girlfriend like you that Tony can buy things for.
Oh, I hated to have him spend so much money on me.
Oh, but if it makes Tony happy, who are you to deny him any pleasure?
Yes.
Well, that's just what I said to myself. Constance, you mustn't be selfish.
Oh, you know, Tony, I think you ought to buy Constance an automobile. You owe it to Alice.
Now, don't get sarcastic, Gracie. Miss Wilson has meant a lot to Tony.
Thanks, George.
Yes, he came to New York a stranger. Now, I took him to Milgram's, and I took him to Saks Fifth Avenue, and I took him to Tiffany.
Oh, I can see you certainly took him.
I think Miss Wilson has done a lot of good for Tony.
Well, nobody could have done any more good for him.
I see. Outside of May West.
Well, I'm thinking...
My mind is in Egypt tonight.
You're telling me.
Yes, I'm thinking very seriously of letting Tony take me to Hollywood. I might go into moving pictures.
Oh, well, now it would be foolish to go all the way to Hollywood. You could see the same pictures here in New York.
Well, Gracie, Constance heard of a part at Paramount, and my agent might be able to get it for her.
What kind of a part is it?
Well, it's the part of a young girl who... Oh, but why should I talk about it? I'm probably too late for it now.
Yeah, about 20 years.
I'd love to see you get it, Connie. It's the part of a sweet, young, innocent, refined
don't be
girl.
silly, Tony. Miss Wilson doesn't want to play character parts.
Gracie, are you trying to insult Miss Wilson?
I'm not even trying.
I can see that, yes.
I'll have you know that the only reason I took Tony Martin into Milgram's is because he wanted to use the telephone.
Oh, now I understand. And he was ashamed to come out without buying anything, so he bought you a mink coat.
Gracie, will you stop making a fuss over measly $5,000?
Listen to me, Gracie Allen. If I had that mink coat here now, I'd throw it right at you.
What size is it?
What size is it?
I just did what Tony told me to do. He told me to pick out a coat to match my personality.
Oh, and they were all out of weasel, huh?
Henry, the music.
Good night, my love. By Jerome Kern. Smoke gets in your eyes. Back to this season and this week for a song from the new Lily Pond picture, That Girl from Paris, Please Keep Me in Your Dreams. Buy fine plump table chickens and then use every bit of the good tender meat exclusively for making chicken soup? That's exactly what Campbell's do to give you the finest chicken soup you ever tasted. And they simmer the broth slowly until every golden drop is delicious with chicken flavor and rich with nourishing chicken goodness. I could go on talking all night about it, telling you of the many different things that Campbell's skilled chefs do to perfect its wonderful flavor and deep down richness. But I'd rather have the soup say it all for itself. For I know you'll then agree that it equals the finest homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. So why not serve Campbell's chicken soup for lunch tomorrow? And here are George and Gracie.
Because we're leaving for Hollywood tomorrow, and the people of New York have been so nice to me, I'm going to leave them my recipe on how to make a Hollywood sweetie pie.
A Hollywood sweetie pie?
Yes.
Well, that ought to be interesting, and I know that they'll admire your crust.
Oh, please, George. Recipe.
Yes.
Now, first take a couple of berries.
Blueberries or blackberries?
Oh, no, Wallace berries.
Oh, Wallace berries, the big ones, yes.
Now, have you got 2 bowls home?
2 bowls?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, use a good-looking one.
Which one is that?
John.
John Bowles, that's that big bowl, yes.
And then you add a raft of spice.
I know raft, but who's spice?
Ginger.
Oh, yes, ginger.
But
ginger.
not too much ginger. It'll give you heartburn.
I get it, and I suppose if you haven't got enough, you can always bury more?
Oh, nice work, Dick. More power to you.
Thanks.
Then,
Yes, what do you do then?
then you add a little butterworth.
Just a tracer?
Yes.
I see.
Then you light the stove and you put the pie in the Oberon.
In the Oberon, yes.
But don't let it stand with overnight.
Don't let it stand with overnight. This is really an easy recipe.
Oh, well, it's not a hardy.
A hearty. I get it, yes.
Now, the trick is to let it simmer twice.
The trick is to let it simmer twice?
Yes, simmer.
And is it good?
Is it good? Oh, boy, yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, I think we've had
George,
enough.
I think somebody wants to see you. There's a guy standing outside.
Guy standing? I'm going to have trouble with you, too,
Well, is he tall and handsome? Has he got beautiful eyes and an adorable face and a kissable mouth?
Oh, no.
Well, then tell him I don't want any.
I see. I'll tell him, Gracie, when he comes in. Gracie, every man isn't tall and handsome. Once in a while, you run across a man who's dull and homely.
Oh, George, you must get over that inferiority complex.
Well, I'll do my best.
I'm from Melbourne, the credit department. I'm here to check up on an account that was opened by a Mr. Tony Martin. He gave your name as reference.
Oh, sure, you don't have to worry about him.
Oh, thank you. Because we're to deliver a mink coat and dresses to a Miss Constance Wilson, and I thought that if you...
Oh, Tony Martin.
Yes.
Say, George, was he fired last week or the week before?
Gracie, Tony Martin just got through singing a song.
Oh, you see, mister, I told you he was through.
Oh, George, will you help me out? Okay, listen, mister, this is just a lover's quarrel. You see, Miss Allen wants Mr. Martin to kiss her, and because he refuses to kiss her...
I'm only a credit man. I'm not interested in kissing.
well, I'm not either.
Well, I am. Gracie, I'll kiss you.
I see. This is our Mr. King who wants to be kissed.
Mister, have you any objections to kissing?
Oh, no.
Well, good. Then you kiss Mr. King, and I'll devote all my time to Tony.
Gracie, I think you've got something there.
Kiss Mr. King. Say, I'm a credit man from Milgram's, and I'm not kissing a man.
Are you insinuating Henry King isn't a man?
Henry, why did you stop it?
Well, I just said I'd kiss Gracie and...
Quiet. Had enough of it.
me, but I'm from Tiffany's jewelry store.
Oh, well, then you kiss him.
What is it, mister?
Tony Martin gave a Gracie Allen as reference and bought a diamond ring from us.
So Tony also bought Constance ring, a diamond Wilson? Oh, nuts. Here I am talking like a fool.
Oh, well, George, I'm glad to see that you're your old self again.
Yes.
I bought Constance a diamond ring because she wanted something to go with her mink coat. Is his credit okay, Miss Allen?
Oh, certainly. It won't take him long to find another job.
Yes.
Say, there's a chance of us not getting our money. Then we better not recommend the account. Yeah? I always take care of my business obligations.
Tony, why don't you kiss her and get it over with?
That's my business.
Well, then stop neglecting your business.
I think so, too.
If I want to give Constance Wilson a mink coat and a diamond ring, that's my affair. And who's going to stop me? We are.
Listen, boys, you've got them all wrong.
Here's
now,
a telegram for you, Tony. That's probably another one of Henry's jokes. Give it to George.
Wait a minute. Henry, this is really from Hollywood. Listen to this. Dear Tony, I'm listening to your broadcast, and I don't know any Constance Wilson, and didn't tell anybody to look you up. The woman is an imposter. Signed, Alice Faye. What?
Oh, just as I thought. That Wilson girl is nothing but a gold digger and a cook.
3 people, eh?
Let's see that.
Well,
I guess you're right, Gracie.
You got to be thankful, Tony. Gracie saved you a lot of money.
Oh, well, I was glad to do it. If there's anything I hate, it's a gold digger. How any woman can take mink coats and diamonds from a man, I can't understand.
Gracie, I know you saved me a lot of money, and to show you my appreciation, I'd like to give you a little gift.
Oh, forget it, Tony. Don't be silly.
That's all right, Gracie. You saved him a mink coat and a diamond ring. So if he wants to show his appreciation by giving you a little gift, let him do it.
Oh, all right, Tony, if it'll make you happy.
Ah, that's swell, Gracie. Now, what would you like me to give you?
Oh, I know. Just a mink coat and a diamond ring.
Henry, the music.
lots of money, millionaires don't get along so well. You have me, but not a bit of money. Still, the combination would be swell. Oh, baby, what I do with plenty of money and you, in spite of the worry that money brings, just a little filthy lucre buys a lot of things, and you can take me to places I like to go. But outside of that, I've no use for dough. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But give me that money and you go dig a little deeper. Dig a little deeper. That's the gold digger's lullaby. I'd like a photo that was made of mink. I'd like to have vintage champagne to drink. I'd like a split-cut emerald diamond ring. And you can't imagine how much joy you can bring. And I play all the Rivieras in winter time, and climb the Sierras in summertime. Shows the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, that my will be sunny, with plenty of money and you.
The makers of those fine Campbell soups invite you to listen in and laugh with George Burns and Gracie Allen again next Wednesday. Meanwhile, remember that you can have the finest chicken soup you ever tasted simply by asking for Campbell's chicken soup. You'll find it to be the delicious, nourishing, old-fashioned kind.
Flash, Hollywood, Walter Winchell. If you're listening in, Henry King, our orchestra leader, is marrying Vilma Lewis right after our broadcast tonight. And if you're not listening in, Vilma Lewis is marrying Henry King, our orchestra leader, right after our broadcast tonight, and vice versa, and we're invited. And Gracie Scoop Allen.
Speaking, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This used to be a tough scrubbing job.
What a mess. Need help?
No thanks.
But now there's new Ultra Spick and Span. One tiny capful is all it takes to clean even tough dirt.
Really? I'll do that.
Fine.
All right.
Because it loosens dirt's grip on your floor more easily than most regular cleaners.
Sweetheart?
Yeah?
I think we should go out to dinner tonight.
Good idea.
New Ultra Spick and Span. Dirt's wiped out. You're not.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Hornet Goes Underground. The Green Hornet strikes again. It was a dark and foggy night when a gray submarine surfaced a few hundred yards off the Atlantic seaboard of the United States. The conning tower opened, and a group of sailors prepared to launch a rubber boat. Two other men, one the commander of the vessel and the other dressed in the garb of a civilian, watched the proceedings with interest.
Herr Gendium, you have your orders. From this point, you are on your own.
I know my orders by memory, Commander.
Repeat them.
Hold off production of airplanes at all costs. Keep new plans from getting into production. Destroy, bribe, kill. Don't fail.
Correct. Ready? Overboard.
It seems strange returning to this country once again.
You know the country. That's why you have been chosen by the Gestapo. Look up our man Kurtz when you get there.
Everything ready?
Ready, sir. Overboard, Herr Gendium.
I've made it.
Cut the line. Line's cut, sir.
See you in New York someday, Commander. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Take her down.
Three weeks after the Nazi submarine landed the saboteur Ganger on American soil, Britt Reed found that an important war housing project adjacent to the new airplane factory had been held up by a sudden legal maneuver. He sought an explanation from Michael Axford, who'd covered the story.
That plane plant is scheduled to go into production just as soon as that new water main is opened. And now some lawyer holds up the housing project. There's no place to house the workers. There'll be no planes built in that plant for months.
Well, boss, that's the situation. And I don't know what you can do about it.
What happened out there, Axford? Get that cigar out of your mouth and let's have the details.
It's this way. I'm sent out there to get the story. It takes me a little camera along, maybe to get some pictures of the groundbreaking ceremony.
Get to the point. What happened?
Well, I'm getting to it. Well, the mayor was just ready to give the signal.
What signal?
To the guy driving a big bulldozer engine. They're going to use the bulldozer to bust the first ground for the housing project. It seems as though the first thing the mayor wanted done was to knock down a shack that was standing in the field.
A shack? What kind of a shack?
Well, it used to be a little office for some real estate firm. That used to be a subdivision out there. Anyway, the shack had to be got out of the way, and the quickest way was to knock it down with the bulldozer.
Okay, go on.
Well, the bulldozer was just moving in on the shack when this lawyer tin cannon and another guy came tearing up in a fast car.
With the injunction from the state Supreme Court.
Right, boss. There's nothing the mayor could do about it. It's legal, he said.
What about the man with Attorney Dincannon? Who is he?
I don't know, boss.
You don't know? What kind of a reporter are you? Why, that's Dincannon's client, undoubtedly.
Oh, you're wrong, boss. I tried to get the guy's name, but he got tough and wouldn't talk. But he isn't Dincannon's client.
How do you know he isn't?
I looked at the writ, the injunction.
What about it?
The injunction was got out in the name of Miss Darville Hunter.
Mrs. Hunter? $1 million dowager.
And philanthropist.
Well, that gets me. Why should she hold up this war housing project and delay the war effort?
Well, if you're asking me, them rich dames are all alike. But there's money in it.
How about pictures? You didn't get any with that magic lantern of yours, I suppose?
No, boss. You just look at these. Just came out of the hypo. Be careful. They're still wet.
Axford, you're getting hot as a snapper.
Thanks. Now, how's this in for action, boss?
Close up. The mayor, Dincannon, and that other fellow.
Look at the expression on his honor's pan.
Hey, this face is familiar.
Oh, not to me. Never saw that guy before. Maybe just a friend of lawyer Dincannon. Going along for the ride, maybe.
Get back to the city room, Axford. Give your facts to a rewrite man to do the story.
How about me write me own story? Lots of color and everything.
You tell it better than you write, Axford.
Okay. Give me pictures.
Leave this close-up with me. Tell Gunnigan to use one of the action shots. Or the one of the bulldozer doing a nosedive toward that shack would be a good one.
Having completed his legal chore of serving the injunction halting the housing project, Lawyer Dincannon went to report to his agent and eccentric client, Mrs. Dorville Hunter. He was accompanied by the same man whose picture so interested Britt Reed.
Dogs. She got the door with dogs.
Mastiffs. 2 of them.
Mastiffs. I don't like them, Mr. Dincannon.
Back, you brute. Get back, I say. Stand back. That's you. Stand up. Listen. Oh, it's you, Dincannon.
And Professor Ganger.
Of course.
You do, Mrs. Hunter. A very fine day.
No, it isn't. None of these days are fine. Me having to butter my own front door. The servant problem is getting terrible.
Did Bandylegs quit?
The butler walked out yesterday. But what's been keeping you, Dincannon?
We came as quickly as we
I
could.
know. Come in.
The dogs. Are they...
You don't like dogs?
Big mastiffs. I don't care for them.
Must be mutual. Sit down, Dincannon. You too, Ganger.
I have the injunction, Mrs. Hunter.
Skip the injunction. How about the money?
Yes, the money also.
Cash, Dincannon. No checks?
Cash. $6,000.
Fine. Now, what's the duration of the injunction?
60 days. I've drawn the lease for a similar period. Here it is. Read it.
You read it, didn't you?
Certainly. I drew it up.
Well, that's what I pay you for. And, Dincannon, don't ever let your eyesight get bad.
Now, will you sign the lease, Mrs. Hunter?
Dincannon.
Yes, Mrs. Hunter?
In my younger days, I could have fallen for you, Dincannon. Yes, you're not bad at all. You have a way about you. Good-looking, dignified, shrewd.
Will you sign here, Mrs. Hunter?
Oh, the papers. The lease. Must I sign on the dotted line?
You can sign under the line or across the line. Sign it anywhere.
Now, my dear Dincannon, no tantrums. Professor, Mr. Dincannon can be so vexing at times.
To be sure. To be sure.
Mrs. Hunter, will you sign the lease?
Very well. I'll sign it, Mr. Dincannon.
2 copies, please.
There you are. Both copies all signed in as beautiful a Spencerian hand as you ever saw, Dincannon. Well, I remember back in 19...
Here's your copy, Ganger.
Yes, my copy. Now I can go on with my experiment, my invention.
Oh, by the way, Professor, how is the invention coming?
The invention? Madame, it will soon be complete.
Well, it had better be. That lease runs out in 60 days.
And then the city can tear down that shack out there and get on with the housing project.
Yes. $6,000 is not bad rent for 60 days, Dincannon.
Not bad for you, Mrs. Hunter. But I assure you it's going to be very hard on several hundred war workers who have been expecting to live in that housing project you've halted.
Why, you, not I, halted the project, Dincannon.
Oh, rats. Come on, Ganger.
Yeah. Good day, Mrs. Hunter.
I told you it is not a good day, Professor.
In response to a telephone call from Britt Reed, Lowry, City Hall reporter, reported to his chief.
What's cooking, Chief?
Take a look at this picture.
Oh, the jolly mayor himself. Oh, and there's Lawyer Dincannon, too. I was just reading proofs on that housing story.
Can you place this fellow? 3rd to the right.
Him? Ooh, offhand, no.
Never saw him, huh?
Now, wait a minute. Hey, his face is familiar.
Think hard.
Oh. I got it.
Let's have it.
I saw him less than a week ago.
Where?
Well, at the city hall.
What's his name?
Name? Chief, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Well, how do you know it's the same man you saw at City Hall? Thousands of people go in and out of that place every day.
Oh, I couldn't miss. I'm positive. I dropped into the city engineer's office to get a plat drawing of the new airplane plant site.
For an artist drawing to go with that Sunday feature story?
Right, Chief. Well, I had to wait for a half hour for this guy to get through with the plat plan himself.
See.
I didn't pay any particular attention. He was jotting down a lot of figures or something on a piece of paper.
Did you find out his name?
I doubt it.
Any citizen can examine those records over there, just for the asking.
Try it. Check with the clerk on duty.
Well, don't hope for too much.
And Calden Cannon. This fellow was with him. Get anything you can find out.
Okay, Chief. I'll call the minute I get any information.
You hear anything from Lowry yet, Mr. Reed?
He called a moment ago. Didn't find out anything. The clerk at the city hall couldn't remember anything, and Cannon left town earlier this afternoon.
Tough luck. It seems there's a jinx on that housing property, doesn't it?
Jinx? How come?
Well, don't you recall that big scandal several years ago when those real estate subdividers were indicted?
Oh, yes, I know. That's why I wanted Lowry to investigate it.
I'm certain it was the same property. The reason I'm sure is because Axford always claimed the Green Hornet was involved.
Axford and the Green Hornet.
He's hep on the subject.
Just for fun, drop in the morgue before you go and get me the files on the Hornet.
There's a lot on him, Mr. Reed.
I want to check up and see if Axford's missed anything lately.
He missed a boat when he was born, if you're asking me.
Don't be hard on Axford. He means well.
That evening, after Axford had gone to chat with some of his friends in police headquarters, Britt called Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only living person who knew him as the Green Hornet, to his bedroom.
Are you set for some action tonight, Cato?
Cato always ready for action when Green Hornet goes out.
I have a hunch we're going to see some tonight, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
You remember the case of Fredericks, alias the Professor?
Let's see. Professor?
We dug up the evidence against him about 7 years ago. Remember, in that subdivision fraud?
Oh, sure. Yes, Cato now remember. Green Hornet catch Professor for police.
And when he was convicted in court, he was deported as an undesirable alien.
Foreigner, not citizen.
That's right.
Oh, why you remember that?
I think we're going to meet Fredericks, alias the Professor, again tonight.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment house itself. The passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Before we continue with our adventure, please permit us to pause for a meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable, conducted by the Green Hornet.
Friends of the Green Hornet Roundtable, tonight I want to tell you about my friend, Mr. Smith. He isn't young. As a matter of fact, he says himself that he watched this country grow from frame buildings to a land studded with skyscrapers and telegraph poles. As we were talking this morning, I noticed he was watching two men standing beside us. They were arguing about what's wrong with the way the war's being run. He grinned and said, "You know, that doesn't look like much, those two fellas shaking their heads and talking a mile a minute, but if you think about it, that's what makes this country tick." I guess I looked puzzled because he explained there are a lot of countries today where men can't open their mouths to say what they think. But here in America, that's the way we've always done things. Talked about them, not just the cabinet members and presidents of corporations, but people like you and me and those fellas there. We're really running the show. Well, Mr. Smith is right. And you boys and girls coming of age, you're part of the show he was talking about. And being a part of it means responsibility. Your ballot is as important as the ballot of the men whose income makes him a millionaire. Remember that. Your power to keep America as you want it lies in that ballot. Think carefully before you vote. Never underestimate the value of your vote because, unlike the dollar, it doesn't change. Use it wisely, and you'll be shaping good government. American government. And now, back to our story.
Green Hornet and Cato drove through the night till finally...
There's new plane plant. Big place.
Yes, when that plant gets into operation, they'll turn out the planes to polish off Adolf and Tojo pronto.
Many soldiers guard place.
Yes, against saboteurs and Axis rats. Over there, see?
See what, Mr. Britt?
That structural tower. That's the valve gate for the new water main that's to pump water into the big plant.
Oh. Road turns 2 ways up ahead, Mr. Britt.
I'll take the left turn. Take it easy now, Cato.
Just go slow.
I'm interested in a little shack somewhere in this project.
Oh, Cato, see shack. Over there.
Now, that's it. Pull the Black Beauty in by that clump of bushes over there.
Weeds very high.
Now, that'll make good cover for the car. Cut the motor. Everything ready?
Mask? Gas gun? Yes, everything ready.
All right, let's go. You better cut around behind that shack.
Yes, sir, Mr. Britt.
Isn't that a car parked in back?
A big car. Limousine type, sir.
Oh, I wonder what... Hey, what the...
Oh, Mr. Britt, where you... Mr. Britt!
Look out!
Oh! Oh!
What a fall.
Oh. You hurt, Mr. Britt?
No. How about you, Cato?
Cato, all right. Maybe.
Well, let's have some light on this situation.
His flashlight?
This is interesting.
Tunnel.
No, an abandoned sewer. That manhole cover tipped when I stepped on it.
Can see stars in sky through hole.
I saw stars when I fell into this place.
Yeah. How we get out?
Let's look around first.
Which way?
This direction's as good as any. Let's go.
Quiet, you brute. You might frighten the professor away. You wouldn't want to do that. He'll be surprised enough when he finds us here. Interesting little place the professor has here. Bare as a cupboard, except for this chair and the cot and that table. All those gadgets. Shut up! Quiet! Quiet! I'll snap off this light.
Yes, that blasted switch. Yeah, here it is. What's this?
Good evening, Professor.
You? What are you doing here?
Take your hand from your pocket, Professor. Dunder and Blitzen might think you had a gun.
Those dogs.
Surprised, Professor?
You have no right here, Mrs. Hunter. This is my property for 60 days.
Why, no, I haven't. Just happened to be driving by here on my way from a bond rally. Thought I'd drop in.
But the door, it was locked.
I have keys to all my property, Professor.
You're an intruder, a trespasser.
Now, Professor, that's no way to talk to a guest.
You must leave at once. I'm very busy working on my invention.
Just what kind of invention are you working on, Professor? You see, you neglected to tell me before.
It's a very secret invention. I cannot discuss it. You must go.
Now, Professor, don't rush me. I want to know more about your invention. I'm awfully interested in science, really.
I tell you, I'll have the law on you if you don't get out. And get those dogs out.
The law?
What do you mean?
A man doesn't pay $6,000 for a 60-day lease of a shack like this, Professor, and seek the protection of the law.
Why,
Well, you better keep your hand away from that pocket, Professor Ganger. Here, you brute! Back! Come back from that door!
Now I've got you, Mrs. Hunter.
The gun?
And it's got you covered. Call those dogs off or I'll shoot you and those beasts.
I can't understand it. Why those brutes disobeyed my command.
Mrs. Hunter, you know too much.
If knowing that you're a rascal and a crook is too much, Ganger, then you're right.
I'm going to let you see my invention.
Those fool dogs would only come back here, Ganger. They'd tear you to pieces before you could fire a second shot.
Get going to that door in back of you.
You'll hang for this, Ganger. And if those dogs come back... Oh, the dogs, look!
I can't believe it.
Oh, my beautiful beasts, they're dead. Ganger, who killed my dogs?
Dead. Dogs dead.
Drop that gun, Frederick. Drop it. I've got you covered.
What's this?
Drop that gun.
The Green Hornet.
I see you recognize me, Frederick.
Green Hornet?
Yes, you remember me. I can easily see that.
You fiend! You killed my dogs. You killed them.
Lady, your dogs are not dead.
Well, can't I see with my own eyes? There they lie on the floor by that door, dead. And you killed them.
I tell you, they're not dead. They'll come to within a half hour and be just as healthy as they were a few minutes ago.
Come to? What do you mean?
I had to give them the gas treatment. This gun here, it's harmless but effective at times like this. I followed the sewer to a stairway that led up to the door. I heard voices inside here and stopped to listen. I heard everything that went on.
You heard everything?
Until the dogs heard me and charged the door leading to the sewer. That's when I had to give them the gas.
This man you call Fredericks was going to kill me. I came here to find out what he was up to. I didn't know he was a murderer.
Fredericks, or Ganger as he's called now, was deported as an undesirable alien. I knew him then. Now he's a spy, a Nazi spy.
A spy?
You can't prove that, Hornet. You leased this old shack because it was located directly over the abandoned sewer. It leads to within a few feet of the new water main. If you could blow up that water main, you could halt production on airplanes at the new plant for months. You can't prove it. You got complete plans of this old sewer at the city engineer's office. You knew the exact location of the sewer and how closely it came to the new water main.
So that's why he paid $6,000 for a 60-day lease on this shack.
A cheap price for him to pay.
I'm going to call the police.
They're on their way here now. I pushed a friend of mine back through the sewer manhole to go and call them.
Please, let me go. I'll pay you well.
Ganger, I didn't trust you from the minute I laid eyes on you. You thought I was greedy for your money. Well, I pretended to be the miser, asking a big fee for the lease. But, Ganger, I only wanted to find out what your game was. Well, I found out. Incidentally, Ganger,
shut up.
That $6,000 you gave me, it is now in war bonds. War bonds, Ganger. What will Mr. Goebbels say when he hears you spent your money in good old United States war bonds?
When the police get here, have them follow those wires. You and the police will find enough dynamite to blow up this end of town. It's at the end of the old sewer, less than 20 feet from the new water main. Ganger planned to blow it up tonight.
Hornet, it has been my impression from reading the papers that you're a crook, a criminal.
Too true, lady. Too true. A crook, but not a traitor.
Why, then, are you here tonight?
Spies carry lots of money. You just heard Ganger offer to pay me well to let him go.
Yes, he did.
I knew Ganger was in town. I came here to take his money. Okay, Ganger, let's have it.
Get away from me, Hornet. I have no
I'll
money.
determine that. Let's see.
Hornet,
You'll hang, that's what you'll do. Yeah, here it is. Now, let's see how much there is.
Thousands. Look at those big bills.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, Ganger, I make quite a haul on you.
I'll kill you.
Kill nobody. Ganger, I've got you covered. If you make one move...
Hornet, you might do well to look behind you.
You don't expect me to fall for an old gag like that, do you? I'm not looking behind me.
I warned you, Hornet.
Look, quick, look!
Oh. You came just in time, Kurt.
Who is this man, this masked fella?
You killed him.
Perhaps you have. By the way, Professor, who is this lady?
An old busybody. Quick, tie off. The police will be here any minute.
The police?
Let me go. Oh.
She's faded.
We'll take care of her later. Come on.
What shall we do? I got her tied.
To the tunnel, the sewer. Come on, pick up the Hornet.
Is this a Green Hornet?
Yes, the Green Hornet. I knew him a long time ago. Now I get my revenge.
Ready? Let's go.
Go on to the end, Kurtz. It is there. I plan to finish him.
Why not kill him here and be done with it?
His body might be found. I'd rather there be no evidence that he's been killed.
Can you be sure there'll be no evidence?
The dynamite at the end of the sewer will attend to that. When that blast goes off, there will be no more Hornet.
It's a good idea. I see, Professor. Very smart, very smart.
Here we are.
Hidden dynamite. Professor, easy. I'm afraid of that stuff.
It's going too. Here, take some of this wire. It's lucky you showed up, Kurtz. You're the one thing the Hornet didn't figure on, that I had to help her.
Here, let me have it. You get his feet.
Yeah. That's going to hold him.
What?
You revive quickly, Hornet. Good. I want you to watch your own execution.
So, that's a new Ganger.
Yes, and the dynamite. You recall having seen it before, don't you, Hornet?
I get it. You're going to blow me up with
the
a...
sewer and the water main to the plane plant.
Come, hurry. We got to take care of that woman, and then set off the blast.
Well, looks like my time may be up unless I can get out of this wire. That's tough stuff to get out of. You just get a hand or a foot free. Cato was I live and breathe. Here, Cato.
Mr. Britt! Where are you, Mr. Britt?
This way, Cato, but make it fast.
Cato, hurry. I'm not find you. Think maybe in sewer.
Oh, you guessed right. Now get these wires off in a hurry. We've got to get back to that shack.
Getting rid of his bonds, Britt Reed reached out and pulled the wires that connected the detonator and the dynamite. Then, with Cato close at his heels, he sped back through the old sewer to the shack.
Old busybody here. She's still out.
Tell her this blackjack and she'll be dead.
We must get rid of her. She must never live to tell what she knows.
Attend to that so neatly. Out of the way, please. Yep.
He's free. The horn. Look out. Grab his gun on the table.
Should you?
No, you don't. That takes care of you, Kurtz. I'll give him a taste of the gas gun. Lucky, he overlooked that.
No.
Take it.
The gas. It's choking me.
That takes care of both of them. Now, let's see how badly this woman here has fared. You'd better get out and watch for the police.
Yes, sir.
What? You're conscious. You're not out.
I'm a good actress, am I not, Mr. Green Hornet?
Wait. I'll get you out of those ropes. You mean you didn't faint? You just pretended?
Well, it's the best thing to do under the circumstances, don't you think?
Yeah, an excellent idea, it seems. There. I better be on my way. But before I go, Mrs.
Dorval Hunter's the name.
Mrs. Hunter, indeed, this is a pleasure. However, I regret, Mrs. Hunter,
You regret what?
that I must trouble you for the keys to your car.
My car?
Yes, the big limousine parked in back of this shack.
Well, you can't take my car and leave me here with these dangerous spies.
The keys, Mrs. Hunter.
Well, you crook! You thief!
Don't worry about danger. If I'm not badly mistaken, Mrs. Hunter, the police are arriving now, and I'll need your car for my getaway. It wouldn't be healthy for the police to find me here.
No doubt, you thief.
You see, they might not understand. Good night, Mrs. Hunter.
The law will get you yet. You handsome rogue.
Hey, Inspector! There's somebody in here. What's going on in here?
Cato, you better call the auto squad and tip them off to where they can find that limousine. I wouldn't want it stripped by thieves.
We'll do before we retire tonight.
And here's a little bit of money. As I counted it in a hurry, I estimate there's about $15,000.
Spy money?
That's right. I took it off Granger. Turn it in on that fund they're raising for needy wives and families of enlisted men. A very worthy cause.
Yes, Mr. Britt. We'll make donation unanimous.
You mean anonymous?
Give money with no name attached.
Oh, that's right. We both understand that.
Airplane plant sabotage plan discovered. Rich woman captured spy. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Gillespie paper.
You have just heard the adventure, The Green Hornet Goes Underground. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network.
You want everything for your baby to be gentle. Like its first formula. We chose Carnation Good Start. Its protein is specially processed to make it gentle. Remember, breast milk is best, but Good Start formula is made to be gentle.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. When gold was discovered in the western United States, thousands and thousands of men hurried to the new territory. Most of them were honest and worked hard at their claims, but criminals were drawn to the gold fields as well, and the honest prospector found it hard to protect their property. It was in the gold country that the masked rider of the plains did some of his greatest work in the cause of justice, and in time he brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Danville! Saddle's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, a small but wary old man is urging his stubborn pack mule down the trail toward Danville.
Dad rat you, Noah. Can't you make no better time than that? Gosh, I don't know why I put up with you the way I do. I swear to heaven you're the most stubborn, cantankerous, wrong-headed, and addle-pated critter ever was wished on a long-suffering hombre like me. Now get up. That's right. I says get up and you stop. Now get away from that there grass. Don't be always thinking of your stomach. We got to get home to my daughter. And I'm telling you right now, Noah, when we get there, I'm selling you off. And if nobody will pay cash for you, I'll give you away. Blast you, get along.
There ain't no hurry, Andy.
Huh? Who said that? Who's there?
Just stand where you are, Andy, if you don't aim to get drilled. Come on, fellas.
Vic Fletcher.
Uh-huh. I want you to meet my friends, Lige Brinker and Mike Moody.
Them polecats?
That's a mighty reckless thing to say, Andy, when you're looking into the business end of this here gun.
You ain't scaring me worth a hoot, Lige. Vic, I never had much use for you, but I never thought you traveled with crooks like these.
Well, now you know.
And Peggy's gonna know, too.
Maybe she will, Andy, and maybe she won't.
Quit arguing with the old codger, Vic. Let's get his gold. Eh? What are you laughing about, you old fool? You think we're fooling? You're gonna find out different.
So you want the gold dust to pan out, huh?
And we're taking it.
And you thought I didn't savvy what you was up to that time a week back when you come prowling around my camp.
You seen me?
It'd take a crook a heap slicker than you, Lige, to put anything over on me. So if it's the gold you want, just try and find it. Go right ahead.
Why, you... Vic, Mike, look in them pack saddles.
Yeah, he must have that dust around somewhere.
And then when you get through hunting them saddlebags, you can search me.
If the gold ain't here, where is it?
That's something you won't never find out.
Why,
I had a notion maybe you'd try a stunt like this, so I put that dust where it'd be safe till I get to town and back with somebody to keep guard.
There's nothing in the saddlebags, Lige.
Told you, didn't I?
Mike.
Yeah?
Andy here's got a notion he don't want to tell us where he hid his dust.
There's ways of getting him out of that notion, Lige.
Uh-huh. That's what I was thinking. Suppose you could persuade him?
Sure.
Now, look here.
You aim to tell us where that gold is?
I won't tell you nothing, you thieving, low-down, sneaking coyotes. And you ain't going to get away with this either.
No?
Come on, Lige. We got to head back for town.
Uh-huh. Mike, me and Vic can't waste no time on this loco idiot. We're gone from town too long. Maybe we'll be asked questions when Andy don't show up.
Yeah.
But you're a trapper, Mike. You don't never come to town unless it's for supplies.
You mean you want me to take care of Andy?
There's nobody but me and Vic knows where your cabin is there?
I'll give 1,000 cash to anybody who figures they can find it.
Then that's where you're taking Andy.
You going to keep me prisoner?
Unless you change your mind about telling.
I ain't.
But you will, Andy. You will. Get our horses, Vic.
Lige, there's going to be questions asked if I don't get to town soon.
Yeah?
I told a stranger and his Injun pard to let Peggy know that I was heading for home.
And how do you figure that's going to help you?
When I don't show up, there'll be fellers sent out to look for me.
They're welcome to look all they want. But once in Mike's cabin, they ain't going to find you. And that's for sure.
Here's the horses, Lige.
Thanks. Come on.
You blasted skunks!
Don't pay no mind anything Andy calls you, Mike. Get that gold. And don't be particular how you make him talk. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
This must be where old Andy said his daughter lived, Tonto. Oh. I'm sorry we were delayed getting to town, but I have an idea we beat Andy here anyhow. Remember, Tonto, we're only to tell Peggy that her father's on his way home. Don't mention the gold he found. He wants to save that for a surprise.
Me no.
Come on, Kimosabe. I hope my mask doesn't frighten her. I didn't want to put on a disguise.
Me hear footsteps.
Must be her.
Who? A masked man and a redskin.
What's the matter, Peggy? Who's at the door?
Don't be alarmed, Peggy. We're not outlaws. We've a message from your father.
My father?
What's that? You're bringing word from Andy? You're crook.
Careful, Sheriff. Don't slap leather.
You...
Sheriff, wait. Maybe they do know something about Paul.
Is something wrong?
You just bet there's something wrong. And if you've seen Andy, speak up and tell about it.
We'll be glad to.
Won't you come inside?
Thanks. Come, Tonto. Who are these men?
Them two are Vic Fletcher and Lige Brinker. They's the one found Andy's mule.
Howdy, stranger.
And this is my friend, Cliff Dolan.
Afternoon, mister.
What did you say about Andy's mule being found?
Vic and Lige found it west of town, heading this way all by itself.
But Andy, what happened to him?
That's what we don't know, stranger. The mule showed up 3 days ago. We figured at first that maybe Andy broke a leg or something and let the mule go on ahead so his help would be sent. But we searched all up and down the trail of the hills, and we ain't found hide nor hair of him.
What about the gold?
Gold? What are you talking about?
Sheriff, I promised Andy I wouldn't tell about it, but under the circumstances, I think I'd better.
Get on with it.
Tonto and I met Andy at his camp in the hills a couple of weeks ago. He said if we happened to ride in this direction to let his daughter know he'd be coming home soon. But he asked us not to mention the gold so that he could give Peggy a surprise.
Sheriff, do you think that...
That he was held up for his gold? Well, it could be.
Well, then that could mean he's dead.
Oh, now, Peggy, I don't want to set you to worrying any more than you are already. Shucks, come to think about it. Most likely the gold didn't have nothing to do with your pa's disappearing at all.
Sheriff, I think it did.
What's that, Vic?
Let me ask you a couple questions first, Sheriff. Have you ever heard afore about Andy finding gold?
It was news to me.
And to me and Lige here, too. And I bet it's the first Peggy or Cliff heard about it. Ain't that so?
Yes.
It was just as much news to me as it was to the sheriff.
Just think it over, Sheriff. This masked hombre here and the Injun are the only ones to know about that gold.
What are you getting at?
Just this, stranger. I'm here to say you fellas killed Andy, stole his dust, then come here with this story of yours so folks wouldn't be suspecting you.
Did you say your name was Vic Fletcher?
Of course it is.
Oh.
Now, what's that got to do with it?
Just a second. Well, stranger, you heard Vic. What you got to say?
If we'd stolen the gold, why would we stay here instead of clearing out of this part of the country?
You might have had reasons we don't know about.
Sheriff, Tonto and I liked Andy. If anything's happened to him, we're just as anxious as you to learn what it is.
What else could you say?
Maybe so, stranger. But I reckon things being the way they are, I'll have to hold you for questioning.
I don't think you will. Come on, Tonto, we're leaving.
Don't let him get away, Sheriff. Come back here. Shoot him, Lige.
Watch out.
Oh, my hand.
The next person to draw a gun will get the same. Hurry, Tonto.
Hold on.
Hi-yo,
Get him up,
Silver.
Scout.
Away! We'll find a place to camp, Tonto, then look into this. I'm afraid it's something more than just an accident that's kept Andy from getting home.
Why do you think that?
If it weren't, he'd have been found along the trail. I believe someone else knew about Andy's gold.
Remember that, right?
And another thing, that young chap who called himself Vic Fletcher.
That's not his name.
He didn't recognize me because when we met before, I was in disguise. But that other time, he called himself Jerry Morton.
Don't remember.
The law couldn't prove anything against him, and he was suspected of a score of crimes.
Maybe him steal gold.
I don't know, Tonto, but we're going to find out. Come on, Silver!
That night, in the shack that Vic and Lige shared, the two men talked over their plans.
Vic, that was a slick stunt, pointing suspicion at the masked fella in the redskin. As long as the sheriff had to find out about the gold, this'll keep him from wondering what we've been doing the times we was out of town.
I got a better idea than that, Lige.
Yeah?
I suppose you've noticed I ain't been getting any place with Peggy of late.
A blind fella could see she's all taken up with that Cliff Dolan.
Well, what would you say if we was to make it look like he robbed old Andy?
Cliff?
Right. Don't you get it? Who'd suspicion us of framing Cliff after we said the masked fella most likely stole Andy's gold?
The masked man again.
Sheriff, I haven't got much time. You've got to do exactly as I say.
I thought I seen the last of you yesterday.
But you didn't. Tonto and I are staying until Andy's disappearance is solved.
If Peggy and Cliff hadn't sort of taken a liking to you, I'd see you jailed, guns or no guns.
They believe I'm innocent?
Maybe they do.
But that ain't saying I'm agreeing with them.
Sheriff, we're not even sure yet there's been a crime committed. But if there has been, I think I know the men who did it.
Huh?
Did you know that Vic Fletcher is gone by other names in different parts of the country?
Is that a fact? Say, I wonder...
Yes?
I just happened to think of something that struck me funny at the time.
What was that?
I told you it was Vic and Lige found Andy's mule. But I ain't so sure that after they found it, they had any intention of bringing it to town.
Why do you say that?
Because I run into 'em on the trail with that mule. And when I first seen 'em, they was going away from town. Then when I caught up, they said they was just heading for the Bar K outfit to see about some horses and coming back.
Seems strange they wouldn't have reported finding the mule right away. They knew its importance.
That's what I was thinking.
And perhaps you'll be willing to help me make a test.
A test?
I've been listening outside the cafe, and I happen to know that Vic and Lige are coming here soon to ask you if you've seen me. If you'll do what I say, it won't prove their guilt, but at least it'll show whether or not I'm on the right trail.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
When they come to your office, tell them this.
Fellow's camp is just over there, ain't it?
Uh-huh. Beyond the gully.
I wonder how in blazes he could know anything about what we've done.
Maybe he don't. Maybe he's just bluffing. But we can't take no chances.
He told the sheriff that when he talked to Andy, the old midget mentioned he was scared of being held up by a couple of fellers from town.
Yeah.
But what I can't figure out is why the masked feller didn't name us to the sheriff if he was telling the truth.
Don't you recollect the sheriff saying the masked man heard us coming and cleared out before we got there?
I didn't see nothing of him.
He most likely went out the back way. Anyhow, he told the sheriff he'd be back in the morning to give names. And if he does, we'll have some explaining to do.
Can't nothing be proved.
But we'll be a lot safer if he don't never get to see the sheriff.
I reckon. You figure they're asleep by this time?
They ought to be.
We've been hiding here ever since we trailed them from town. I want some action.
Come on. We'll sneak up on them now.
Careful of making any noise.
There
they are. Rolled up in their blankets. We've got them dead to right. You ready? Yeah. Then come on.
All right, you fellas, you're eating lead. Don't make no move for your shooting irons.
What's that? You fella!
Watch the engine, Lige. Stranger, you feel this gun I got pressed agin you? Well, in just about 2 seconds, I'm pulling the trigger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger, knowing that old Andy Clark had found gold, suspected something more than an accident when the old man failed to arrive in Danville. His suspicions pointed to Vic Fletcher and Lige Brinker. The two men, hoping to prevent the Lone Ranger from talking, attacked him in his camp.
Drill him, Vic. Cast him, Silver. That horse. Get him. Go. Smashing at us. They're going to get trampled. Oh, my arm. Drop that gun. There it is. I dropped it. Up with your hands, Vic. You up with them.
If it hadn't been for them horses...
They've been trained to handle men like you.
Don't shoot us.
Why did you attack?
Stranger, we thought you were somebody else.
Yeah, that's right. It was just a mistake. A bad mistake.
You ain't going to do anything to us, are you?
Where are your horses?
Just back a ways, behind them trees.
All right, get going and keep on going.
Come on, Vic. I'm coming.
Why you not keep them here?
It wouldn't do any good to make them prisoners, Tonto. Their attack tonight revealed the fact that they've had something to do with Andy's disappearance.
Not right.
We still don't know where Andy is. He may be a prisoner. He may be dead. He may be lying somewhere wounded. But we have to let Vic and Lige remain free until we learn the truth.
Bless the luck. Now, what do we got to do?
Right now, I'm going inside and get ready for bed.
Yeah, what about tomorrow?
The masked fella sees the sheriff?
You know flame well, that's what I mean.
And there ain't nothing we can do to stop it. After we're missing out just now, the masked man ain't going to give us another chance at him.
You think I don't know that? Yeah, like that lamp, Vic.
Like I said afore, maybe he was just bluffing.
You can't depend on it.
And anyhow, they can't prove nothing on us. They got to find Andy before they can do that. If they find him in that cabin, I'll eat my shirt.
Just the same, things are getting mighty uncomfortable.
Wonder if Mike's got Andy to talk yet.
I don't know.
Well, there's two things we got to do now.
Yeah? Well, what's them?
I told you I had a scheme to frame Cliff, didn't I?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's the first thing we got to do. Make the sheriff think Cliff's to blame for all this, and nothing a masked fella can say is going to hurt us.
And what's the other thing?
Make Andy talk, and get rid of him.
Get rid of them?
Don't ask foolish questions. You savvy what I mean just as well as I do. Come on, blow out the lamp and turn in.
Early the following evening, Vic and Lige entered the sheriff's office.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Evening.
Good evening, fellas. What can I do for you?
You seen anything more of that masked fellow after what he said to you yesterday?
No, he promised to come back, but he didn't.
He didn't?
That's what I said, ain't it?
Just what I thought. You see what he was doing, Sheriff?
What do you think he was doing?
That was just a bluff about Andy telling him anything. He's still trying to get you to suspect somebody else instead of him.
That might be so.
Of course it is. Why else would he stay away after saying he'd be back?
I couldn't tell you.
Sheriff?
Yeah?
I don't know whether I ought to say anything or not.
Well?
What do you think, Lige?
It's up to you, Vic.
Look here, if you've got something to say, say it. If you haven't, don't be wasting my time.
Sheriff, it's like this.
What's like what?
You know that masked fellow we was just talking about?
Sure, I know.
Now, you understand I ain't saying that Cliff's done anything wrong. Matter of fact, I'd say Cliff's as straight an hombre as you're likely to find around these parts, but, well...
Doggone it, if you can't tell your story without stopping all the time, get out of here.
Sheriff, what Vic's trying to say is, we seen Cliff talking to the masked fella.
Yeah?
And what struck me and Lige funny was they're trying to keep anybody from seeing him. Of course, like I said, I ain't for a minute accusing Cliff of being in cahoots with an outlaw, but things being the way they are, I thought maybe you'd like to look into it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you go to Cliff's place, Sheriff, and ask him what him and the masked fella was talking about?
You think I oughta?
It's only fair to give Cliff a chance of clearing himself, ain't it?
Do you know that he's been accused of anything yet?
Well,
But won't hurt none to ask, I reckon. Come along.
Sure.
Our horses are just outside.
I'll see what Cliff's got to say. But if he's been up to anything crooked, then I'll be the most surprised fella in this county. Steady there. Get up. Get along with you.
Get up there.
Here's Cliff's place.
Whoa,
there.
There's a light inside. He's home, all right.
Who's there?
It's me, Cliff, the sheriff. Open up.
The door ain't locked. Come on in.
Evening, Sheriff. Hey, what are these polecats doing here?
Shucks, Cliff, there ain't no use you and me calling each other hard names just because we happen to like the same girl.
Well, what are you doing here with the sheriff?
I reckon the sheriff can tell you that.
What's it all about, Sheriff?
Vic and Lige been telling me you was seen talking to the masked fella, Cliff.
And what of it?
You see? He was talking to him. He admits it.
What was you talking about?
I'm sorry, Sheriff. That's something I can't tell you.
Can't or won't?
Just can't, that's all.
You ain't forgetting I'm the law around here, are you, Cliff?
I ain't forgetting nothing.
Then maybe you're forgetting there's a heap of suspicion about the masked fella lately.
I said I wasn't forgetting nothing.
Oh, gosh, I don't know just what to do about this, Cliff. There ain't no young fella around here I like better than I do you. And it'd sure hurt Peggy a lot if she was to think you was mixed up in anything that might have happened to her pa. But if you're going to stand there and defy me like that, I'll just have to jail you, I guess.
I said I wouldn't tell you what me and the masked fellow was talking about, Sheriff. But there's something else I got to tell you.
Sheriff,
Huh?
Look at here, gold dust.
Where'd you get that?
Right from underneath the pillow on your cot.
That ain't so.
I seen Vic find it myself. It was right where he said it was. Sheriff, you don't believe it, you can look under the pillow yourself.
There's still dust sticking to the bed.
But it can't be.
And I'll bet this was part of the gold Andy was supposed to have found.
Gosh, Cliff, I never figured you for a crook.
Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
Sheriff, I started to tell you something just before Vic stopped me.
Uh-huh.
And if I'm right about it, I think I can prove I'm innocent.
Yeah?
I was out of town this afternoon. I went riding over toward the hills.
What about it?
You know Mike Moody, don't you?
The trapper? Sure I do.
Well, he was always one to hide out. He never wanted anybody to find his cabin. And knowing the woods and the hills like he does, it wasn't hard for him to fix a place that nobody could find.
Go on.
Well, today I found it.
You what?
Found Mike's cabin?
I did.
What's his cabin got to do with proving you innocent?
Sheriff, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Andy ain't there with Mike. But I do know there's two fellas in that cabin. I seen him moving around from a distance.
Well, if you thought Andy was there, why didn't you get him?
And have Mike drill me?
Anyhow, it took you long enough to tell me about it.
Well, I just got back. I was going over to your office after I cleaned up a bit. Sheriff, you got to go there with a posse and see who's in that cabin before you jail me. If Andy's there, then he can tell you I never robbed him.
Can you take me there tonight?
Well, I don't know. It's pretty dark. But I could take you there first thing in the morning.
Then that's what you're going to do. And between now and then, you're staying here with me so as I can keep an eye on you.
Large, everything's going against us. And all because Mike let that blame mule get away when we left him with Andy.
I'll tell him a few things.
Blame lucky for us, Cliff can't find the cabin at night. Steady there. That gives us time to ride out there first, get rid of Andy, and make sure Mike don't do no talking.
How about the gold?
Maybe Mike found out where it is by this time. But if he ain't to blazes with it, the main thing is to save our hides. Get up there. Get up there.
Is that you, Tonto?
Hold, Scout. Hold, Scout.
Is everything ready?
You hurry.
Here, Silver.
We ride fast. We'll have to. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Getting hungry, Andy?
Of course I'm hungry.
Well, I reckon I made it plain what you had to do to get grub.
Blast your thieving hide, Mike.
Just tell where you hid your gold and you can fill your stomach till it busts. But if you're stubborn, you keep on getting nothing but bread and water once a day.
If I told you where the gold was, you'd drill me.
Yeah?
You couldn't let me go free to tell the law about you and them crooked partners of yours.
Well, suit yourself. Gosh, this is good grub. Best I've cooked up for a coon's age. I think I'll have another helping of them beans, and maybe I'll
Who's
have You needn't get excited, Andy. Couldn't be nobody but Vic and Lige. They're the only ones knows where this place is.
Mike!
Yeah, howdy, Vic. Howdy, Lige. Yeah, what are you looking so scared about?
Mike, has Andy told you where the gold is yet?
He's still holding out, but after he's missed a couple of more square meals, why, I reckon he'll
We can't
come
wait for that.
But
That blasted Cliff Dolan found your cabin. He's bringing the law here first thing in the morning.
What?
That's a fact, Mike. Cliff must have stumbled on this place accidentally.
Why, the
Lige, untie Andy, will you?
Sure.
What do you want to untie him for?
We gotta let the gold go. All it counts now is to see that Andy don't have the chance to do no talking.
Meaning?
I reckon you savvy what I mean, all right.
I always said you fellas is lower than the meanest snake that ever lived.
Keep your mouth shut. All right, there you are. Now get moving.
Where are you taking me?
Where nobody'll know whether you was drilled or not.
Get along with you. We've had no one side, Andy.
What the masked man?
And the sheriff.
You bet it's the sheriff. And from the looks of things, we just got here in time.
Well, you won't get out. He gets out. Let me go.
Good work, Tonto. Bring him in here. Mike, if you and Lige try that, you'll get shot.
Andy, are you all right?
Fit as a fiddle, Cliff. But, well, maybe I am just a wee bit hungry.
I thought you fellas weren't coming this way till morning.
Cliff said he couldn't find the cabin in the dark.
Shucks, I couldn't have found it in the daytime for that matter.
Huh? What's that?
If you ask the masked fella, maybe he'll explain to you.
Lige, none of us knew where the cabin was. You and Vic led us to it.
Did you hear that, you blasted fools?
When I talked to Cliff this morning, I told him what to do. He rode out of town in the afternoon. Then when he talked to the sheriff, he pretended to have found the cabin while he was gone.
How'd you know we had Andy in the cabin?
You and Lige gave yourselves away when you attacked Tonto and me in our camp. Tonto trailed you to your cabin and heard you mention this place.
Well, I'll be doggone.
But even the masked fella couldn't have done much if it hadn't been for Andy's mule. It was the mule showing up without Andy that made us suspect something was wrong as soon as we did.
That was your mistake, Mike.
I forgot all about the mule.
You say it was that dad-ratted, cantankerous critter that helped get me out of this fix?
It was.
And I was going to give him away. Sheriff, a feller don't ever know when a mule's his best friend. From now on, that critter of mine's feeding on the finest oats money can buy 12 times a day.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's going to be trouble in Beaver Falls. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Halloween's a perfect time for baking spooky cookies. Just roll out Pillsbury sugar cookies, cut, bake and decorate, then feed them to your goblins. So much fun there.
Scary!
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, what do you know? It's me. Well, here I am again, George. The winter replacement for It Pays to Be Ignorant. This is the 50th of You Bet Your Life, thanks to the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. We're starting off with $1,000 for one of our couples. Who's first to try for the $1,000?
Well, let's see. We selected some newlyweds from our audience, and here they are. Mr. and Mrs. John Arnold, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Newlyweds, eh? Well, congratulations, and I hope you're very happy together.
Thank you very
much.
Or even separately. What's your first name, Mrs. Arnold?
Barbara.
Barbara, huh? Are you from Santa Barbara?
No, I'm from Casper, Wyoming.
How long have you two newlyweds been married?
10 weeks and 4 days.
And how old are you, Barbara?
I'm 21.
John, what is your age?
I'm 31.
31. Well, that's just about right. 10 years interval. And where are you from?
I've lived 30 years here, and
Los Angeles.
And where did you spend the other year?
I spent the other year in Chicago.
Some people out there from Fond du Lac who are applauding. What were you doing, were you and John doing when he proposed?
We were working in an opera together, The Marriage of Figaro, put on by the Guild Opera Company.
I mean, when you proposed, you were singing?
No, not quite. No, we were having dinner at a restaurant in Beverly Hills.
Oh, he was eating when he popped the question, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's what he gets for talking with his mouth full. Probably all he said was, please pass the sauerbraten, and you said yes. How did you meet Barbara?
Well, we were rehearsing a couple of roles in The Marriage of Figaro that was...
Oh, what part did you portray in this turkey, in this opera?
Well, I didn't exactly sing any role. I got the measles and didn't get to be in the show at all.
Oh, did you do this purposely? Had you seen the opera and decided that the measles was preferable?
Definitely not. In fact, I was overage, but I couldn't help it.
You got the measles, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, your operatic career has been pretty spotty, huh? John, that's kind of a rash statement, isn't it? Huh? John, how did you happen to get interested in singing?
Well, I was in the glee club at John Marshall High School, and I woke up one morning with a
good idea.
vibrato in my voice.
One of the biggest mistakes you can make is not wake up in the morning.
I had a wobble in my voice. No, not a wobble, but a vibrato. And I
Oh.
thought something was wrong. I was losing my voice. Well, I went to my voice teacher at John Marshall High School, and I said, Mr. Sargent, I think there's something wrong with my voice. I've got a wobble in it or something. I don't know what's happening. And he said, well, let me hear you sing. So I ran a few scales, and he immediately pulled out Asleep in the Deep and said, here, sing this. So I did, and from then on, why I sang at all the school functions. Asleep in the Deep, by the way.
You always sang Asleep in the Deep?
Always sang Asleep in the Deep. Nothing else.
You must have been soaking wet a good deal of the time. Why did your teacher pick on Asleep in the Deep?
Well, I had a good low C in my voice when I was in high school, and that being a very low song, I stuck to that.
Can you still hit low C?
I don't think quite. My voice has gone up a couple of notes.
Well, don't feel too badly. Everything has gone up recently. Would you folks like to hear John sing Asleep in the Deep? This audience is in a frame of mind where they listen to anything, John. Well, get going then.
Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware, beware.
John, that was really beautiful. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But right now, we'd like to tell you something. On our first show, I'd like to thank the folks who remain so loyal to their DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Yes, Groucho, these folks know that at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, they'll find the best in new cars, the best in used cars, and the best in service.
And the letters we get prove it. Here's one right here, George. This is from Catherine R. Carolyn of Long Island. George, would you mind reading it? I don't read too well.
All right.
My eyes are not what they used to be.
Miss Carolyn writes, I just want to say that the description given on your show of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer and his service facilities just fits our dealer. His shop is most orderly, and all his cars, even the used ones, are in good condition. He's a most courteous gentleman, and all of the people in the establishment are very polite and helpful. I thought you might enjoy hearing of this. Very truly yours.
Naturally, we like to get letters like this, and from all the other people who have discovered that your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is a good man to do business with.
So why don't you visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow?
And when you do, tell him Groucho sent you. All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules.
All right, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected food and drink as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
18.
18. All right. What is the main ingredient of cheese?
Milk.
Milk is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $38.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the How much have they got?
$38.
$38. How much of the 38 will you bet on your second question?
35.
All right. What vegetable is used in making sauerkraut? Or sauerkraut?
Cabbage.
Cabbage is right.
You're really climbing. You have $73.
Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
50.
Oh, no, 60.
Okay, 60.
All right. What is the main ingredient of Welsh rabbit?
Cheese.
Cheese is right.
You have $133.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the 133 you're going to go for?
Okay.
All or nothing.
All of it? What's the main ingredient of Vichy Sois? All right,
No,
Vichysoise. Vichy Sois, where I came from.
Cream.
No, I'm sorry. It's potatoes.
Potatoes, yeah.
It's a cold potato soup that came from France. I'm sorry. Well, we'll give you another question. I'll give you one more question. If you get it right, you'll win $10. Think hard now. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a schoolboy, Billy Lund, and his partner is a school teacher, Miss Joyce Williamson. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Let's see, Miss Joyce, you say you're a school teacher, Miss Joyce Williamson, huh?
Yes, I am.
They've certainly streamlined their curriculum since I went to school. Billy Lund, eh?
Yes, sir.
There was a show in New York called Billy Budd. You're not related to that.
No.
Well, what do you think of this school teacher, Billy?
Nice.
Joyce, tell me, are you married?
No, I'm not. Kind of wish I were.
Well, that's the first proposal of the new year. Huh? Are you married, Billy?
No.
Well, things are going along just fine. Joyce, may I ask your age?
I'm 24.
24, huh? Well, you're a very young-looking 24. How old are you, Billy?
14.
14. Well, you're just the right age for each other. Billy, do you want to marry this lovely creature?
Oh, I'm too young.
Too young. What grade are you in?
9th.
You're not too young. When I was in the 9th grade, I was married and had 2 kids. And they both helped me with my homework. One of the kids turned out to be my teacher. The other kid turned out to be my son, Arthur, who's now so smart that he's written an article about me. It's in the October 5th Colliers. If he tells the truth about me, I'll sue him. No, that's true. Colliers, October 5th. Be sure and buy it. What is your hometown, Billy?
Rivera, California.
Where are you from, Joyce?
I'm from Pasadena.
Pasadena, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, somebody told me that's where the old folks go to visit their parents?
Lovely town.
It is, huh? Where do you teach, Joyce?
Well, I teach in the Pasadena school system in Temple City Junior High.
I see. Where did you study to become a teacher?
Well, I got my general secondary at Whittier.
General secondary? What is that? Is that anything like a transfusion? What are you teaching now, Joyce?
Well, I teach algebra and geometry mainly.
Oh, foreign languages, eh? Is there a difference between algebra and geometry?
Well, yes, there is. Algebra is calculation using figures, and geometry uses lines and curves and surfaces.
Kiss me, you fool. You teach anything besides algebra and geometry, Joyce?
Well, I teach some arithmetic, and I'm also head of the math department there.
Just the head? Would you be interested in an old student body? That has been in the junk heap below these many years? Aren't you pretty young to be the head of a department, or have you got friends in the Pentagon building?
I'm afraid I have no friends.
You have one right now, Joyce.
No.
Well, how did you do it?
Well, to tell you the truth, it takes a lot of hard study and work, and, well, you follow some simple principles.
Mm-hmm. It's the kind of principle I had in school. Doesn't this simple principle ever follow you, Joyce?
You may be
Now, Billy, it's been so long since you Billy, that's right. I haven't been paying much attention to you, but on the other hand, you haven't been paying any attention to me either. You know. Have you reconsidered about marrying Joyce?
No.
Do you have a job after school, Billy?
Yes.
He goes in for monosyllabic answers. Who do you work for?
The Angels.
The Angels? That sounds like interesting work, eh? What do you do, polish their harps and dust off the clouds?
Oh, I'm a bat boy.
Well, you look like a nice boy to me. What's the matter with you? What do you mean you're a bad boy?
A bat boy. I take care of...
I thought you were going over into Abbot and Costello. The Angels have bats? I always thought bats were in the other place, way down below. Now, which Angels are you talking about?
The Los Angeles Angels baseball team.
Well, they're certainly way down below, all right. I'd better be careful what I say. This kid will hit me with a bat. And I must say that's more than the Angels could do this season. What are your duties as a bad boy?
All right. Bring the fungo bats down.
What's that?
Bring the fungo bats down.
A fungo, eh? What's a fungo bat?
It's a bat, a long, skinny bat that they hit flies with.
Oh. Wouldn't a fly swatter be more efficacious? What else do you do?
Oh, I take the pitcher's jacket when he gets a base hit and shag flies and pick up bats and take balls to the umpire.
Well, you have a pretty full life, don't you, Billy, eh? And you still don't want to get married, eh?
Nope.
Well, is the pay pretty good on a job like that?
Yeah, it's nice.
How much do you get? Huh?
$2 a day.
$2 a day? What about double headers?
Still $2.
You're a sucker. You ought to sneak away after the first game. Joyce, let's get back to your job. Isn't it pretty dull teaching all day?
Oh, goodness, no, because school isn't what it used to be. We make a game of it now.
What kind of a game is it? Is it any good?
Well, to tell you the truth, it's one of the best kind. It's called Arithmocards. It's really one of the best.
What is it called?
Arithmocards.
Arithmocards. Eh? How do you play it, then?
Well, it can be played like any other card game, but the thing is you match cards of equal value in arithmetic, like 3 times 4 with any other card equaling 12, like 2 times 6. And it's used in the schools and is also available in the stores for home use all over the United States.
I see. Well, would you consider forgetting the whole thing and playing a hot game of post office? Well, Joyce, suppose you had a chowderhead in your class like me. How would you handle it?
Well, whenever we have any problems, we usually spend a little time with them.
Well, you spend some time with me, Joyce, and you'll have plenty of problems. Well, it's been fun and educational talking to you two, particularly Billy here.
Thanks.
And I hope you'll be very happy in the long years to come. And remember to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow if you want value in a new car, or a used car, or service on the car you've got now. Hope you paid attention to what I just said. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to beat, but George Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds went broke, so this couple has a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected uses of money. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
10. What is the money called that our government collects from our earnings each year?
Income tax.
Taxes.
Don't smile when you say that, George. All right, that's right. Now, how much money? They got $30.
$30, right.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
Okay, 20.
20. What is the money called that is paid for by a bank for the use of depositors' money?
Interest.
Interest is right.
Well, you people are climbing. You now have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the $50 if I started thinking about the bank and that loan I have in my... I went all the pieces. How much of the $50 are you going to bet this time?
21?
40 or 30? What?
35.
Okay, we'll make it 35.
35. What is the money called that is paid to a club or an organization to which you belong?
Dues.
Dues is right.
You're on your way. You have $85.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85 you going to risk?
Okay, 75.
75. What is the charge called when you must pay for what you must pay for crossing a bridge?
Toll.
A toll is right.
We did it.
Now give him a big hint, guys. Now, what about me?
And besides all this, you wind up with $160.
Thanks from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Groucho, we invited some dog show judges to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Vincent Perry. His partner is a housewife from the audience, Mrs. Madeline Bonney. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house.
Mm-hmm.
I think the powers that be want you on this side, Mrs.
Seems that way.
Bonnie. I'll call you Madeline, huh?
I wish you would.
I used to play a Madeline years ago. Madeline. Yes, in the barber shops everywhere. I used to play Madeline and guitar. Where are you from, Madeline?
Indiana.
What part of Indiana are you from?
Elkhart.
Played Elkhart once.
Did you really?
Yes. They burned down the theater shortly after that. Mr. Perry, where are you from?
London, Canada.
London, Canada. Oh, you judge dog shows? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, how do I address you? Your Honor, Judge, or just plain Fido?
Well, my friends call me Vin.
What do the dogs call you? Are you married, Judge?
Yes.
Some judge gave himself a life sentence. How did you meet your wife, Judgey?
Why, when I was 21, I went to call on a lady who had a very wonderful show dog, and I tried to buy that dog from her, and I couldn't persuade her to part with the dog, but 6 years later, I was able to persuade her to part with her daughter.
Now, let me get this straight. You went to visit a woman who was 21 years old?
Oh, no. I was 21 years old, and she had a very lovely daughter. But I didn't know that until I went to get...
The dog was to marry the daughter?
No. The dog,
They threw in the dog when they threw in the daughter. Is that
They, I couldn't talk her out of the dog. I wasn't... But in 6 years, I learned how to be persuasive, and I did talk her out of her daughter, who was much more beautiful than the dog.
And what happened to the dog?
Oh, the dog lived happy ever after.
You mean the three of you?
That's right.
You got the
Pretty
dog.
soon it was four of us.
You mean the dog? Where did you go on your doggy moon? Mrs. Bonnie, Madeline, how long have you been married?
I've been happily married for 21 years.
Mm-hmm. Where was your husband all that time?
With me.
Oh, I think that's very nice. Your husband is a lucky man.
Mm-hmm.
Is he here with you tonight?
No, he isn't.
Where is he?
He's in Vancouver, Canada.
In that case, he's luckier than I thought he was. You know, there are a lot of beautiful girls in Vancouver. Doesn't that worry you, Madeline?
No, he's old enough to look out for himself.
Well, if he's that old, I can understand why it doesn't bother you. Madeline, what is your husband doing in Canada?
Well,
I won't bother to ask how he's doing.
He's in vaudeville doing what you used to do.
And you're still not worried? Mrs. Bonnie, with your husband away all the time, how do you occupy yourself? Do you have any hobbies?
Yes, I sell lint lifters.
Well, to each his own, I guess. All right, what's a lint lifter?
Don't you know what lint is?
Yes, it comes right around Easter, doesn't it? That's when you give up something. Last year I gave up chasing girls. It was hopeless anyhow. But what is a lint lifter, Madeline?
Well,
a strong man who lifts lints?
It's a roll of tape on a handle. You roll it over your clothes and takes off all your lint and your dust and loose hair, anything at all.
Loose hair, huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, what kind of hair will it pick up?
Oh, just any kind.
Well, I'd like to buy one. I want to pick up a blonde. Well, Judge, let's get back to you. Do you spend all your time judging dogs?
Well, I'm with Stanley Home Products, and I put on Stanley parties, and I have a lot of people that work for me.
What's a Stanley party? You all get steamed up? Or?
Oh, no.
Well, when you're judging a dog, what do you look for besides fleas? Let's say I'm a champion Boston Terrier. Now you judge me. I want to see how it's done.
Well, first of all, I look for your markings. Then I look for the length of your muzzle. And I look to see how your neck is arched and whether you have a hump on your back or whether your back is straight. And then I see how your legs are placed under you. And then I look for that wonderful, intelligent expression in your eyes that Boston Terriers have.
Well, I don't think it looks like I'm going to get any blue ribbons. But it wouldn't hurt you to throw me a bone, Judge. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, and now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The teacher and the bat boy won $160.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous American women. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
15.
15? Talk right up. All right. Now, who is America's sweetheart?
Mary Pickford.
Mary Pickford. See, he's from Canada.
$35.
Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $35 will you bet on this one?
20.
30.
Okay. 30? Okay.
30. What was the name of the woman who chopped up saloons with her hatchet?
Carrie Nation.
Carrie Nation is right.
You're really climbing. You have $65.
Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much of the...
65.
65. How much of the 65 will you bet?
40?
60.
60, he says.
60. What poetess wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic?
Oh.
Put your heads together and think now. Take a
Stowe. Harriet Beecher Stowe.
No, you were in the direction, but it was Julia Ward Howe. I'm sorry.
You've fallen to $5.
It's all right.
$5, all right. Now, how much are you going to bet?
5.
Shoot the works. Well. What was the name of the authoress who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin?
Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Harriet Beecher Stowe. You were just one question too early. That's all.
And you wind up with $10.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't win more, but better luck next time. And thanks from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
And that means that the bat boy and the teacher with $160 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Friends, you've heard us say many times, no safer car was ever built than the beautiful new DeSoto. And there are lots of reasons why this is true. For example, safety rim wheels, one of the most remarkable safety features ever built into an automobile. Safety rim wheels are designed for your protection. Yes, for the protection of your family in case you have a blowout. Here's the story. On the ordinary wheel, a blown-out tire often comes off the rim, and that, of course, makes steering extremely difficult. But on DeSoto, it's different. In the event of a blowout, DeSoto's safety rim wheels with protective ridges hold the tire securely on the rim. This helps you maintain complete steering control. This helps you bring your DeSoto from practically any speed to a smooth, straight-line stop. If you've ever seen DeSoto's famous blowout test on television, then you've seen actual proof of what safety rim wheels can do. You've seen how, even after a deliberate blowout, DeSoto continues straight as an arrow right along the test highway. Now, isn't this the kind of car you'd like for your family? Is it any wonder we say, no safer car was ever built than the beautiful new DeSoto? Just remember, safety rim wheels are but one of the great features that make the new DeSoto a top car value. So see it tomorrow at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And drive it. It's a sure thing you'll decide on DeSoto. And here they are, the winning couple, the bat boy and the teacher, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Here we go for $1,000. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the great jewels of the world is supposed to bring bad luck to its owners. It is now out of circulation until 1967 because of the will of its last owner, the late Evelyn Walsh McLean. What is the name of this fabulous gem? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
The Welsh diamond.
No, it was the Hope Diamond. It was a very well-known diamond. I'm sorry. The correct answer is the Hope Diamond, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much in the quiz, George?
$160.
Well, that's not too bad for a bat boy and a school teacher. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Pay heed to these walking rules. Obey signals, cross at corners, look before crossing. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Let's stop and rest at the top of this hill for a bit. Yeah, I'm with you. It's been a long day. I still don't understand where this gun came from. I mean, I thought we were in prehistoric times. Yeah, but, wait. What's that sound? Are those Confederate troops? Yeah, it looks like they're all lining up. Yep, they're definitely pulling cannons into position. We're not about to get involved in a Civil War battle, are we? Not really. They seem to be lining up to fight. About 100 T-Rexes. T-Rexi? What is the plural of a T-Rex? Danged if I know at this point. Someone is definitely doing something with time. Well, looks like they're about ready to go. Yeah, and so am I. We gotta figure out what's going on here, because this is not right. Someone's messing with the history of Earth. Oh, no. And here I just wanted to pursue my Hollywood career. There won't be any Hollywood if we don't figure out what's going on here. I guess you're right. See you next time, folks.